All right, hello everyone. How are we doing? Welcome. So this is me live Wardy. We just finished up 5.5 hours of GSTL coverage. First of all, thank you so much to a quick resub, mostly innocent bystander, 513 sub on the Prime. Appreciate you. So yeah, I just finished casting this. This is 5.5 hours of pretty darn good StarCraft. You guys have got some good games coming up. So yeah, just to quickly preface this. Especially because when I started the stream earlier today, I was in a bit of a rush and had to set some things up. So first of all, there's no game sound for like the first 5 minutes or so, but then I realize it and fix it, thankfully. So the game sound will start after a little bit. Secondly, this was live streamed on Soup. We're not allowed to live stream this on Twitch or YouTube. We're only allowed to upload the VOD. To me, uploading the VOD means we can broadcast the VOD. So that's what we're going to do. So you guys can watch this in a live environment. So, yes, it's about 5.5 hours of games. There's obviously, because it's just the raw VOD, it's not just going to cut from game to game. There's going to be downtime between. I will do my best to run ads at appropriate times throughout the day, but I can't be here for the entire evening. So at some point, ads may play during the games. If you're not a sub, I'm sorry. It's just how this is going to work. If you want to watch the full VOD, it's available on my Soup channel. Or the VOD will be available on YouTube as soon as this stream finishes, or you can watch on YouTube and you can rewind, back, and whatever you want to do as it plays out. But it is going up as a live stream. So, yes, you guys have like 5.5 of pure content coming right at you. And if you got any questions, feel free to drop them in chat. I'll do my best to answer, but I got to go look after Helen and stuff for a little bit at least because I've been super busy today. So I'm going to go start on that. I'll come back and answer questions and stuff as you guys have them, but hopefully you guys just have a good time. You guys have fun, and yeah, you guys just have a good day. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Hopefully you guys enjoyed. Why is people still connected on the... I'm just going to double check if I can overtake this event on the TL calendar. Oh, that stream has been stopped. Okay, maybe I can just add this event. Cool. Sweet. So yeah, enjoy. If there's any issues, let me know straight away if you can hear it and stuff and the volume's okay. And I will try and I'll fast forward you guys as far forward as I can to the game starting, so that you guys don't have to put up with the start and student screen because you've already had a start and student screen. So enjoy. Any issues, ping me in chat, at me. If you need me and I don't reply in chat, at me in my Discord. I see the Discord pretty much all the time. So have fun. Enjoy, guys. It's 5.5 hours. Let me just, like I say, fast forward it as best as I can for you guys. Oh, I can do it pretty nicely. We went straight from the start and student screen into game, so should be able to get it close to the very beginning. There it is. Bang. All right, enjoy, guys. Have a good one. Like I say, there'll be no game sounds for the first few minutes. I guess I'll just
hello everyone, welcome.
Yeah, no game sounds for the first few minutes. Enjoy.
How are we doing?
The game sound will start
into our
after.
first match of the day. I'm a little bit, I apologize, just slow to get going. I'm missing a couple of things. So I just need to drag a couple of things over. Oh, I see that's not going to let me do that. 1 sec. I'm just going to need to reposition the player cam slightly. How big do people even have player cams? Like this, maybe? Looks kind of small, no? Then you have them bigger and they look too big. Oh, yeah. Hang on, let me just move it into position. Beautiful. All right, guys. Hello and welcome to the GSTL. I'm Wardy, and this is going to be the first match of the day, which is going to be Percival, our blue Terran player in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, taking on Serral, our red Zerg player in the bottom left-hand corner, as we get things up and ready to rumble for GSTL. This is day 2. I was not able to be here for day 1. It's going to be a pretty ferocious start as we already come across to the other side of the map and get ourselves in position to apply a little bit of pressure. So, big time in this one. This is BASILISK versus no GG. BASILISK, we know, Raynor, Serral, and Trigger. No GG is Classic, Clem, Percival, and Solar. One hell of a team. It opens up today with this Serral versus Percival matchup. So, very fun, very exciting. We're going to obviously get into this and see what it all comes down to and how today's going to go. Again, this is day 2. I wasn't here for day 1. The matchups for the day, Serral versus Percival, Trigger versus Solar, Raynor versus Clem. If we get to match 4, Raynor versus Solar. If we get to match 5, Serral versus Clem. If we get to that match 5. And then this is match 1, so each of these matches is a best of 3. In the sense of, this is like Pro League 1 best of 1s in a best of 5 to make up a best of 5. That best of 5 is a best of 3. The second best of 5 is all kill, and then if it goes 1-1, it'll be an ultimate ace match single game, I believe. We have a second match later. We'll talk about that when we get close to the time. I would have done this more of an intro, but I was still trying to get things set up. In fact, I still am trying to get things set up. I'm still adding logos and things, as you're about to see. Don't mind me, guys. It would have helped if Percival didn't go freaking cheesing to start us off. If we just get this GSTL logo a little smaller, this would not be quite as bad. Ay. Alright, guys, I'm getting there, sorry. As Percival has got the bunker up and the Marines hitting... Get back over here, webcam. Webcam, in-game cam. Let me just reposition this a teeny tiny bit more, guys. Apologies, like I say, just didn't have any time at my PC before we got started. I have no idea where the Intel logo is meant to go. It's going to look so scuffed, but whatever. Alright, we're good. Alright, we got bunker up. Serral is kind of deciding to just give up the natural. This is going to be the double racks only, though. So, given... well, I say he's going to give it up. His roaches are popping soon. Can he defend this? I kind of feel like no. He's even... You see, Percival is kind of desperate to put the STVs on here for some extra little bit of damage. And Percival, if he's timed this correctly, should just be able to get the kill. And because it's only a 2 racks, killing the natural already is a pretty good win for you in the very early stages. So you're going to be pretty happy about this, I think, as Percival, right from the very get-go. And so just see that bunker coming across. The roaches and the lings are going to move back over to that right-hand side, so they're going to be pulling on out of here and getting away for a few moments. As obviously, we'll try and apply some kind of pressure. We'll get a bunker on this high ground. CC is in the high ground as well, so nothing that can get cancelled on the low ground. So we'll just rebuild the hatchery, and he's just going to try and macro out of this position from the proxy 2-Rex that he wasn't quite ready to deal with initially. One Ravager will morph in, and we'll see these roaches continue to head across that right side as well. The Marines pulling back here just a little tad further and getting all the way back into the natural and towards the main base. Man, Percival really couldn't have just given me 2 or 3 minutes to explain everything setting up today, could he? Yeah, what a guy. All good. I've got a couple of things to explain. We'll get to that in a little bit. There's a couple of corrosive biles coming on. I'm just going to see this depot already taking some damage. I'm just going to have the couple of SCVs still there. The Ravagers, obviously very nice in this scenario because they can come in and get a lock on. I just realized there's no game sound as well. There you go. Sorry, guys. I fixed things eventually. I had game sound, but you guys didn't. Yeah, like I say, they couldn't have given me a minute to get set up. All good. All right, orbital coming up, starport on the way through. We do have Serral. Is actually taking a pretty good position because he's going to get a lot of value out of this for the next little while, so... Just going to keep on applying pressure here and seeing what we can get up to next. It's going to have a couple of units gathering about. The Cyclone locking on once again. Just going to be over here. A couple more moments. Again, that Cyclone locking to the Ravager and putting a little bit more work into place. The Ravager's just back out of there. So again, we're just going to fall back for a couple of moments. Stepping away right now. I'm just going to go all the way out into the middle of the map. So, Serral happy with what he's done. He killed a depot. The bunker obviously stayed alive. Look at resources lost here. It's pretty even. Obviously, Percival slowed the natural of Serral down, but his own natural was slowed as well from this whole scenario. Coming out, this Serral is up about 8-9 workers, so I think Serral's economy is going to be looking absolutely fine coming out of all of this at the end of the day. This seems pretty reasonable, pretty respectable. Seems like we are just going to be pretty darn fine here. As the couple of creep streamers that will spread outwards. This Overlord still just hanging out on the high ground. The few Marines and the Cyclone will gather against Impact, Cloaking, and the Banshee coming up as well. The few Marines will be right there to apply pressure, as the Overlord was not quite in position. I guess it was some high ground maybe coming from over here. Kind of annoying, you don't really have a structure to lift over to come and spot for that. The Banshee would have provided vision if we have another one, and I guess we will have one of those soon, as Serral has to start the spores. And this first Banshee coming in already. I mean, he had a lair, so I guess it's not going to be end of the world getting an Overseer up and stuff. Maybe if that first Banshee hadn't arrived already, maybe he would have had a chance to get into the mineral line with no detection for a little while with the cloaking up, which would have been quite good. Instead, this Banshee just claims 1 life and is otherwise going to be done for the moment. There is the Banshee providing the high ground, so we are just going to send the Cyclone in, get rid of that Overlord, and push this back. As Percival, again, representing no GG here in the GSTL. He's going to take that Overlord down. And we got ourselves a couple of engineering bays still coming up from Percival. Stimpack's about to be done. You can see the next phase of his game looking pretty solid right now as we have the Cyclone locking on again to the Overseer, helping to push that back just a tad bit further. Changing, moving through also. And that Stimpack is still trickling along, about to be finished. We'll get Combat Shield. We do have Medivacs popping, so we can maybe start to get onto the map and try and put a little bit of pressure on the field here as well if you do so wish. So that does become a possibility right now as well. If you want to try and take things in that direction as the double Banshee. We'll move across and make some progress out to the other side of the map. So, moving over and just seeing where we go next. A couple Banshees all the way around that top left-hand side. Again, Roaches, Queens, the Carapace upgrade coming through. Infestation Pit will be halfway done. The 2 more barracks, additional Marines and so continue to be added as well. We add on the Reactor. And again, we have that Carapace upgrade just about ready to finish shortly as the couple of Queens will hit the Banshee. The Overseer coming across also. Just going to keep that pushed over to the side. Couple drones taking a bit of damage. Going to get in the back of this mineral line as well. Some of those drones already going down. 2, 3 workers, 4 workers. Maybe? No? Target Fire could have had 4 workers. He wanted the Queen instead, but that was a bit greedy. As in the end, the transfusion comes down, and that Queen is standing in there. I thought Serral would have pulled it back. Both Banshees die. You can't feel good about that as Percival. As you're stimming into Roaches, these Marines have so little hope of achieving anything over here as well, so this is just turning into a straight disaster. As the 1-1 upgrades and the Combat Shield continue to come through, plus 2 Carapace, Roach Speed building as well. Continue to bring those numbers up. And getting a little bit stronger, more strongly set overall as the Marines and the tanks regather themselves one more time. I mean, we are going to keep pushing here as Percival, I imagine. He's getting 3rd CC and so on, but I imagine he does not want to go into the later stages of the game. I know that's been kind of the tendency in TVZ lately. I just don't think that's great against Serral, and I don't think that's why you're going to find success. I think Percival has much better chance finding success with a big kind of 8-racks kind of shove. Something along those lines, just really power up. I mean, obviously you're on 3 bases, you're building the 4th. This isn't going to be an 8-racks, but like, I would still like to see him playing a more aggressive route from here. You know, yeah, it's not going to be an 8-racks necessarily, but you can still play, play quite aggressively off the 4 base rather than just being like, I'm going to be a macro god and build all the command centers and everything. Like I say, I know that's the flavor of the month right now for the Terrans with this patch, but I just don't know if I really love that being the actual track that we take here long term. A couple of Medivacs continue to move through. Marines Marauders coming up, the concussive shells coming into place. Just going to have ourselves the factory coming about. Also, for a few more moments, this Bio Army continues to knock down a set of rocks and just open up a little bit more space for the next few moments. And melee plus 2 Carapace, all of that continuing to produce right now. So again, we bring a lot of that up. And these Marines with the Medivacs will head in toward the center. They'll scan down. We pick off a couple of the Crypt Tumors already as well. So making some early pickoffs on that. They're just going to stand tight and pick away at a few more Zerglings as well, so pretty decent job of just getting something done. Obviously, with those Infestors out, the larger pushes are going to be difficult to come by because you're going to be pushing into a... you're pretty much always going to be pushing into, Infestors and Funkles, so you've got to be pre-split. It really slows you down from what you can do. This is nice, gets all of the Lings before you have to lift and leave, and we only lose a couple of the Marines. That was actually a very reasonable trade on the side of Percival there. 2 upgrades plus 1 vehicle weapon still coming online. The Medivac's going to come boosting through the bottom side. And just going to try and reposition again a lot of units up in the top as well. Also trying to figure out what else they want to do. Again, those all just coming up. Feeling good, looking good at the moment. First Files coming down, just about going to be able to get the Medivac away there for a couple of moments. Just able to pull that out. Bio gathering, a couple of Infestors are going to be right nearby. Again, trying to see what else we can do. Just going to have that Overseer taking some damage. Bio pulling back a little bit further. A couple more of those Lings continue to drop for a few more moments. Little bits of extra damage being done. 2 upgrades plus 1 vehicle weapons will continue to be brought into place as well. And yeah, we just continue to get that 2 up, the drilling claws all in its way in. And again, that Ghost Academy and the couple Widow Mines and company coming up as we speak. I mean, obviously with Ultras out, this is going to be more and more difficult for Percival. I feel like he's been fighting an upward battle for quite some time, but we'll see if he can turn it around. He's going to target down 1 Ultra, pulling away quite nicely, gets a couple of Banes. The drop in the main at the same time is nice, but Serral is on top of it with a few units at least. We'll see if it's enough. So far it wasn't, but there's the Ultra, Big Daddy Ultra to say, no, you get out my home. He's going to punch the intruders away and stop that from being anything more than it already was. So that gets dealt with pretty well. Again, plus 1 vehicle plating. Cloaking coming up as well for, I presume, Ghosts. Obviously, we've already had Banshees in this game. Kind of wild to go Banshee cloaking right now. I don't hate how Percival's trading, and Percival is setting up with his command centers and the setup in general that's going to, draw him into a later stage of this game as well. So that is all looking very reasonable right now. Just have this Roach Ravager Ultra Force continue to move across, just repositioning a little bit further. Nice fungal growth going down. There's a couple Liberator shots coming through as well, so continuing to see a little bit more success. Fire will keep fighting. The Lings on the road is going to come running forward. The Ultra trying to come around this bottom side, or that right-hand side. What am I going to go off? Hit that Ultra again. The Bio still bouncing away. Percival's going to lose a fair amount. I feel like he killed a lot of the more important units, but it's the Swarm that is really affecting him at the very end of this here. There's a bunch that's just left over. The Ling Bane obviously becoming a big problem right now. The Bio will get there. A couple more Banes. Going to get pushed back the other side. 3-3 coming up right here. I'm just going to see the Lings wrapping. The Marauders getting caught. A couple Ghosts will step through. Percival's just not replenishing units as quickly as Serral is. Serral is already maxed back out, whereas Percival's trying to pull SCVs in to get that base first. Well, I don't think that's necessarily going to be the be-all and end-all for him, but it's not exactly a good look when you're trying to get things back on track for yourself here. 3-3, halfway done. That's Lingbane, Ravager, Ultra, just going to push through again. I can't believe Percival is... I know it's not super far forward on the map. I still just can't really believe he's here, though. Like, I kind of thought he'd be a bit further gone by now, and just a bit further back, so it's not as comfortable for Serral to just be like, oh yeah, I'm going to push into the units that remain here. I get it's not a super far reinforcement path for Percival. I just think he'd be better off if you're sieged up on his base. If nothing else, it might make Serral think twice about actually committing to a fight or so there, instead of what we're actually seeing in these couple of moments. The Lings run in, couple command centers going to be surrounded. The CC in the upper right is going to get picked up. Forced to live, forced to leave for a few moments. And just have the Marines continue to move around. We've got a ton of command centers. Like, Percival is not dead just yet, unless Serral wants to pull the trigger and try and commit to an attack. I think I do hate it, because attacking into the town unnecessarily is just, it's unnecessary, right? Like, it just has chances to go wrong, but it wouldn't surprise me if Serral attacked. It would surprise me if he attacked because it feels like the non-Serral thing to do. But it wouldn't surprise me if he attacked if he did just win the game. It wouldn't surprise me if it was just like, oh, it is enough that I have. The control's going to be fine. We're just going to, get a win right here. It wouldn't be super shocking. Like I say, the biggest shock would be that Serral decided to pull the trigger in what you could argue is an unnecessary moment, perhaps, when Percival is bunkered up and so on. That said, I mean, at the same time, if you let Percival kind of completely get set up, then that's, more of an issue as well. And right now, Percival has not been completely, fully maxed out and so on. That Infestor should have popped out, I think. I think it could have popped up and grabbed all of those ghosts. That would have been absolutely huge. Really surprised that we didn't see that opportunity taken. Maybe now hits the EMP on it, but only after the fungal comes down. The Ultras close the gap. A lot of these ghosts taking damage. We can lift into the medevacs and retreat now. Those medevacs are beaten up as well, so that's going to be a problem long term. Also, something else for us to keep an eye on here in the grand scheme of things is Ling Bane Ultra continues to move back through. Marines and medevacs continue to come up as well. A couple Ultras all on the way. +3 melee, +2 missiles continuing to come about at the moment. Liberator takes another couple of shots. Again, Marine Marauder coming through. The Siege Tank and the Widow Mines are coming up. Adding a couple of missile turrets into the mix there as well. Continue to bring that all online for the moment. What Serral is doing is he's jumping on bases that are new and fresh, right? So he's got more of a reason to jump on these bases because they're a little bit more exposed. They are the bases that are going to give Percival a bit more life in this game. This is a bit more kind of meaningful than jumping in on the 4 base setup that Percival had previously, so it makes a whole lot of sense. There's now the additional infestors coming up, +3 melee and the +2 missile upgrades both continuing through. The lings and the drones continuing to build out also. I'm just seeing a few more lings popping out here, there, and everywhere for the moment. So I'll keep some control on the top right with the threat of the lings. Still keeping a lot of it still just ling bait ultra, not really moving off of this just yet. Does not feel the need to move into something different as of right now. Spire is going to be done very shortly. Just going to see the Ling Ultras coming through, helping to push things away. And again, those few other drones continue to gather up, and just seeing that +2 missiles, the +1 flyer attack coming into play as well. Great Spire is still producing through. The Great Spire is obviously something which, as you mine out more of the map, making a big surge into Broodlords is good for you. A lot of the time you want Broodlords in a follow-up, so you want, Broodlords are very expensive in the first place, but you want to be able to enforce a significant investment with the, with the Broodlords, essentially from the Terran player to deal with the Broodlords, and then you still have a switch back to 1 or 2 armies afterwards, which are not Broodlord based necessarily. Broods are also very good at holding single positions, so if you mine down more of the map, there's less to control and less to really kind of do with the Broodlords, so you don't get punished as much for their lack of mobility. So the setup for Broodlords right now is fine, but I don't believe we're going to necessarily rush ourselves into a bunch of Corruptors here as Serral. Unless he just feels as though he's already at that point. I mean, he has all of his bases, but he's still being harassed. I would say he's still seeing some success kind of blasting through with Ultras, Lings, and Banes. Gonna knock down this base again, for example. The drop in the main base is kind of fun. Just these Lings that are going to be annoying to deal with. We actually kill off the barracks, so making a significant hindrance to the production of the Terran player right here. As the bio gathers back up. And again, a couple more Infestors and Ultras all coming around. The Banelings are still coming up as well. The +1 flyer attack continues to build. And again, those extra wings all coming out. Infestors coming through. A couple Widow Mines will be burrowing. It's going to be a bunch of Lings again, dropper loading into the main base once again. Bio Ghosts continue to gather around. Just going to be seeing that Bio still staying through. Jumping onto a lot of this. The Lings will still come back across and try and find a little extra here. The Bio will step in. A couple of the Zerglings will be going down. The Bio is going to get after some more of the Overlords as well. So just finding a little extra, a little bit more value in the later stages of this one. Bane Ultra still all moving over, just going to have to get surrounding this planetary fortress. Nice little grab here. Some Bio and Ghost will step through, getting some shots off this bottom left base and some control. I mean, credit to Percival, at the very least, he's kept the pressure up in this game. He's not just kind of sat back and done nothing. He's kept the drops going, he's kept the pressure coming. He's going to kill another base here. He has basically nothing banked up, so he's very reliant on what he's currently mining, which means as he loses a base of his own, that is a bit more problematic, but he is keeping his freshest base in this game alive, of one in the forward position. We'll see how long for. We'll see if at some stage these units of Serral just push all the way through and obviously start hitting production. Would be pretty terrible for Percival. Don't get me wrong, like, he denied bases too. It's just a base for a base favors Serral so much more than it favors Percival right now. Resource loss-wise as well is not even that bad for Serral. We're talking about, what, 3.5k difference? 3.5 is so manageable. I can't do math though, because it's not 3.5. It's, well, it's 4k now. It might have been 3.5 and then something just died. It's not 4k though, it's 5k. Oh, no, numbers today, huh? Don't do numbers today, guys. Well, I've just learned, jeez. But yeah, it's not bad for Serral. TLDR, 4K at this stage of the game is absolutely phenomenal efficiency in the ZVT, quite frankly. Especially one where you've played, like, Ling Bane Ultra for a lot of it as well. I know you had the Roaches early too, but you had to find a way to trade those out somewhat efficient. Like, everything about Serral's army has not screamed efficiency, And yeah, he's had the Infestors from early on, but I wouldn't even say he's had that many, like, Mega Fungals that have been super, like, controversial in the game. So, yeah, kind of a weird one in that regard. Fungal comes down, Bio gonna get caught, the Ultra's gonna get turned back the other direction. And the base attempted defense here is, yeah, maybe gonna hang on for now, but it's already -9 SCVs again. Army supplies Percival is way up above Serral's, which maybe gives you some sort of hope if you can win one big fight, go across the map and hit Serral before reinforcements are able to truly kick in and convene back together. Maybe there could be something there as the bio pulls back down. We get rid of a few of these changelings. Long Ultra just regathering beneath them. Overseers. I'm just going to be seeing a couple of Zerglings. Going to come back across. +2 flyer attack, +2 flyer carapace, all continuing up as well. Seeing that continue to be brought in. Lings and Infestors still coming online. Medivacs rejoining. We just resettle ourselves for the moment. This is going to be obviously a bit of a scrap through the bottom side. First of all, let's see how well he can trade here first. Wouldn't mind, looks good. It's a pretty juicy connection, to be honest. It's a good shot off as the Parasite Bomb working on one of those Liberators. Just trying to get rid of some of this some of this kind of, you know, real kind of numbers that can really help hold this position out as well, more than anything. And the bio still stepping through. Bane Ultra going to come back the other way again. Ghosts are going to be over here in a second as well, also making their arrival known. Obviously get some good snipes off. Sniping Overseers, not bad. Some Overseers are not cheap. Losing a bunch of them is kind of expensive, and you kind of need them, otherwise the cloak on the Ghost is extremely good. And Serral is being denied from mining this forward base, and meanwhile Percival is starting to kind of take back some of the bases he's had issues with. The only thing I think is a concern maybe long-term is that Serral holds the top right. Now, he's not mining from that right now, but that is an issue, because Serral already has one base over you because he's holding the top central base. There's no, you know, alternate base to that for Percival to take. This map is going to favor the Zerg, who can kind of hold that base more easily, so it's +1 base for the Zerg right away. Obviously, that's usually fine for a town if they're just +1 base, because what often happens is if a Zerg steals the Terran base, you know, if what should have been 7 bases to 7 goes to 8 to 6, it's like a 2 base difference. On this map, if you mine your side of the map but you lose the top side, it's going to be 8 versus 7, so it's a much more manageable kind of resources loss difference trade that you need to take. So the fact that Serral has the upper right really is going to be the beginning of the problem there, in fact. You can see a little bit of bio coming through, a couple of Ghosts going to line up some snipes. Zombie coming down again, wouldn't mind going to hit onto a bunch of the Lings. Good Infestor hitting a fungal. The Banes are going to crash through, bunch more of those Ghosts taking damage, and the wouldn't mind shot going off, another Ling or two going down as well. Ghost pull back over again. Bio, Liberator, all joining up. +1 ship weapons coming through as well. Now the Broodlords are on the way, and like I say, this forces a significant change in composition from Percival. He's pretty poor, so he can't exactly afford much. I mean, going to Vikings, Thors, these things are just not really on the list of things you can be doing right now, realistically. So that's going to be very tough for you overall. As we just gather up. Get rid of those few Lings, just been pick off and protect that siege tank. Serral's still maxed out. Serral doesn't have a massive bank, mind you, so losing these broods would be pretty terrible for him. I just don't know if there's a way he loses the broods against the current Terran army. You got to do a lot of heavy lifting with the Ghosts, and you know, Ghosts, you know, they definitely hit the gym. They can lift heavily in a lot of these games of SC2, but I don't know if they can actually do what we need to here efficiently enough. I mean, it's a lot of Broodlords, realistically. We've got to get a lot of snipers out. We are going to try and get a couple off now. Viper coming forward, gets a hit of Parasitic Bomb. Bam, center on those Medivacs, just force a bit of a distraction, something else to have to deal with. More than anything else, having to deal with that is a problem. Because we're going to get in the healing shrine and take some free healing instead of draining his Medivacs completely. May as well, you're nearby, it's easy to do. Why not make the most of it? A few Broodlings dropping down. The Bane's going to come forward as well. Any spellcasters? Doesn't feel like it, no. And lack of spellcasters is one thing that you got to be a little wary of here, Serral. Without spellcasters, you can end up in some trouble for sure. So it's not a bad fight for Percival. Pushes his back. Equal army supplies. Again, he is so drained, especially on the gas count at the moment. It's so tough for him to stay in this game and to keep affording what he needs to afford. down once again, just having Percival still trying to hold out at the front. Fast is coming up, add another Broodlord on, the Viper's coming in as well. He's going to scan those Broods stepping forward. Liberator going to be able to hold its own for a few moments. That base top right I really think is the issue. Again, it means that Serral is mining out what? 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 bases to Percival's 5, or Percival's 6. A 3 base advantage is pretty crazy. Only 10k resource loss difference as well. You can see that Serral, since he built those Broods, already back to a 5k, 3k bank. And Percival's not even maxing out. Like, he's only got a bank because he needs to actually spend that money. So it's rough. And don't get me wrong, it's not easy for Serral to get rid of this army. I just don't see Percival finding a way against how much Serral has more than anything else, and the access to money that Serral has as well. Percival needs to make something happen in that top right base. He probably needed to do that a lot sooner, to be honest. He's just, again, not really known that it was going on, so hence, you know, what could he really do before now? Well, I guess know about it, be more aware of what's happening in that top right-hand corner. Fungal growth's coming down. The Viking's going to get hit pretty hard by those fungals. Viking's coming back through. A couple of ghosts still gather up. Yeah, I mean, the Marines get here, they clear out this base. Serral's just like, cool, I've already mined a good amount of this base, right? If I've already mined so much of this, then this is, you know, pretty reasonable for us all together. And Broodling's dropping down once again. A little bit more being found as the Broods are stepping forward. The Corrupt is going to hit the command center. The Vikings are going to try and fight back a little longer also. Let's get up to the top side. We'll take a moment. We're actually going to get some shots off. Just going to be seeing these lanes running through. Going to get a little wrap around on the Marines. The Medivacs come back across. A couple of command centers gather together. This Corrupt is going to get busy on the command center as well. So just going to get straight to this. Such a minute game to open up with. This started with the 2 racks, remember? And I thought Percival didn't want to play the late game against Serral. I mean, I didn't know that he didn't want to, but I didn't think he should. I still stand by that. I mean, for as well as Percival's played, I still don't even know if it's really close at all, you know? I actually think he's put up a really good fight. I just don't know if it's enough to even start considering whether Serral's going to be in trouble or not. Serral with a good army, a lot of bank. Don't get me wrong, we've seen Terran armies trade extremely efficiently in the past. It's not impossible, I guess, but this is also where Serral loves to be as well, to be fair. Another Fungal just going to whiff, not quite going to do too much there. But Infestor's coming about, the Broodlords in production, the Ling's on the way also. More Libs are going to get themselves sieging. Vikings and Libs gather up again. Let's get that +2 ship weapon coming over as well. Going to bring that into place at the moment as we drop a couple of EMPs down. Infestors gonna lose some energy. Nice little sneaky ghost getting around the sides there. Take some of the spellcasting away from Serral to try and give you the best possible fight. Obviously, you need pretty much the best possible fight that you can find right now. And Balin's crashing as well. Also gonna see some success. Just going to get rid of a couple creep teamers. The Vikings
Obviously, you have a big role to play. They need to avoid getting fungled if possible. You're going to see the fuelings running to that top right side. Percival at least needs to mine some of that base to make it a little bit more equal in the long term. We're pushing forward all the main action in this bottom side, but obviously the attempt to take this base in the top right is important too. You need to mine from it realistically as Percival. You need to minimize the difference in what's being mined in this game as best you can. You've only traded 8,000 resources better than Serral. Again, that is not a lot in a game of TVC. The matchup that is typically very Terran favored in terms of efficiency. Serral has traded beautifully throughout this game, and it's a big part of the problem. Losing these drones with Serral as well is not too big of a deal. He's not really mining with them anyway, so just frees up supply for a few more army units. He's now at 150 army supply at this point. And Percival's at 140, but again, he has no rebuild behind it. Serral can rebuild one army. And again, that's the power of this map being mined out now. You're only really having to focus on the bottom side. There's not really much harassment Percival can do to the top. So you can keep the Broodlord in a very centralized location, and you've got all the resources behind it to know what you can build once these Broodlords get traded out. You know roughly what your army can look like in the near future. So knowing that, it's a pretty huge boon. Go's going to get a few shots off those few Banes, taking damage as well. And it's going to be seeing a couple of Liberators setting up. Lings and the Queens all continue to come around. And Broodlords, the Corruptors, and the Infestors. Coming back. Four more Ghosts, plus 2 vehicle plating coming through. The additional Liberators coming about as well. Fungal catches a bunch of those Vikings. It's kind of a big deal. We don't really have money to repair it as Percival. We're very limited, so even a fungal, it's essentially energy for damage or energy for resources because you're gonna have to spend money repairing those Vikings or let them go into the final fight hurt. Either way, it's not great for Percival. It's a good fungal. What you want to see as Serral so far. Just going back along, a couple of fungals are going to be landing. Medivac's trying to retreat away, a couple of Liberators and the siege tanks. Will be firing back on that position as well for a moment or two. Oh, this is smart. Actually, having the healing shrine means he doesn't have to use resources to heal those Vikings. That works. I don't love the healing shrine sound. I wish it was a little bit... I feel like a couple of times, or 2 or 3 times when it starts, but I don't feel like it needs to keep going. It's nice fungal, catching a few bio units as we are going to see Serral again. He is making some effort with Ling Bane to this top right side, and he is absolutely seeing some success with it. And so he can deny this base and just stop Percival from fully being mined out, essentially. Ghost gonna hit the spores and take some damage. You're gonna see another bit of spellcast, and this time the Viper gets a parasitic bomb off. And it's like he's taking a lot of splash damage. That parasitic bomb taking a long time to truly be dealt with, so a little bit of a problem on that for a few moments. Everything's coming back through. The Broodlord setting up. And we have these Vikings back to the healing shrine again, trying to heal up as well, but Serral's now at 180 army supply. He's been trading out his workers for units pretty much the last little while. It's just going well and well and well for him in that regard. Just can't see how Percival wins a fight here, unfortunately. I want to. I want to believe, but I just don't see how he wins a late game fight. 40 minutes almost to start the day off. It does feel like the inevitability of a Serral win is going to come through in the end of it all. Orbital going to move over, and a few Broodlords are going to step across Corruptors, and the Queens continue to gather together.
6 additional Bane's going to build, plus 3 ship weapons coming online from Percival, some extra bits and bobs on either side, but again, Serral is up 70 army supply. This feels fairly unstoppable at the moment, quite frankly. I think it's going to start picking away at production. It doesn't really matter because realistically Percival doesn't need any of that right now or any longer. He's not going to get a chance to rebuild in this game, I don't think. Yeah, maybe in the top right mine's enough. Some production's useful, but I don't think he's going to lose everything anyway. I mean, for Serral, it's still just trying to find the right fight, trying to find the right moment to take an engagement, trying to make sure we have the right situation rather than just rushing into anything. No need for Serral to rush. He's got all day. And he's got this game in the bag unless he makes a silly mistake. So he is, like I said, under no pressure to kind of rush forward, force the fight, force the engage that, you know, will end this. He will just play it patiently, play it slowly. Just let this continue to simmer on through. Feeling good after that. React to the tech lab in trouble as well. Medevac will do some lifting. So the Lings and the Banes are going to step straight across. And Bane's going to try and chase through those ghosts. Coming through, the Bane's coming over. Lings up into the main base as well. Yeah, a couple of ducks off. Just gonna see both those liberators already beginning to go down. Yeah, Vikings getting hit by the Parasect Brum's pretty nasty. Those Vikings gather up. Liberators will be sieging, doing what we can as Percival, but again, it's hard to make this exciting, unfortunately, my friends. I wish I could, but I don't even think it's going to be that cool of a fight, realistically. Like, Percival's just been slowly dying, and Serral just marches in to wrap up the opening game of this day on the GSTL. The GSL Team League is back, of course. And Serral is going to take this one down for this opening map. BASILISK get to a 1-0 lead. Hello from me for the first time on camera today. Hello, hello. Let me just get a GSTL logo on this screen as well. Yeah, sorry for a little bit of a hiccup at the start, guys. Looking after Helen and stuff still, so it's just a little bit busy at points. But yeah, I hope everyone is doing well. Welcome. So right now, we are live on Soup. If you're watching this on Twitch or YouTube, this is a rebroadcast. We're only allowed to cast the GSTL live on Soup. So we're going to try this out today, basically. That's the TLDR. We're going to be trying this out where we are going to live cast on Soup, and then when we finish the live cast, we will go to a... Yeah, when we finish the live cast, we will go over to a rebroadcast over on Twitch and YouTube. So if you're watching this on Twitch and YouTube, I'm not live, so I can't interact with you guys, but I'm trying to still give you guys a live experience because you won't get this anywhere on Twitch or YouTube outside of this. Obviously, any results in the chat or anything will be spoilers, and you will get banned. This was the sort of stuff I was going to intro with at the start of the stream, and then we went right into 2 racks into like a freaking 40-minute game, so... Typical. So, yeah, hope you're all doing well. Thanks so much for joining us, whether you're watching live right now or watching this on the rebroadcast section. I appreciate you. And, yeah, excited to bring us into some more action. Just gonna try and close a couple things. I got a lot of tabs open. Yeah, so I should probably mention the matchups. Let me just double check if I have everything. I have that. Let me just put that in. I'm not going to use the team logos. Already have this. Yep. Cool. So yes, the matches for the day, I can actually share with you what the matches are. Again, I was going to do this at the start, but we just got into a game. Or at least I was going to, but now it's not letting me. Wikipedia has to have it on like a different page. Or does Wikipedia not have them? Okay. So yes, I think I did mention them at the start of the game actually, but it's going to be Trigger versus Solar up next, and then Raynor versus Clem If it is 3-0, this does end and we go into the all-kill section of the bracket. And then we have Reynor versus Solar, and after Reynor versus Solar, we are all hoping it's 2-2, so we can get into a Serral versus Clem matchup for Game 5. And again, after that, we go into all-kill mode. The first match for all-kill mode is already set as well, which is going to be Serral versus Solar, so that will be that. And then, if we get to it, if it goes 1-1, so if the Pro League best of 5 and the all-kill best of 5 go to different teams, there's then a best of 1 ace match. So that's how it works. As Solar and Trigger will join us here, and we'll get these guys ready to go into some more games. And keep this action rolling for you guys. Again, thanks for joining us. If you are watching on Twitch and YouTube, I'm going to try and run ads at the correct time, but I can't guarantee I'm going to be able to sit around the entire evening hitting the ad button at the correct time all the time. So I'm going to try and run ads at the right time. I presume ads are probably going to have ran in that previous game because it was super long at the start of the stream. But I will do my best to make sure the ads play between games, but sometimes you will just see ads during games. Best way to stop that, subscribe to the channel if you're watching on Twitch. Because, yeah, I mean, the other thing I do want to mention is obviously today is a bit of a trial run. We're going to see how this works out. And the reality is if this just doesn't get traction or if this doesn't see support, like, it's going to be rough because I can't imagine you guys want to sub and support and stuff while I'm not actually live. And I know no one's going to support on Soup. But, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's kind of a bit weird, you know? But my hope is that, like, hopefully it's at least somewhat viable so we can do this again in the future. Yeah, because if it's not viable and it's not worth the time, then it's not worth the time, you know? But we'll try our best. We'll see what happens. As I've got cam links to do. Oh, change this every time. All right. So yeah, we'll be Trigger versus Solar. The cams are working. Oh, I have. How do I mute the sound for these guys? One of their cams is making noise. No.
마이크 뮤트하라.
Alright, I think we're good. Guess I don't know. Oh, because this is my... Yeah, I can probably control when I go in game. That makes sense. Alright, all good. Alright, we're just waiting for them to... I mean, we're ready. We're just waiting for everyone else to be ready. And Trigger vs. Solar. Solar looks to bring it back a game and take us to 1-1, potentially. Perfect. Obviously, I can't read chats and stuff or anything, because I'm not live on Twitch and YouTube. It's a rebroadcast. If you're watching on Soup, you're very welcome to come and say hi and stuff, but there's not going to be a lot of chatting and stuff from me because there's nobody to read chat from, so... so yeah, that's a thing. That is a thing. As we get ready for another game here then, Solar and Trigger, ready to go, go, go. Trigger will have the 1-0 lead. Let's take this in game, actually. Okay, let's transition this. Perfect, and yeah, I can mute these from in here. Perfect. Alright, bringing us back to it then, guys. As we get in game, we're going to have ourselves... In the bottom left-hand side, the blue Zerg, who's looking to try and even the series out, it is going to be Solar, and boy, has he been on a run lately. And I know maybe a bit of a Zergy patch, but he's actually looked like the best of the Zergs outside of maybe Serral. I say the Zergs. When I say these things, I always talk about, like, you know, in terms of players we frequently watch and stuff. I know obviously Serral's playing in a couple of other tournaments and so on, but we see Solar the most, and we've seen Solar absolutely have a lot of success lately, so For me, he's absolutely top dog Zerg. As in the bottom right. Trigger. I actually don't see a lot of Trigger. He's not been playing the cups as much and so on. But fun to see him here in the GSTL. As GSTL is powered by the GSL Patreon, guys. If you want to support that and help future seasons of GSL happen, it is patreon.com/GSL. Without your support, GSL will not continue, is the memo that we got. So check it out. Support it. Like I say, it is part of how it all works. So, yeah. Cool. Alrighty. Got ourselves set up here. As a probe comes across, throws an assimilator down. Just going to get that put in position. Here initially, it's just going to get that started up. And it's going to have our hatchery, the drone, the spawning pool coming into place as well for the moment. Bring a lot of that into position. Nothing really too wild for the first few moments. Intriguing to see. I mean, all Protoss players are kind of fun to watch right now just because it's like, you know, we're in a very kind of weird state of the game for them where no one's really figured out a good way to play this PvZ matchup. So what does Trigger think is good? What is Trigger's approach in the PvZ? Is this going to look any different to how Hero or Classic and so on have been approaching this matchup? Or is this just going to be, like, it's a fun question to be like, does Trigger have something figured out here that maybe others do not? So yeah, we will see and figure that out as we go and continue through on the day. And, yeah, very excited to get into some Clem games. Clem Reno is already a great one as well. It's already a lot of fun. As you're just going to come boost. Sorry, I just realized I'm tabbed out because I've been trying to fix some soup stuff. But we are not really tabbed out, but that's why the frames are a little bit framey. Probe to the low ground. Stargate coming up. You're just going to see the couple probes and the Adept still building through as well. And link speed is on its way. And the drone, the couple lings will continue out also. Again, that Stargate building, the couple probes, the Adept, and the Warp Gate. All coming up as well here for a few moments. And that moves around. Trying to see a little bit of what's going on. Of course, the Adept still going to be the early game control. The Stargate going to help with that early game control as well. We had that phase where it was all about Void Rays. We'll see if that is still something of the phase. If you're not familiar with me, I told a bit about this yesterday. I was away all of last week. I didn't watch any StarCraft. So if there's been any major meta shifting in the last week, guys, I apologize. I've not been able to watch. Helen had surgery last week, so I've been dealing with that and looking after her and stuff. I've not been whacking on StarCraft streams to stay up to date. So if anything has shifted majorly in the last week, I'm probably not super up to date on it, and I know sometimes, especially right now, things can change pretty quickly. So if I say anything you're like, Wardy, no one's built a Void Ray for like 2 weeks or something, then it's probably just me being a bit out of date. So just preemptive apology in advance. Let's see, the few lings going to get turned around. You're coming across there to push the lings back away. And yeah, Twilight Council coming through, Gateway, Nexus, all continue to build over these next few moments. Evo Chamber, a couple more drones coming into place. So not really doing much. He took some damage early. Good job by Trigger to get 4 drones, was it, early? Always nice. Plus 2 adepts with 4 drones is very, very successful, so we're not going to be upset about the losses. At least I don't think we should be upset about the losses of the Adepts. Like I said, I think that should be good damage from Trigger. He should be pretty content with what he's achieved so far, as the Adept is going to hit back. A couple of Zerglings already get tossed back the other way. Not going to be allowed to continue through there for a few moments. Blink on its way up, the couple extra stalkers coming through, the additional gateways are coming down. His Oracle is just going to throw down a stasis ward and catch a drone already. He's just going to be able to grab that. Another stasis coming down, the Zergling gets caught right there. And another one, bam, 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 stasis machine gunning. We actually do land another stasis pretty darn successfully. And we're just going to have ourselves the Oracle backing away. Also, just mention one more thing as well, quickly, guys, that's just come to my mind, is that I'm actually casting from in-game. Now, we do have player cams on, but what's awkward for me is I can't really see the player cams because the player cams are not on my game screen, right? So, if someone does something funny on the player cam or looks really frustrated, like, it's actually kind of hard because they're, like, all the way over to the right-hand side of my second monitor. So, I don't... And they're not super big for me either because it's like a preview screen, you know? So, I will just say, obviously, the player cam is there, which is awesome, but I'm not going to get to react to them reacting to stuff, you know? So if someone desk slams or looks super I'm not going to pick up on these things. I might get used to kind of looking over when something interesting happens, but just to let you know that that's kind of the case as well. That I don't really see the webcams like you guys get to, so you guys make full use of them, and I'll do what I can. I am realizing they're a little bit out of sync, though. I wonder if I can just get those to line up a teeny tad bit better. I think that might be a little bit better. I'm going to have to keep rechecking on it. Alright, awesome. We do have a couple lings to get in. That Stalk in some trouble, and the probes will be in a little bit of trouble as well. It shouldn't be too deadly, but still an annoyance we have to stop and deal with here for a little bit. As the lings continue to control out and about on the map. They have that melee upgrade, so they're pretty feisty as well, especially against Blink Stalkers. Trigger is trying to just play a ground army. He's currently trying to head himself in towards Storm. The +1 attack upgrade coming through on the Forge as well. High Templars and the Immortal all producing through the Robo Facility. The cannons coming online as well. Throw a little bit of the creep down and still just tries to get set up across this base. Just trying to handle that for a few moments. As again, Bane speed, plus augments, +1 missiles continue to come about at the moment. Storm coming in. I think Snyder's just not going to step into it. I'm very happy just not fighting and letting this game develop. Bane speed's nearly done. Upgrades will continue to pour in for the Zerg. Well, Zealot's going to get about. Storm's coming around. Ling Bane coming through. A couple of those Banes. Just going to get hit. The Lings are going to run in. Just going to be seeing the cannon. He's actually going to be saved. Good defense from Trigger. Solar is here, though, with all of this pressure piling up right now on the front doorstep. Let's see how well Trigger can hold on. Let's see if he can keep himself alive in this situation here on Ultim Temple. It's one of those ones where, as well, this is obviously close spawns on the 4-player map. Feels like when you get to play Ling Bane Hydra, the swarm units are going to be even better here because you got even shorter rush distance for reinforcements and so. And Storm's not doing a lot. These Hydras just kind of sitting in as they continue to push down on this bottom side base. Banes are going to come rolling over, looking to try and hit this Nexus, trying to look to hit this location. The extra Stalkers and the Immortals gathering up as well. And we are going to see those Hydras trying to spread out and do a little extra. One more Storm coming down. The Hydras get turned away. As we are going to be seeing the Hydras still trying to get back through. The Storm really doing a good job of zoning out. Those Banes are about to finish. Just going to keep pushing in the front. There's not a lot of Storm energy right now, so not a lot of splash damage. And without splash, I feel like these Immortals are very exposed. The stasis is okay, it helps, but even that Storm doesn't do much. A couple of the Banes still survive to get through and just put further pressure and damage onto this army. A couple of Archons morphing in as we get the High Templar into their secondary mode of aid. Is that going to be enough is also a reasonable question right now, as these last few Hydras are just about holding on to get some of these final tech units. I mean, if these couple of Archons and Immortal maybe survived, maybe we could be talking a bit of a different story here, but Templar goes down the back. The Archon actually lives to morph in, but there's nothing supporting it. Trigger does not have what he needs, and he taps out the GG on this one. Solar is going to take the game and is going to take us through to a 1-on-1 position in this GSTL match between No GG and BASILISK. Here, you're watching on WardiTV. Again, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for joining us, whether it's on the live soup stream or if you're watching via the Twitch or YouTube rebroadcasts, or just a YouTube VOD as well. Appreciate you guys. We will be jumping, I guess, back to, Europe for Raynor and Clem. Lots of server hopping today, guys, so bear with us while we hop from one server to the next. Let me go to Europe. I'm trying to keep up to date with where we're meant to be. Keeping up to date with where we're meant to be. Raynor versus Clem. Again, this is the first series of the day. After this, we have a second team match, which is going to be the Shopify Rebellion playing against, I don't know how to say their name, HWS. It's the HWASEUNG team of Cure, Rogue, and SOS. I actually think it's a pretty fun matchup. Some of the games included in that: Rogue versus Scarlet, Cure versus Lambo, SOS versus Beyond, Cure versus Beyond, and a Rogue Lambo as well. So we're going to play the ZVZs. I actually think it's kind of a dangerous match for the HWS team. I actually like those matchups for the Rebellion. Looks pretty decent. As I'm presuming on EU. Am I crazy? Hang on, did I misread this? No, Raynor Clem. No, we're on EU. I just got here faster than anyone else. Cool. 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 How's everyone doing? Hello. Good to see you guys. Good to see you guys. It's so weird being between games without, like, anyone to talk to. It's like I don't have Twitch chat to talk to. I don't have YouTube chat to talk to. I'm looking so lost. I'm like, usually there's people to flame or like balance wine to criticize, or there's like, one person in YouTube chat talking about something that no one else is replying to, just talking to themselves. It's so weird being like on my own almost. It's kind of nice for the games because I don't get distracted, and like you can probably already tell that like I'm just so much more locked in on the games because there's no chatter going on that I'm reading. Like I can feel it. I feel like we're talking about the games way more than usual. But it's not so great between matches because it's a little bit more awkward just sitting here not really having anything to really say. Ay. Do. Alrighties. Yeah, I guess I wish I had something fun to say. I guess we could recap a little bit of what happened last week. Because we obviously weren't here last week, and I'm not going to catch up on it, I don't think. There's a lot of mirror matchups last week. But last week, T1 Onside did take a 2-0 in their opening match of the season. And No GG, the team we're watching right now play against Basilisk, also took their opening match of the season against the Rebellion. So it's kind of fun because here in week 2, we have Basilisk haven't played in week 1, but we have a 1-0 team playing Basilisk, and then we have the two current 0-1 teams playing each other in the match after this. So that's actually going to be really season-defining for them. The entire setup of the season is going to be this kind of build-up into... Well, basically, no team gets eliminated in group stages, but every placement you make puts you one step further forward in the final event, basically. So that's a pretty big deal. So yeah, that is a pretty big deal indeed. As we'll take a moment and get ready to send it into some more games, guys. I'll have to get the camera set up and stuff as well. Give me a moment to get those ready. I'm just going to rename my cameras, actually, because I renamed them the wrong thing initially. I should have renamed that one left instead of one, then I'll actually remember what it is. Maybe I should call it cam left, cam right. Probably makes the most sense, doesn't it? Reno just relogging for a moment, and we'll get ready to go into some more games here. As we're going to be hosting into Rainfall. Again, nice that it's 1-1, because that means we're guaranteed a 4th map. This is not like all maps played or anything like sometimes the team leagues are, and stuff like that. This is straight up just like, if it's 3-0, it's 3-0. And again, this is a Pro League format best of 5, and then there's an all-kill format best of 5 against the same 2 teams. So I know that's also a bit confusing. I probably should have had a graphic to help with that, but I've not been at my PC enough to help with this lately, so yeah, to set this up, so yeah. Alright. Get the player cams turned on. Looks like they're working. Beautiful. Love to see it. Countdown's on. I'm going to take this off into our next game. Let's dive into Reno versus Clem. And get this one ready to rumble. Beautiful. Alright, let's go, guys. Thank you for sticking with us as we have in the bottom right-hand side. Oh, hang on, I gotta actually press the button to change it. There we go. I'm not used to this whole thing. Alrighty, in the bottom right-hand side, we're going to start things off with the blue Terran player representing no GG in this event. It is going to be Clem, obviously usually of Team Liquid, but Team Liquid not fielding a roster for this event, which not too surprising. Skillers can't play through the week. He has work. And it's pretty much impossible to pre-play these things because you can't pre-play when it's all kill because you don't know what order players are going to lose in, right? So if it was just Pro League, maybe Skillers could have participated. But I imagine that's why Team Liquid can't play, because they only have Skillers, Cura, and Clem nowadays, which is, again, enough to field a roster if the league can support Skillers pre-playing some of his matches and stuff. That's what we're doing a lot of during the WardiTV Team League earlier this year. I forgot that we did that this year, actually. God, that was a miserable time, wasn't it? The admin for that one was just an absolute nightmare. So yeah, if the league supports it, then obviously that's a bit fine. And obviously they had Mana then as well. Unfortunately, Mana left the team since then. So yeah, Liquid not really able to set up a team of their own, which is why you have Clem and Cure representing different teams in this GSTL season. Reno in the top left, our Red Zerg from BASILISK, of course. And well, it's funny because I've been watching a lot of my own 24/7 stream. I don't watch a lot of StarCraft. I don't like watching a lot of live StarCraft because what usually happens is I like to try and cast replays if it's a good match, and watching it kind of spoils it, right? So, yeah, it's a little bit of a weird one. But I have a lot of my 24/7 stream on the side, keeping track of it. I've seen so many Reno Clem games because obviously it's been going through like 2020, 2021, all those years where Reno and Clem were playing like multiple times a freaking week. And they were always the best games of the week, so obviously they all got uploaded. It's all the all the matches out on YouTube are basically those. It's pretty crazy, so yeah. And SEV coming across the map for a few moments. Journeying across and checking to see what's up. Hatchery in position there for a few moments. Just going to see that coming around. And there's Reaper going across the map as well. Early game, nothing crazy, no proxy barracks. This is the opening I actually needed, in the first game, Percival. Thank you very much, to actually get a couple things set up and be ready to go. Ay. Unbelievable. As this Reaper gets back up to the top. Couple queens, couple lings, the ling speed all coming through. Just gonna have that factory coming about, the queen's coming in, the ling speed. coming through as well. We're going to keep fighting the few Lings, still taking some shots. The drone's taking some hits as well. Again, just going to be seeing our factory in the command center continue to come through the SCV in production. Everything's just pretty normal. We're going to go to Hellions. It seems like Terrans again. In fact, yeah, when I was last casting about a week or so ago, I was, it was still Terrans really playing a lot of non-Hellion build orders, but that seems to have disappeared again. People are seemingly big on the Hellions once more. So that was apparently just a phase that we've gotten through, and we've all grown up past our non-Hellion phase into playing Hellions again, which is kind of how TVZ has been for years upon years, so that shouldn't really come as too much of a surprise. As this Reaper pulls out over to the sides, just going to be seeing a few drones, the Ling speed continue to come up for a little bit. Merrick's is going to get over to the tech lab, off the tech lab, sorry, and the starport will get to the tech lab for some Banshee play. And Raynor is currently choosing to go into the triple hatchery, which is very normal as well. He's getting his continued queen production going. He's going to get a fourth queen on the way. But expect him to have at least another one on the way soon. It's going to be very big against the Banshees, of course. Anti-good. When your opponent's building air units, this Reaper just tries to get as much info as possible before it goes down. And the Hellions on the map are going to play pretty conservatively as well. I mean, Raynor, very well known for his speed and the ability to run by. And those Hellions are going to respect it. Clem not going to have them too aggressively placed on the map, just in case some Lings are going to slip out. And Raynor is going to find the open door, because that's one of Raynor's absolute biggest talents. Finding the open door of like a base and just getting in with Lings again and again and again, and just being super annoying, super frustrating, and everything else with that. So we're going to morph a layer in on the natural, bringing that through too. Get that in straight away. It's that layer coming straight online. We get that brought up. Get that on the way as the factory lifts off the tech lab. Just going to make some space. I say tech lab, it's a reactor. My add-on names are apparently all wrong today. Just talking about what the Terran buildings are doing in general is all going wrong for me today. As those Hellions pull back across, and we'll get into the back of this mineral line. A couple of Zerglings already getting roasted, getting toasted, and burning up to a crisp. And you got the cloak coming through. That stim pack continues to build as well. Continue to bring this online over these next few moments. There, drones, overlords, and the carapace upgrade coming on into position. The Banshee coming up as well. I'm just going to see the Marine or two hitting a few of those Zerglings at the front. Again, Lair will be finishing very shortly. And those depots will just get replaced here over the next few moments as well. Banshee coming back over. Queens are going to be nearby. And Hellion's going to hit nicely. Banshee going to put a bit more damage out. We go backwards and forwards here still. Just going to see those Hellions coming in again. A bunch of Zerglings taking damage. We're going to turn again onto a few more of these Lings. Wow, this is actually a very good trade for Clem. No, Raynor losing a good amount of Lings, and the Hellions staying very healthy. Haven't lost a Hellion yet, minus 25 Lings. The Banshee low HP, but still alive to maybe poke some creep spread or even just watch for a fourth base or so coming up and so on. These are things that Banshee typically does at this part of its life cycle. Unless it ends up going home and getting repaired. And I mean, two Banshees can reappear at some point and harass further too, so that's also a possibility. Yeah, he's just going to watch for the fourth base, and he is going to see it, he just isn't going to be in position to actually deny it. He moved away just maybe a moment too soon. But it's also risky sitting the Banshee low HP on the edge of creep. If a Queen shows up and you don't quite pay attention, bam, and it's just dead. It's obviously not ideal at all, right? So you typically would like to avoid that. One's going to run up. Hellion going to turn around, hitting a few more of these Zerglings already. And again, a few more of those Lings going down. Damage continue to be done. Hellions all getting cleaned up at the moment, all getting picked off right there. Still got the melee and carapace upgrades continue to produce. The attack upgrade coming in as well. Armor upgrade also coming online. Medivacs and Marines will keep building at the moment. I'm just going to start fighting this Overlord, already going to take some damage. The Queen's trying to step forward. Marines coming up as well. All of those Zerglings continue to come out. The Queen's going to get pushing back the other way. In a good position with the tank on the high ground. This is one of the better positions for it to be in. Those rocks not dead, but could drop them down if you wanted to kind of stop us around partway through as well. That actually makes it a little bit dangerous to maybe consider pushing into that position. These Marines all still just gathering and putting pressure on this base. Oh, but the fungal lands! And Clem wasn't quite ready for it, so he eats the fungal, and that's a lot of the Marines going down compared to what would have been the case. They'll have to drop to the high ground. Still getting good value, though, right? The tank's going to fire a lot. The Banshees are going to hit a fair few shots off as well. So a lot of damage done to that Ling count in the end. Really not too crazy. One on that combat shield. Continue to come about. Gonna see the Banshees have been backing away for a couple of moments, so just reposition themselves. Happy to kind of pull themselves out of trouble for these next few moments. A couple more Lings just being worked away at there and being forced to fall. Obviously, having the Infestors out helps you a lot here as Raynor. He is playing this style, which is just Ling Infestor, so it's actually very dangerous, but you've got to have a lot of Lings, because you're very mineral heavy. You do not have a lot of gas mining here, and you're playing a very low Infestor count. It also allows you to get very quick Ultras onto the field. So that's a lot of the idea of what we're kind of working with here from Raynor. Not a lot of people really play like this anymore. I feel like Raynor is one of the few guys who really like this style, and he is still one of the few guys who seems to be able to pull it off at the highest of levels somewhat consistently. And that's part of the reason why there's ability to find the run buys. It's a very good defense, though. I don't think this does anything. Double tank siege is already brutal. Tanks aren't always the best against Lings, but in a scenario like that where you're just so well set up, those initial shots on the Lings trying to come in initially is just such a big deal. As you are going to see the Banshees still alive, by the way, and again, that's such a typical Clem thing as well, that these Banshees are still here at 9 minutes 45 seconds, and he's still trying to find value with them. They're not just alive, camping out to the side, waiting for another base to come in that they might be able to sneakily shoot down. Like, they're alive, and he's still utilizing them and making value, you know, out of them. As I was going to say, is he going to drop on top of those Infestors? That would have been a wild move, maybe a bit too dangerous of a move. It was the right time for Raynor to go, because he knew there was a lot of units still at home, and he was kind of keeping them from pushing across, because he'd already showed up with the Lings on the other side to threaten the idea or the concept of, hey, look, I can, you know, do something there. I can, you know, I can counterattack you or surround you if you move out into a bad moment. So, yeah, Clem respecting that, taking a while to reinforce, and then Raynor trying to take advantage of what he's forced Clem to respect. Is this Ultra? They're in some trouble, I think. A bunch more Lings going down. 8 SCVs already falling. Fungal Growth coming down on a couple different sets of units. Medivacs will continue to try and do some heal, and the Ultra will continue to chomp through. Things will run in. Hellbats will be there. Continue to fight. Tank just going to turn around again. Going to hit a couple more units once more. Incredible siege. A couple Banshees. Keep firing again. The Ultra taking a bit more damage. Plus 3 Carapace coming up. The 2-2 upgrades coming online as well. Continue to bring that into position. And Fellow Pre-Igniter on the way. And again, 2-2 upgrades and everything coming online. Seeing this Liberator moving through. Banshees will shoot this hatchery down. Ling around by. We'll see how well Clem deals with this. He's been in pretty good position all of the time to deal with this. I mean, while we're losing SCVs, he's still there pretty quickly. Is it quickly enough? Clem's supply is definitely taking a turn in the wrong direction recently. Raynor is going to come blasting through. 172 supply is going to be good. He just overwhelms Clem in the end. And that is going to be Raynor getting a big win for Basilisk. They're going to go up to 2-1 in this opening Pro League best of 5. And Raynor, I believe, stays on to play against Solar in the next match as well. As I believe that's going to be coming up in a few moments. I believe we'll have to swap to NA for that. Let me just double check. I keep forgetting the schedule. Yes, Raynor versus Solar coming up next. And then we'll be, going into Serral Clem if Solar can win. So I think everyone right now needs to be a Solar fan so that we get Serral versus Clem. I think that's just the only way that you could possibly be cheering. And if you're not, I'm sorry, but you're crazy. I'm sorry, but you're crazy if you're not cheering in that right way. So that's how this is. We got to cheer for Solar right now. Full bias. Doesn't matter who wins after. Doesn't matter who wins after. I'm just going to take a moment. Get into this next map, get this hosted, get this ready to go. Get the cam set up, and we'll get back at it. All right. Waiting for everyone to join us here and get this set to resume. Again, thanks for being with us here on my first day covering GSTL. Again, I wasn't here this time last week. I had some stuff to do IRL. I didn't cast all last week apart from the Monday Cup, so like I say, I wasn't able to try this out last week, but we are here this week, which is very exciting. Very exciting indeed. All right, hosting up. Get this ready to go in a second. We don't have to change Reno's cam, just need to change Solo's cam. Just asking a couple questions about the cam links, just try and streamline the process. Because if the player cam link doesn't change, then I don't have to ask every time, basically. I didn't realize that was the case necessarily, so. Cool. Alrighty, guys, again, hello and welcome to GSTL. If you're just tuning in, if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, this is a rebroadcast, but I know it's a rebroadcast, or it's going to be rebroadcast, so it's kind of weird, so I can like preemptively say hi to you all. Hashtag like and subscribe on the YouTube, and honestly, if you're on Twitch, do consider priming. I know it's not lucrative to want to support when we're not doing like a proper live stream, but the reality is, if you guys want to see this content, I need to see it doing well. And that doesn't necessarily mean you guys have to cough up cash either. Like, spread the word, watch. Just honestly, just watching or being active in chat and stuff like this, like, will help as well. I just need to see that this is somewhat successful to continue doing the live stream on Soup and then the rebroadcast over on the Twitch and YouTube. Otherwise, it may not be a thing. So, like I say, it's a learning process on both sides. As I believe we are ready. Top into Reno versus Solar. As we have in the top left-hand side, the Blue Zerg, who is going to have to fight for his team's life in this first best of 5. It is Solar from No GG. If he wins this, we get a Serral Clem game at 5. Here's the Blue Zerg in the top left corner of the map, and he is battling the Red Zerg in the bottom right. Just took a map off Clem. To put them into the lead, it is Raynor looking to close this out for Basilisk and put it to 1-0 in the overall best of 3 that these two teams will play across Pro League, All Kill, and Ace Match format. What's up, Rextor? How you doing? Hello, Lambo. Can I link this stream to TL.net under the GSTLS
the GSTL section for this experiment. I mean, I can't link it to... Well, I could link the... We're not... I don't think we're allowed to put stuff on... Well, what... I can't talk anymore, apparently. It depends how, because, like, I can't put it live now on TL, but, like, I don't think I'm allowed to put the Twitch rebroadcast live later, because I think if I don't think they like you putting rebroadcasts on TL calendar. I mean, I could, but I don't know if I get in trouble. I definitely can't link it now, because I don't have a Soup TL account version or something. And it takes a while to set up, I think. I mean, honestly, like, the Soup viewership doesn't matter to me at all. I can't monetize on Soup in the slightest, so Soup monetization really doesn't matter to me. So it doesn't really... Yeah, it's just non-existent. If I have 1,000 viewers on Soup, that's great, but it actually doesn't mean anything, I don't think. So, yeah. Sadly, it truly is about the money. Gosh darn, casters only in it for the money. Well, Solo's only in it for the early pool. He is going to get a hatch down behind it. We've seen very aggressive ZVZ out of career lately. A couple extractors coming down. I'm just wondering how many I get. I'll try and set up for next week. I've been unorganized this week. Because I don't think it's difficult. I just, it's just a process. I can ask Wax to maybe streamline it for me. Anyways, drone's going to pull. So Reno going to try and defend this quickly. A couple lings are going to come across. I felt like those lings got surrounded pretty quickly. They're taking a lot of damage. Now the lings show up. There's going to be a defense. Obviously, this is pretty good for Reno because of his build being that pool earlier than the hatchery. So he's going to have the lings a lot sooner. Still choosing to pull the drones, so you lose a couple. But essentially, from Reno's point of view, right, this is typically pretty decent because you're going to be basically doing the same as what Solar is, just with more drones. So you're going to have a better economy doing the same thing, and Solar's the one that has to find damage. And he does get 4 drones out of it and some lost mining time. I mean, disadvantage right now for Solar isn't really one. I guess Reno's a little bit sooner to the next round of Zerglings, it seems, and that seems to be kind of the biggest deal at the moment, so... Yeah, I think that's the biggest factor at this point. That's going to be seeing our drones and the Queen coming up as well. As do have the... a couple of drones, the Extract and the Queen all building by. And get our drones coming up on the other side as well. And the Lings is going to go back the other way. That's Queen going to hit the Overlord. A bit more damage being done once again. Lings is going to step over, just going to be going through the watchtower for a couple of moments. We do have... I mean, the game feels like it's stabilized, but Reno in a slight advantage, no? Like, he's just a few drones ahead. He's like a drone cycle ahead, basically, right now. So, Reno comes out with the lead, which is kind of how the build order should work as well. Maybe took a couple too many drone losses just initially, right? Like, losing 4 in this scenario maybe could have been a couple less, then it would have been more significant of a lead. But it is a lead. And obviously in a mirror match especially, it might not seem like a big deal. Like, a few drones, quicker, a little bit sooner. But actually that is where, mirror matches get decided a lot of the time. They are the most volatile of matchups. Little advantages, little differences actually really do add up and make a pretty big difference in the end. Queen going to fight. A couple Lings will continue to take some damage. It's going to be seeing the Queen and the Lings gather up onto the high ground. The Carapace upgrade coming through as well. Still got that Zergling speed building. So Lings coming through, Ling speed all coming up on... It was kind of on both sides. Reno made a bunch of Lings first. Now it's going to be Solar who's making those Lings. They're both building into a Carapace upgrade as well as the next step of the ZVZ. And it's going to be a good amount of Lings on either side. Reno's like 1 drone ahead while doing this. He's going to be a few Lings ahead initially as well. And that's just going to be where we sit at the moment. Queen's actually getting an Overlord of Solar. It's pretty nice too. Solar going to end up supply blocked off of that. 56 over 56. Pretty nasty supply block because the Overlords are still building. Considering when I talked about it, the Overlords were less than halfway done. So, pretty nasty supply block for Solar. He gets out of it now, but it's one of those things where, again, in a mirror matchup, those little mechanical things... I mean, this isn't obviously necessarily a mechanical mistake. It's, losing the Overlord kind of mistake. But it does add up if you're forced into a macro. Even if it's a forced macro, it's still a macro error, right, being supply blocked. Sure, whatever. Doesn't matter how we call it. At the end of the day, it's still going to be impactful. And the Lings go back around. And the Carapace coming up on both sides. Ling's gonna get a little wrap over on the left. This could be a good jump onto this hatchery. As Reynor does surround it for a moment. So those Lings are gonna show back up. Neither player has the upgrade yet. Reynor will be a little bit ahead on the upgrade. Maybe you can fight at some point in that. Could be interesting. Roaches and the Queens gathering up. I mean, Reynolds' supply just continues to look good, and he's getting roaches out now as well. As Solo's going into all of the things which are going to make his game future-proof. He's going to get a catch on some of these roaches right now, which it's not a terrible catch. No open space. I mean, they're clumped together at least. It's just not enough from Solo. He doesn't have enough firepower to truly get through it. He's building roach speed. He's built the lair. He's building missile upgrades. He needs to cancel at least the missiles and the roach speed probably to get as many roaches out as possible. He needs a defense. He's down nearly 20 army supply. If he defends, he still has the faster lair. Obviously, if you defend and keep those upgrades, even better, but the reality is that if you're already behind, defending while keeping these upgrades going is extremely unlikely to happen. So that's why we talk about canceling these upgrades, get the money back, especially if it's a lava thing. He actually doesn't have any spare lava right now, though, so... Then again, he's spending some lava on Lings, which you could argue is... I mean, Lings are still fairly useful. Reynolds not actually... I mean, Reynolds kind of doing this well, because now Reynolds is going to drone, which is going to bring him up to more drones. He's not actually in the end going to attack, but that means he is going to be very behind on the lair, so in the end, Reynolds doesn't commit. And so Reynolds is a bit scared of what Solo's doing, but that means that Solo's going to pull himself into a better place, because he's now going to get the upgrades in his favor, and that's actually going to be a significant difference as well, as Reynolds' lair is so much later in comparison here. The Lings continue to run through, running at each other. That +1 missile upgrade starts on the side of Reynor. Solo is now finished. There's no way Solo doesn't find a time, because now as well, Reynor is the one droning. He's just droned to 52, so now Solo has just been spamming units. That said, he doesn't have that much army supply to show for it, but he will have roach speed to move quickly, and he will have +1 missiles to hit hard. So Reynor gonna have to pull off a defense without those upgrades. Not impossible. One of the things that always made and set kind of Reynor and Serral apart with some of their miraculous ZVZ holds over the over the ages. And maybe this is going to be one of those scenarios again now. There's still Lings kind of battling up on the top side as well. Yeah, Solo's going to full send this. Now it's almost like, does Reynor want to cancel these upgrades? Maybe you play defensively, just roach speed cancel to get a few more units out would be reasonable. Canceling missiles feels bad because then you're undoing what you're catching up on. Like, roach speed, you need it to kind of move out, but if you play defensively, you can get away without it a little bit. It's still not great for getting the concaves and stuff, but it just depends how much he feels he needs it. He's a little bit behind on army supply. It's not too bad. It's that missile upgrade that I'm worried about. Solo does have more Ravages, which doesn't mean he's got a few less roaches in the front too. This is where the Lings are also going to be very important, actually getting these Lings involved. Ooh, hits the Overlord, and that's going to be a supply block. Solo's going to dive in. He likes the fight enough to eat a corrosive bile during it. Those biles are going to force Reynor heavily back as well. Roach is missing at least a little bit of an attack cycle there. And now the rest of the Roaches continue to fight. Solo, is he going to have enough? Reynor for now is feeling as though he's starting to hold on. Obviously, reinforcements will be closer for Reynor. Army supplies are still very, very similar. And Reynor is not far off of those upgrades. If he survives the next few moments, this is looking good. As Solo, especially as he's running out of roaches, he's going to start losing those Ravages. They're expensive units, and they are important units, and losing those is going to be a big loss as well. Reynor, I'm talking about canceling upgrades and getting as many units as possible. He just didn't need to. It's the right call from Reynor, and he makes this game work. What looked like him being the aggressor turned into him not. And we turn it all around. Reynor was absolutely fine at the end of it. GG's. It is going to be a 3-1 for BASILISK in the opening best of 5. And again, just to re-explain this, because it's a little complicated if you're not familiar with the format, that means that BASILISK now go up 1-0 in this series. And they will now play an all-kill best of 5, and this all-kill best of 5 will then decide the second point. Either BASILISK win 2-0, or no GG bring it back to being 1-1. If it goes to 1-1, we play like the ultimate ace match, which I believe is just a best of 1 ace game. Which we didn't have last week at all. So, but yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just a best of 1 to break the tie. So that is how this works here in the GSTL. So it's our first best of 5 done. We essentially get 4 best of 5s on the day. So kind of nice format, actually. I kind of like it. It's a good way to kind of make it like each match be significant enough for each team, you know, to like just play 1 match in a day. You're actually kind of playing 2 matches. I almost wish they did like a point system. I don't know how much it would change, but like, say you lose, because it feels bad if, say, you win the Pro League and then you lose the all kill, but then you like the one ace match decides the whole thing. I wonder if it would have been cool to be like, if you win the best of 5, you get like a point. I mean, I guess that's just map score difference. Maybe like winning the series is 3 points, but if you get if you take one of the best of 5s, you get a point or something. I don't know if that really makes any difference, though. I'm just spitballing. And it's always fun to do. It's always fun to figure these things out. So it's always fun to think about from a tournament organizer perspective in these kind of scenarios, you know. So, you know, think about how these things could work and stuff. So yes, we are at the all kill section, guys. What are the rules for revives? Let me try to figure this out. Winners League. Maru, Hero, Shannon, 1. SSQ, Rogue. So, oh, because you only get 3. You only need 3 players for the all kill section, of course. So it doesn't. There's no revives, I presume, in all kill. Cool. So yes, it's just 3 players that you need. In my brain was like, well, they needed like they had multiple players set multiple times in the Pro League. That's not necessarily needed here this time, because all kill you only need 3 players for to play a best of 5. Because once you lose 3 times, you're good, and obviously your winner stays on. So all kill section coming up between BASILISK and No GG. We know the opening game will be Serral versus Solar, so we'll be heading into that in a few moments. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty angry at Solar. He denied us Serral versus Clem. I'm just saying, so I mean, maybe angry at round 2, bro. Maybe, you know, do it for the fans. Give us the Serral Clem game, you know? Ay. Unbelievable. These guys got to pick it up when there's important matches on the line. This is the worst part about this. Has always been my pet peeve with Pro League, Team League, is that if the match is like, when you know that it's like a cool match, but it fully relies on the matchup going long enough. It's like, if you don't get the extra game, you don't get the cool match, but you know it was going to guarantee happen as well. It's like, nah. Alright, so Serral versus Solar. Hey, maybe if Serral beats Solar, then we get Clem Serral anyway in the all-kill section. But then it could have been the second time, you know? It could have been for the second time, so. Alrighty. We're in the lobby, guys, so it shouldn't be long for us to kick this off in a few moments. Alright, yeah, I mean, the players are ready. I'm not sure how long they need. I don't know if there's like a specific break between best of 5s or something. Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. Try and get it sorted out. 3, 2, 1, counting down. I'm gonna kick this off. Alright, second best of 5 of the day. All kill mode activated. So best of 1s, winner stays on. I guess I should explain this in-game in case I make this a YouTube VOD. In fact, we will do that, so let's turn this off, press this button. Welcome to the second best of 5 between these two teams. I will try and work on a bit of a better... we should have a graphic, I guess, to explain it a little bit better or so. But basically, this is a second best of 5. This is now all kill between the same two teams that we just watched. So in the bottom left, representing No GG, we have Solo, the first player out from No GG. And in the top right, we have Serral, the first player out from BASILISK. So this is a second best of 5. Winner stays on, and the first of 3 points wins. Now, BASILISK won the first best of 5, so they are essentially 1-0 in the best of 3 that the teams are playing overall. Think of it as a best of 3, where the first 2 points of the best of 3 are the best of 5s from Pro League and all-kill format. And then the third point in the best of 3 is determined by an ace match best of 1. So this is for the second point. So if BASILISK and Serral win this best of 5 now, then they will go up to 2-0 and they will win the overall series in the team league. And if they lose this, it goes to 1-1. We go to the ace match game. So that is where we stand. Beautiful. All right, I'll just double check in a couple of things. All looking good, but I think we are looking fine. Just wanted to double check. My setup's a bit different because I'm only streaming to Soup, so it's like I usually use like my Twitch screen to like double check the stream looks okay and stuff, but like the Soup window doesn't align in the same way. So I'm just like tapping out, trying to double check and make sure that like things look like they should basically. So yeah. Been a pretty cool series because obviously we had that Serral Percival game opening up with. That was pretty solid. I think Reyno Clem was pretty fun too, although would have liked it to be maybe a bit longer. But it was nice to see an active Reyno Clem game rather than a Reyno Clem game that comes down to camping, because I'm not going to lie, I'm a little bit bored of the TVZ camping in this meta. Honestly, I don't love it. I think TVZ camping is one of those things where it's fine in good doses, but when the majority of games turn out to camping, then it's, yeah, not quite as fun. Overlord checks through, trying to see what else is going on. We're just going to have ourselves the couple queens in that ling speed building up for a few moments, so we bring that into place. Yeah, that will set. Yeah, a couple queens coming up on either side. Those drones will continue through and get things ready for a few moments. Just taking it easy, getting set up nicely. Hatchery is going to come down, third hatch on both sides of the map, so just going to bring that into place already. And a couple lings are going to nibble at each other, so a bit of damage being done, bit of work being found. A couple lings will go back and forth. Lings be coming up on both sides. Again, the hatchery, the baneling nest continue to come through over the next few moments. And nest will be coming online as well. Again, just going to get that hatchery into place. Bring that about. And take a few moments of, again, a bit of everything getting settled. And getting set up. Peaceful ZVZ compared to a lot of the ZVZ we've been seeing lately. Obviously, these two played a best of 9 finals against each other in Pigs event the other day. Again, I have not caught up on StarCraft lately, so I do not know what that really, involved. I would presume quite a bit of aggression from Solar throughout the course of the series overall. I know Solar put up a good fight, so I mean, you put a best of 1 out here. It's actually a very good best of 1, I think, for no GG. To get a Solar into Serral straight away, very good, because I would imagine, in terms of best of 1s, you've definitely got chances to take down Serral, and Clem's a very good chance to take down Serral. Solar's absolutely a great chance to take down Serral in the best of 1 as well. So getting to put Solar out against Serral without having to risk him against, somebody else before he gets that shot, giving yourself as many chances against Serral as possible, generally feels like a good thing in this format. So I like the lineup for the no GG guys. We are going to see the Roaches on the way, and while Solar goes into the last, Serral goes into the Roach Bane all-in. That will hit very shortly. He's already morphing the Banes. We see it as Solar. He sees the Banelings morphing out the front, so he knows that aggression is coming. This will help him to decide how he approaches this. The lair is done, so that pot's already dealt with here as the Lings do back away, trying to avoid that Baneling, which obviously threatens to be rather dangerous at that initial moment. Roach is starting to arrive. The Roaches from Solar building up. Army supply is the same. That's not a good sign. If you're the aggressor, if you're the all-inner and your army supply is the same as the other guy, it's not generally looking good for you here. Let's see if Serral can find some magic as he comes over with these Roaches. One extra Bane available still from Solar. I mean, to be fair, we've dealt with most of the Bear Lings and so on. But actually, there's a lot more Lings reinforcing, so that's why it's really nice to keep that Bane alive to help deal with the Ling reinforcements. Because you want to try and keep these Lings back and away so that your Roaches don't just kind of get their shots tanked by those Lings all the time. And it's looking very good for Solar. This defense is absolutely spot on. He invested into a lair but nothing else, so he wasn't super far behind in terms of money spent teching. Serral will now throw down the missile upgrade, but I love the Spire from Solar. You know you're safe, and the Spire is the sort of thing that Serral is not going to be able to deal with very easily. Because Serral's position in this game now is playing from behind. And he's not on a lair, so teching into anything that's good against Infestors, against Smutilus, sorry, is going to take a long time, such as Infestors, such as Hydras. Right now, the only defense he can have is Queen Spore, but if you overmass Queen Spore, it's going to further delay you. I don't hate Solar going Roach Speed behind this. You don't need to necessarily mass mutas in this game. You know, 5 to 10 mutas, somewhere in that region, can do a lot of work for you and force a big overreaction. If you then just follow up with Roaches, you could be very strong. You might be behind on the missile upgrade, but you're going to be very good on just the Roach count in general with your strong economy. That the mutas will help you to develop as well. So, yeah, there's a lot to think on there. And Serral will start up his own lair now. And like I said, we'll have to get some defenses ready. We're building the spines because Solar's a little bit unsure. Obviously, you're building into the Mutalisk, so you're a little bit scared just in case you die in the next few moments. If he realizes nothing's coming, that would be ideal, because then you could stop yourself from building those spines, and that's a bit of money saved, which you maybe don't need to. Spend. Helps if I actually finish my sentence. Speed coming about, the meters and the melee upgrade continue to come up as well. Still got that missile upgrade coming through also for now. As do you see the Ling's going to come across, going to get after a couple of those drones. Just trying to see what we can find. A couple of shots coming out, defense is good. I mean, a couple drones going down, Solar still ahead by about 4 workers. These Lings are actually all over the place, which is annoying for Solar to have to deal with, considering he was actually in a pretty comfortable position. More of those Lings just going down already. I mean, we deal with this. Solar and Serral, equal economies. It really is just the fact that you've got mutas to help you out here as Solar, and he's gotten into those mutas safely. You can obviously pick off the overlords around the map. That's something you're going to have to invest into as Serral replenishing those overlords and making sure you stay out of supply block. And then obviously, like I say, you have to make sure you've got a defense against these mutas available as well. It is only 5 meters, and we're just going to go Roach Ravager behind it, but what's kind of awkward is that, yeah, because Serral did go into the missile upgrade so quickly after all of this, Solar's going to be like a full upgrade behind for major portions of this game, so actually fighting with that Roach number is going to be difficult, and it's going to really rely on the numbers more so than the upgrade for quite a bit of time. He's going to try and harass. They get a few drones, and they're going to find these corners. And this is the thing. Serral didn't over-defend. He didn't build, like, ridiculous amounts of spores and so on. So 5 meters are still going to be able to find corners and find a bit of harassment. And that's what you're looking for here, realistically, as the aggressor right now in Solar. He's setting up a lot of Roaches behind this, and I presume that he's going to want his +1 to kick in. When his +1 kicks in, he could fire on even upgrades and actually have a good timing window here. He's up a lot of army supply. It's scary because his +1 isn't done. He's already maxed. So it feels like right now, if you wait, you are going to give Serral the chance to catch up on supply. But what do you prefer, him catching up on supply a bit or engaging without that upgrade? I mean, it feels silly to engage without it being equal upgrades. So I think you let Serral catch up on supply a little bit. He's going to start moving forward. Maybe it's fine to start positioning, because obviously this position doesn't come immediately. You usually have to Ravager battle your way into position a lot of the time. Serral has a lot coming up behind this, by the way. Tolling Claws, Pneumatized Carapace, Burrow. Like, all of these things are going to make the Roach phase of this game better for him if he survives. And the reality is he's on his way to surviving, because Solar can't really find the angle to attack into this. And so Serral is putting himself into a very solid position at the moment. Roach Ravager continue to come through, just going to move back over to this side. The Queen's still coming up, having the Hydra Den building, the additional roaches on the way out, the tunneling claws are still producing as well. We're just going to show up to the right side, a few of those roaches already being caught, being taken out. I mean, now you're down the upgrade again as Solar. He's going to go back into mutas. I don't hate it, because Serral doesn't really respect the mutas in terms of his main army. That's what the Hydra Den's for, right? To respect the fact that actually maybe he could go back into mutas, so it's a good preemptive read from Serral, recognizing what Solar may be able to do, or what he might have to do from here as well. Because, yeah, the roaches just ain't going to work for him. And he's going to be heavily behind on upgrades if you do nothing at all, so... A few more spines coming up, still recognizing that, again, he might be in a bit of trouble, so he just wants to survive and try and make the mutas... Give the mutas a good chance to be active and opportunity. Everyone's still gathering. Just gonna see the mutas gonna fire. A couple of these overlords beginning to go down. Carapace groove spines continue to come up. Mutas will continue to dive in. A couple of creep jimmers in a little bit of trouble. Corrosive Vials will drop into place. Just gonna see those mutas trying to come back through. A couple more Corrosive Vials coming out. He's gonna get into the hatchery, and looks like we're going to get a cancel here, so the map control is going to be a big boon for Solar right now. Serral has to counterattack with a bunch of the Roach Ravager at the moment. And we'll begin to get that going onto the other side of the map. Just going to see those Roaches continue to chase across. And a couple of mutas are going to be here. Those Roaches are going to burrow up already. Mutas just gather again. The Overseer will be right there. Look at Dan Hive coming through. Muscular Augment still very much so being added on into place as well. Everything, I mean, basically as Serral, you're basically saying, okay, well, I can't move out with the mutas, so I'm just going to get lurkers available, make my army as strong as possible, because also with the mutas, if I'm playing defensively, he can't really attack into me to kind of punish me for teching up to those lurkers, right? As these roaches kind of expose themselves a little bit, but roaches get across the map, and that's an issue that Solar is not really set to deal with at all just yet. There's Spinecrawler down, still getting those lurkers a little bit more back on track. Continue to bring that through for a few moments. Or just gather, just going to see the Overseers joining up. Fastest in the +3 missile attack continue to build up as well. Again, that Fly Carapace continue to come about. BASILISK. But everything else, I mean, there's still a lot of mutas in the sky here. I was gonna say, we actually think they're diving through. I don't even hate it that much outside of the Infestors. Like, getting fungled in place and not being able to reposition backwards is going to feel terrible. Trying to posture using the Roach Ravager baits that first fungal very nicely. Now does eat a fungal. You can see the Hydras are running away. One more fungal comes down. We do have, I believe, one more left on that top Infestor. Didn't drop it, so maybe it was just shy of the energy needed. Can they re-engage through? And a few of the Hydras start going down. Serral is focusing a big time on the counterattack with those burrowed roaches. But those mutas are able to put some serious work in already. All of those roaches staying burrowed up, continue to move forward here. Again, roaches is going to split between mineral lines for a few seconds. The Hydras continue to come about, +3 missiles, still about halfway done. A couple of spores, a few drones all coming through. The Spinecrawler is still going to poke away there. Try and get a little extra found. And again, these burrowed roaches have been an absolute nightmare for Solar. Serral has been able to utilize them so well this far. He's been able to get a lot of work done with them as the spawn now hit and the muta's taking some big shots as well. Is it enough? As the muta count is pretty beaten up. There's a lot of red HP bar mutalisks that are obviously very close to just dropping to the floor and dying if they ain't careful of what they're jumping into each and every time. And the roaches just keep putting work in as well. Serral continues to pick his way through those mineral lines. And Serral's army supply right now is massive, and Solar doesn't have the economy to rebuild out of it. We are honestly like a fungal away from this game just being done, because Solar's doubling down on more mutas at this stage. He's not improving his own army count. He is fully reliant on beating Serral through the composition. And don't get me wrong, he's picking off a lot of the Hydras.
And there's only a couple infestors, so I guess for now he is kind of beating him on the composition in terms of, Serral cannot move out. I just don't think that's long-term sustainable here for Solar. And as again, these roaches just being annoying. He keeps taking damage, so it's not like he's close to stabilizing, because it's taken him a long time to actually get close to stabilizing here as well. And that's just going to continue to be an issue, especially if we lose a hatchery to these roaches as well. The defense against these burrowed roaches has just been terrible. I mean, realistically, right, this has made the difference in the game at the end. This has been the thing that has broken Solar down throughout the entirety of this at the end of the day. He's going to run over, going to eat a big fungal already. And Solar is just going to say, GG, Serral is going to take the victory and set off to a 1-0 start. And that's going to be a little rough here on the side of the No GG team. They're down in the best of five now in the all-kill section, down in the overall best of 3 that they're playing. They could have done with a little bit of momentum. Solar taking out Serral early would have been pretty massive. Pretty massive. As it didn't read the rules, every player is meant to stream their POV on Soup. Whew. Yeah. It's kind of annoying for you guys, no? Having to stream like when you play like one map and then it's not like a great format for it's not a great format for like having to stream your games. It's like you play a map, you wait like an hour and a half, you play another map. Kind of a wild game. I don't know. I mean, obviously, it didn't work out for Solar, but I felt like he had a lot of the game in his court, the ball in his court for a lot of this game, and he just didn't really manage to do much about it. We're going to Europe, which can only mean Clem is going to be the next pick, which just kind of makes sense. Why throw somebody else into Serral? You know, like, I think it's much better to hope Clem takes a win here, and if not, then maybe it's GG's anyway. But I don't hate this choice. It is going to be Serral versus Clem up next, guys, in a few moments. You also need to stream a view from the back of you to make sure you're not cheating. Oh my god. That's it's a new level of intensity. You guys even have to do that for like ESL back in the day. I feel like there's been a thing in the past, so I can't remember what for. Feels like a very and it's not OTT if you're playing like World Championship qualifying matches or something maybe, but like we're playing a 10k GSTL, man. I think with a lot of players that have been playing it, you know, the pro scene's so small now. I think we'd get away with it, you know. I think we'd get away with it. ESL used to be with delay. That's true. This is the no delay era. I didn't even think about it from the point of view of like stream cheating, I guess. I was thinking about it from, but I guess that does make sense. Yeah, you guys having to jump through hoops so we can stream with no delay. Suddenly it's like the one tournament where it's like stream with delay would make no difference for me for once. Obviously they have Korean streamers and stuff which are going to appreciate the no delay as well though, so... I was actually thinking about it recently. I can't remember why, but I was thinking about it recently. I was like, man, if someone told me I had to stream something at delay right now, I'm not even sure how we would... I don't know how to turn that on anymore. Like, I'm pretty sure it's just an OBS setting, but like, it's been so long since I streamed with delay, which is so crazy as well, because like, we streamed everything with delay, you know, like everything was stream delay back in the day. Like not like streaming without delay was the weird one, you know, like we streamed everything with delay.
I remember it's such a big issue because I had to stream sponsors with delay because, like, finishing the StarCraft and turn the stream off to turn it back on with no delay for the sponsor would not be worth the viewership drop. So it was just like, you just do the sponsor with, like, sometimes, like, 3-minute delay. It's just like, it's horrific. Like, you can't stream like that, really. It only worked because you were casting, you know. Yeah, those always really sucked. There was just no way around it back then. Yeah, 3 minutes of delay was brutal. It's actually crazy what the 3 minutes versus 2 minutes versus even just like 90 seconds of delay felt like. There's like a clear cutoff point in your head. Oh, I didn't get the cams. Ugh. Well, I guess I have Serral's cam, but I don't have Clem's cam. I guess they can't post it to you. Oh well, yeah, yeah, just crazy how things change. All right, guys, we'll have the Serral cam, but no Clem cam because I forgot to ask for the link. I'm new to this, so you have to forgive me as we get ourselves up and rolling into game number 2 of this all-kill best of 5. We're going to go into Blackrock, because in the bottom left corner, the blue Terran player is going to be from Team Liquid. It is Clem, who will be camless. You guys can watch the GOAT's cam. Serral in the top right from BASILISK. Of course, Clem playing for no GG here in this GSTL season. This is match day 2. They are 1-0 in the league so far. This is BASILISK's first match day. They didn't have to play in week 1. Every week there's 5 teams, so each week or each play day there is one team that is essentially on bye, and they do not play on that given day. As the Overlord just slowly checks down across the map, try to see what's going on. Catching a few drones coming over. And again, Rax and the SCV coming up as well. Overlord just slow moving down to the bottom left hand side, just coming across here for a few moments, get in position, get that set up. Got that underway. Slow and steady. We are going to see an SCV scouting. Still Clem, always an epic. It's just a best of 1. I mean, this is already realistically, I think, you know, the sort of game that can immediately kind of change the course of this entire series, right? Obviously, we saw Reno is capable of beating Clem earlier. He already took a map off him in the Pro League section. But here in the all-kill, I mean, Serral winning this map feels like it's probably over already for no GG. It's going to be very tough to drag yourselves out of that scenario. I mean, they have... Again, you look at the team from no GG. The no GG team is very strong. We've not even seen them at full strength yet, in theory, because they also have Classic on the team, although I think there's very little chance they send Classic out against Serral right now in this current meta. So I'd imagine Percival would be up next if Clem was to fall. And Percival put up a fight against Serral, but again, I never really felt like Serral was in danger during that game that they played earlier. I'm not going to say, but then Percival having to like completely sweep BASILISK feels pretty tough, having to beat Serral and Reno essentially. As if Clem wins this feels really up for grabs still. And then even if Clem did fall to like a Reno or so, it feels a little bit more doable on the side of someone like Percival who would be following up, so... Big game right here in the GSTL. Match day 2. As Reaper just comes back across for a couple of moments, the Reaper gonna fight. I'll just say it again for anyone who's walking into this game a couple of minutes in. No Clem cam. I forgot to ask what the link is, and I have no way of checking it, so I can't find it. I thought there was a chat channel for this, because there's like a whole server, but apparently not. Yeah, I don't know where they're getting posted, so I'm not sure where the yeah, I'm not sure where the I can find the link outside of just asking other people, so my apologies on that one, guys. That's just my fault for not getting it set up before the game got going. Hellions on the way out, Banshee as well. Clem gonna give himself a lot of safety in this early game. Hellions keep you safe from map control heavy. Banshee does a very similar thing.
Keeps you very safe, keeps you very much so in control of the map as well. It's always going to be a pretty major boon. A couple of Hellions, that Banshee and the Marine continue to come about. Cloaking is on the way up as well. You're going to see the Queens, the Lings, and the Drones continue to build on by. The Hellions are going to poke. The couple of Queens will be there for a few moments. No grenade going off, but I mean, Serral has the units nearby, I think, to deal with this. Going around the top side is dangerous. We get a drone or two, but it's very tough because of the choke point that's starting to be made, so it's very difficult to imagine that's going to be long-term an okay thing to really kind of commit to or anything. This orbital is going to float over and reposition onto the third base, so we're going to move across with that. The Hellions, they're so tempted. He's like, I really want to hit this mineral line, but it's just not worth it. It was the right call to turn around. There's no way that long-term this was going to be a good decision for you, so yeah, that was the right idea at the end from Clem to back it off and just to give a little bit of space to that situation rather than anything else. Still got the lap, still got the drones continue to come through, the Bane Nest coming up, the Evo Chamber coming along also. And continue to establish control of this game. And Banshee's still coming about. Gonna go mech as Clem, wow, so he's gonna get the double factory on the way. He's gonna try and mech it up here on Blackrock. Very interesting choice. Clem's not been completely unknown to playing mech before. There's been actually quite a few pretty famous matches where Clem, you know, cracked out a game of mech against Raynor. I think in the Katowice one time he did it. It's the uncommon expectation from Clem, is not what you think he's going to do, but he can do it. And when mech is somewhat viable, is the kind of thing he does to mix it up for a game here and there that just keeps him that little bit less predictable, a little bit tougher to kind of stay on top of for these top-tier Zergs that already struggle dealing with Clem, you know, when they kind of expect to just be playing the, you know, versus the bio game. Adding the kind of the mech game to the situation just adds a whole layer of complexity as well. Something else you have to be ready for, something else you have to be thinking about and trying to scout for and so on as well. Just making it a very difficult situation through and through. Hyperflight rotors, so we're all going to see those Banshees being sped up, and will be a pretty major part of this game as well, as the Carapace upgrade and the Baneling speed continue to come over as well. Bringing a bit more of that all into position. The Banshee going to fire up onto a few of those Lings. The Lings are going to try and get through, hitting that mineral line, hitting a few of those SCVs. And drop a refinery down over on the sides. And then Infernal Pre-Igniter coming up for the moment, being Broadstrike into play here. Getting that all up and running. Obviously, we've had the Hellions poking, but outside of that, it's been fairly peaceful. That might change now if these Lings showing up. Mutas on the way too is interesting, because a lot of Mutas can definitely overwhelm the Cyclones. The Cyclones are not terrible in this scenario, right? It's like, it could be worse, simply put. It could be a lot worse, as we get rid of about 3 SCVs already. Just gonna grab those. Again, a couple Hellions and Cyclones. Banshee and So coming up at the moment. And yeah, that Hellion Cyclone force just coming straight back around over to the right side. There's the Mutas. And while Serral may not have been expecting mech, Clem did not seem to be expecting Mutas. He is completely unprepared for them to be jumping on his army there, and so the first few Cyclones go down. And that's already troublesome, as yeah, some of the anti-air from Clem that exists in the game is just out in the middle of the map, not going to do anything useful. This is a big problem for Clem, because Serral's going to start overwhelming him on the third base. We do obviously have some Blue Flame Hellions, but it's really about, can these Cyclones get control of the Mutalisk count? I mean, this is already minus 18 SCVs. That's pretty damning. Is the sort of damage that keeps the Ling Bane Mutas style viable against the mech? Because overall, this is not a great composition, you know, in this scenario. But it is going to work much better if you get a strong start and do a bunch of damage already. Extra Mutas on the way. Why are we just following SCVs? I do not know. Anyway, boy, you never usually fail me on the observing, but today you've gone AFK. I actually thought I was control left on the SCVs, but we were not. Oh, he's just loving the mineral lines.
I mean, more mutas. Clem obviously going to go big on the Cyclones, as big as he can, because he really is just focusing on those Cyclones as defense against the mutas. Pretty much all he has. The Banshees on the other side are nice as a distraction, but I mean, the mutas are one of the best things you can have to help deal with the Banshees as well. And if these Banshees have to turn it all, they're going to get caught. That's what the Cloaking's for. Then the Overseer is quick enough to catch up a little bit with the corner cut. As the mutas, what do they want to do? They're not going to catch any more Banshees, so that is an escape from Clem at least. Banes are going to show up again. The left side mineral line is already being stopped from mining even further. Those Banes just step away. The Lings pulling back as well. Again, you're just keeping that orbital in the skies, not producing SCVs, not mining at the moment. Libs and Cyclones continue on through in the production. I mean, Libs are nice. A little bit of anti-air splash damage is never going to be a bad thing against mutas. The problem is you need quite a lot of Libs to really make it like super good for you, and it's also not going to be really bad if they pop out as the mutas are there. Serral's actually almost unfortunate. Well, he's not unfortunate because they're going to finish anyway. It would have been unfortunate if Clem cancelled them, because actually that would have been him missing the chance, and Edge, he doesn't kill them, so to be fair, maybe still a bit unfortunate. If they popped out a moment sooner, Serral would have killed both those Libs. The reactor staying alive a moment longer would have done it as well, maybe even. Anyways, another 7 mutas. Serral's still going to double down on the idea of mutas against this. He's not going to move into anything else just yet. A little bit of a push from Clem. Banshees, Hellbats, Lips. I feel like all of this just dies to the Mutalisks. I mean, the Cyclones were way in the back, but now we get the mutas right on top of the Cyclones, so the kiting of the Cyclones is going to be minimized. And yeah, the first round of lock-ons does kill a bunch of the mutas, but there's just so many of them now, it just doesn't matter. Serral takes the game off of Clem, and he is going to stay on as current king of the hill, essentially, in this all-kill format. Basilisk, I mean, having Serral in an all-kill format is always pretty brutal. I feel like no GG's, their best chances have gone out the window here. I don't think it had to be Sol, I don't think it had, but it had to be one of Sol or Clem, I think, to take down Serral. I don't know. I mean, you're asking a lot of Percival right now to come in and try and spin this in any other way. It has to be the NA server, because it has to be either Percival or Classic, and I haven't seen anything of Classic today. I haven't seen him logged in at all, so, and I just don't believe they're going to send Classic out against Serral. It seems crazy, but I do think right now Percival has a better chance against Serral than Classic does. Percival's been playing great. Classic's been struggling. The patch is very anti-Protoss at the moment as well, and especially in PvZ. I think you have to send. But then Percival already lost to Serral earlier, even when he was playing well, so I think you just have to believe that Percival figures out something from that earlier matchup and somehow uses that in his favor and makes it work. We will see. We will see. And it's going to be NA server no matter what, because it has to be one of the Korean players here, so we will be hopping over and getting that ready for you guys to continue our coverage of today's GSTL matches. Again, after this, the Shopify Rebellion will be going live against... I need to learn this team's name off the top of my head. Against HWASEUNG. HWASEUNG. I don't know how to say this one. I'm probably saying it really bad. I wonder what it means, actually. Yeah, I wonder what it means. I wonder if it's like a name or if it's... Let me do some... What if I just Google HWASEUNG? It's a rubber. It must mean something else. All right. Studio mode in game, camera right, you can turn that back on, properties, paste. Get Percival back in here on screen. Beautiful. All right. Percival gave Serral a 40-minute game earlier. Let's see what happens this time. Fear and Faith. Spawn locations obviously have a big impact on this as well. As Percival right now, you are like, please give me some close spawns, I think. Give me some close spawns. Do not make me play cross spawn and give the macro beast even more of a macro edge. That's the last thing that Percival wants to be seen right now. Absolutely. Absolutely. Do, 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 do. All right. Let's go into Fear and Faith. Deciding game right now. When you say it's deciding game, decisive if Serral wins. And it is cross spawns from BASILISK in the top left corner of the map. The red Zerg player from BASILISK, who are 2-0 in this all-kill best of 5, and they won the Pro League section already. This map would win the series for them in the GSTL today. It would be a strong opening against a team that was already 1-0 in the league. Serral looking to get it done with a sweep in the all-kill section, which would not surprise many. I mean, Solar, Clem, and Percival is not a terrible combo to believe to take a map off of Serral, at least, though. That's the thing that's fun about all-kill, is because each game is best of 1, you can definitely believe. But today just went in favor of the GOAT. So far, Percival put up a 40-minute epic against him earlier. Percival played very well. He would have beaten pretty much any Zerg on the planet, I think, with that game, apart from Serral, is what it comes down to. I mean, maybe not any Zerg, like, you know, we've seen Percival be very good against the top Korean Zergs and stuff, but, like, you know, he's not been perfect against them. But he honestly did play well in that earlier match. Just Serral played in his biggest strength, I feel like, so... yeah. Let's see what we get as we go into Fear and Faith here. Like I say, I feel like it's a bit unfortunate that it's cross spawns from Percival as well. That is not something that is necessarily going to aid him in the slightest here. As this hatchery comes down onto the natural, puts that into position. Again, if you're watching this, just a reminder that if you're watching this on Twitch or YouTube, this will be a rebroadcast or a later upload. So again, thank you for watching. Do like, subscribe, and follow. If you are on the YouTube, like and subscribe, follow on the Twitch. And obviously, don't forget you can support with your primes and everything as well. I know it's going to be a rebroadcast, so we may as well do the salad segment at some point. You know, even if it's not live, you guys can still make it worthwhile. So I had to sit here and record this and stream it live to Soup, so support it if you enjoy watching it. Appreciate it if you do. As this Overlord comes across the map, just initially gets into place. Command Center coming down onto the natural. Getting that on the go. Building this all up. Hatch gas and pool building into play for a few moments. It was at least CC first from Percival. He goes the kind of greedy route here. And into triple CC. Like, he goes as greedy as possible. So actually, maybe cross spawns is good for him, because if Serral saw this on a close spawn immediately, he could maybe just throw down a Rotron and come and kill him. So actually, maybe cross spawns favors Percival a little bit this time around. Maybe, just maybe. Command Center, Orbital, continue to come up. That drone's going to come to the low ground here. Get in position already. The Overlord hanging out overhead. Marine just going to be patrolling on the ramp for a few moments as well. Not looking super wild. Just hang around, and a couple lings will continue over. That ling speed will continue up. The Overlord coming by. And the barracks, 2 of them on the way up, because we obviously opened with the triple CC super quickly, so we're now going to go into big bio play. A little bit awkward for Serral is that it's going to be difficult for him to know exactly how greedy Percival was, just because by the time he gets to the cross spawn with lings and so, he's not really going to be able to gather info. It's like, oh yeah, you know, that's definitely triple CC right from the start of the game, because he's probably only going to see a couple of Marines. There's nothing to say that there's not more Marines being held back and so on, right? So Serral playing a little blind. Obviously, there are things you can pick up on and start to figure these things out, but I'd say he's a little blind for sure at the moment. And just see how it... Additional racks finishing, so it's going to be Barracks 3 and, like I say, big bio place. This is going to be a bit more of what I was seeing a lot in TVZ before I took a week off.
which is, you know, essentially just this idea of a lot of like non-Hellion playstyles, skipping through the Hellions to just be as strong as possible in the bio and trying to hit a bunch of timings off the back of that as well. So let's see how this works for Percival here against Serral, see if this can make something happen for him. Looking for some positivity on this one. Hatchery goes down onto the third base location against Impact and Combat Shield, both coming up. Factory building, so we are going to start seeing the Beyond Biotech coming online for Percival. We are going to see Serral's game plan as well. We already saw it was going to be the Lair and Banespeed starting, but it's going to be the Spire as well, so it's going to get that coming through. Percival is scouting for the first time, by the way. Again, he's just... He did what you should probably do, which is just say, like, hey, if you're going to cheese me, I'm just going to die. I'm going to, like, take a risk and cut some corners. And this is going to be one of those scenarios where he's actually not going to get punished for cutting any corners just yet, at least. So, for now, it's been a good call to do what he's done. And you will soon find where Serral is at. Obviously, he doesn't know what Serral's really up to at all. You'll start to get some info built up as he gets some information on the map and so on. His Marines are going to threaten a few of the Zerglings out the front. He's got Stim soon as well, so it's a bit safer of a move than it might initially seem. Combat Shield also not far away from finishing, so those Marines are going to be buffed up a little. However, he needs to be careful. I think moving too far forward right now into someone who's going to be on Bane speed very shortly is asking for disaster. You do not have medevacs to like lift and evacuate out of these scenarios, right? So you got to be careful about this. You got to be a little bit respectful of Serral's setup and what he could possibly have, and Bane speed has got to be kind of on that list. As Bane's morph in, the first muters coming out as well. The problem as well is if you're hanging out there and then the muters show up with speedy Banes as well, there is this genuine issue as well of just like, oh, I have no real way to get away on the ground, and if the muters show up as well, I mean, this is not good because you sort of see it. Now we see the muters, and I would not be surprised if Percival like hightails it here, but might be too late because Serral's going to be able to get the jump and stop these units from getting all the way back home, I would imagine, without at least causing something of a fight. He's going to see these Marines right there. We just dive on this. We're in a concave. We come in from the other side with a couple of lings. Like I say, the stim is nice. It's going to help. Is it enough? Obviously, off creep helps. As the Marines hit the rocks for a second, we try and target fire down a couple of Banes, but Percival is losing a lot of units. This does not feel great at the moment. And he's just going to start harassing, like I say. A lot of Marines going down. Serral, not going to be a rush to do too much gels. Carapace upgrades on his way for him. He's actually going to be down on upgrades now because he went faster muters and later kind of upgrades, essentially. So he's going to be relying on these muters to do a lot of the work initially to keep him in a good spot. And will, like I say, probably not want to fight down on upgrades or force too many fights down on upgrades, if at all possible. And again, the benefit for Percival has just been how greedy his game was. He's going to be in one of the best possible economies he could have at this stage of the game, considering what has transpired. So he's again got to kind of hang on to that idea and see what happens from this point on. We're going to step out, a couple of those mutants chased away. Got that drilling claws coming up, being done soon. +2 armor coming about, the medevac's coming over. He's going to grab a lane, those couple of mutants still being chased around. And yeah, drilling claws finishing up shortly. +2 armor on the way, but no +2 attack from Percival. It's actually kind of a big thing that we're missing here at this current moment, so that is also a factor. Jump hatchery cancelled already. Picked off with immediate effect. Finally got that +2 attack upgrade started, but there's a chance to play a bit of catch up as Serral. Serral also going to go into the burrow. I always think burrow is very powerful when you're playing like a Lingbane muter composition, because you have a natural tendency as the Terran player to want to chase down the muters at times. And now there's just an extra something you have to think of, right? Where it's like, oh, I have to not just scan for Banes when I run across the map, but I have to be very wary if I'm trying to run after muters or so. He could be luring me into a trap as well. So it takes away a lot of the freedom of the Terran, where it's like, oh, I'm really confident. Like, you have to pay for that freedom. You have to pay for it with the scan each and every time. Terrans don't like paying for things. They like being greedy. They like being super macro focused, right? They like dropping as many mules as possible. So
Yeah, you don't like having to kind of pay that cost, so the Burrow probably will find a lot of value in this game. If not through big connections, just through the respect that Percival has to show that upgrade out on the map. Plus 2 attack, the concussive shells coming up as well. Nice couple of Banes already. And these medevacs, they are going to be able to lift. The mutas are out on the right-hand side, so they're not actually nearby enough to kind of abuse this. We'll see if they can find an opening. Right now, they're trying to break an opening into place. A couple Banes connect there, and they may not get the full cleanup, but they're going to get a good part of it done. No SCV repair on that turret. It might not have saved it forever, but it's about buying time, right? The longer that turret lives for, the more time you have to get an answer in place. Percival taking big damage across the map. He is on the other side trying to be offensive and move forward with a few units as well. A few more SCVs still dropping off here. The Marines and the mines are going to show up. Those mines are going to begin to burrow. A couple more hits coming about, and just going to be seeing those Lings and Mutas coming back after this for a few more moments as well. Just going to catch a couple more of those Marines. A little bit more being done already. The Mutas are still going to continue to come across. Still pushing over. Turns back around onto a Marine already. Bit more damage being done. Again, Mutas, Banes all producing through. Plus 2 melee, plus 2 carapace. Continuing to build up as well at this point in time. And just have the Mutas turning back around once again. And he's going to get underneath. Just going to get that Overseer picked off already. So he's going to be able to grab that. Again, 3/3 upgrades and the +1 vehicle plate, and continue to come through. The additional Widow Mines coming up also at the moment. So bring those Widow Mines into place. Yeah, plus 2 melee, plus 2 carapace. A lot of that continues into place right now. Widow Mine is going to catch a Mutalisk. We just didn't have an Overseer here to see that initially. Uh-oh. That is terrifying. No, these medevacs are boosted. I guess they just get to that corner of that base in time. Serral chases it. I think he thinks he can just target fire down the Marines because he has enough mutas. Is that true? I mean, plus 2 flyer attack there. I mean, tell you what, these SCVs are getting massacred on the other side. Only 10. I actually thought it was going to be more SCVs that died as well. We do clean up that entire drop. It wasn't cheap. I mean, it cost you a few Mutalisks. But I don't think that matters too much when everything else is looking so good for you. Everywhere you look, Serral is winning the fight. SCVs are dying. Marines are being picked away at. Mineral lines are not actually mining. The top right corner is a very awkward base to hold on to as well, I feel like. I don't know if I love that. But I think that's going to be a challenge, honestly. So I'll definitely take a bit of momentum. The numbers are still there for Percival, but especially as Ultras are taking to the field, it feels like the next couple of swarmy fights from Serral are going to start really taking a lot more control and pushing this into a very, very dangerous situation. Yeah, that 3/3 is over halfway done already from Percival at the moment. Thingy plus 2 melee, plus 3 carapace coming up as well. Adrenal glands, but everything else continue to come online. Marines just step across the Mutas. Eat a Widow Mine. A couple times the Widow Mine's hit into the cloud of Mutas. There's another one. So we're just not seeing that one and not targeting it with the units. So a little bit uncharacteristic from himself. He's usually so good at just watching, seeing the mine on the minimap. Bam! He's there and target firing it immediately. Mines up and trying to fire. A couple of shots already coming out. He's just going to chase again. The Marines continue to get pushed. And the Bane continues to go over. And plus 2 vehicle plane coming about. 3/3. Kindness. I mean, you just see where Serral's game is going with all the Lingbane Ultra Muta. And Percival's not even able to stay maxed out right now, so it's not like he's super well set up on a defense. But maybe this army kind of headbutts in and, you know, gets repelled a couple times over. I think Serral's just traded too well throughout this. Percival's losses a couple thousand in Percival's favor, but Serral's denied mining a bunch as well throughout this. I actually think Percival's lucky to have not lost more SCVs in this game, which is kind of saying something considering he lost 36. I think that could have easily been 50 plus. There's been a few moments where those SCVs were super close to disaster, and they've just about been able to escape away from it. More hits coming through. We'll just see again plus 2 vehicle plating, the advanced ballistics coming out.
Steel playing coming up as well. Percival trying to find things that will just aid him here on the defense. I was being restricted to 4 bases isn't great. Bottom left is a little drop, but almost doesn't even feel worth checking out because these meters are much more defining. Getting into this main, picking off turrets, making this a very difficult scenario because now Percival's going to be losing production. He's going to be losing units as they spawn. SCVs are going down again. Once more, these meters are creating so much control. Medevac's trying to drop into that base. One of them went down. And just again, another pick-off favors Serral. He's going to get a catch here. I was going to say on a couple of mines before they burrowed, but actually didn't. The mines did all manage to get away or burrow until one fired and died. One of the front fires that gets picked off as well. Now as Serral chases through, now these Widow Mines are going off early, and wow, that one Ling really dragged that mine over, meaning nothing really happened. Good retargeting on that Widow Mine. It was about to go off on Overseers, and we made sure it didn't. It's Percival again, still controlling well. He's not giving this up, obviously. He's fighting to the bitter end. And while the game feels very in control for Serral, you got to do these things as Percival. Try and take every edge that you can. Take every fight as best you can, just in case it's enough to spin this around. Resources lost being in favor of Serral, though, is absolutely abysmal for Percival. Serral has traded 17.9k to Percival's 19.4, and that's why it feels so commanding here from Serral, because he's found so much efficiency throughout the game that the script is completely flipped from the norm, which means that, you know, what Serral has done is essentially spectacular in the matchup thus far. And Percival now essentially has to be spectacular himself if he wants to turn this around, and, you know, which is very hard to do. Being spectacular against Serral is a very, very difficult ask. And space on the right side just straight up goes down. There's more units playing out over on the left. Continue to try and find a little extra. More ghosts, more marines coming about. There's barracks on that tech lab. Take a few more shots. Missile firing a few more hits as well. Just going to continue over. Another ghost going down. Another ghost or so trying to fire it up right here. Those meters still flying through. Ling Ultra on a big shove across to the other side. A couple missile turrets will get across, and these Ultras are going to dive in for those missile turrets, trying to get straight into position. Meters even getting after a siege tank in the background. Again, Serral's just all over the place. Minus a bunch of SCVs, minus a bunch of army, minus complete control of your bases in the very near future. Obviously, you already lost the bases outside of your initial 4-base setup. It just doesn't feel like there's any saving grace in the near future here for Percival, unfortunately. Even his units that are still alive are kind of low HP. The medevac's out of energy. They've been healing and trying to do what they can to keep this army alive and kicking the entire time, but it's just not been enough. And they're going to dive back through. This is going to be kind of everything. Even the meter's showing up for a second. Mine's going to do okay. It's not the prettiest fight from Serral. At the same time, it's not exactly the worst fight he could have taken either. It's still killed a bunch of units. Widow Mine's getting taken out. So he had a couple snipes on the way and can't do much about those. Ghosts are going to get some snipe damage done over the course of this at some stage. Like, that is kind of a given. Now he's picking off Widow Mines before they're able to reconvene with the army, which is just great as well. Again, the efficiency for Serral still through the roof, all things considered. GG, and Serral is going to take the 3-0 in the all-kill section to finish off this matchup and this series. BASILISK go 2-0 in their first series and will win out and go 1-0 in the GSTL. No GG will drop to 1-1 after 2 match days out of 4 that they will play. GG's well played. Alrighty, guys. That is our first match of the day done. Up next, Shopify Rebellion come to the stage. They're going to be playing against... excuse me, they're going to be playing against HWASEUNG. I still don't really know what that means, but I believe we're going to stay here on Korea. I'm going to have to BRB a couple of moments. So I'll be right back with you very soon. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in just a little bit for more StarCraft as we have the second GSTL match of the day coming up next. BRB. Starting off with Rogue vs. Scarlet, in case you're wondering. BRB.
Thank you for sticking with us, guys. We are back and ready to rumble into more StarCraft 2 action in the GSTL. I say we're back and ready to rumble. I don't see either of the players online that we need right now, but I presume they're going to be here in the very near future. I'll just get this ready to go as you have the Shopify Rebellion taking on HWASEUNG. I still don't know what HWASEUNG stands for. I'm gonna ask if it means something, or if it's a meme or what. No GG. I can understand the meaning of. HWASEUNG, not so much. Yeah, let me just open and close a couple things. Oh, I forgot it used to be HWASEUNG Oz. I remember that now, the Brood War team. That makes sense. Very cool. Alright, so there you go. I've probably shouting in the chat at me when this goes on Twitch and YouTube and stuff like, it's the Brood War team reference. If it said Oz, like as soon as they said Oz, I was like, oh yeah, the HWASEUNG bit just didn't sit with me at all, actually. Didn't sit with me at all. Crazy, because they were a very good team as well. Well, I say a very good team. They had some very good players, we should say. They had Jadong, right? Way back when. Very cool. Very cool. True. Deer. Jadong. Rogue. It's funny, Rogue and SOS don't even have like a... Rogue, SOS, and Kira didn't even have a freaking StarCraft 1 Wikipedia page. That's funny. That's a real throwback then for them. It's a real throwback for them. Alright, Scarlet just logged in, joined the party, so we should be good to go soon. We'll just need to get the camera links as well and stuff, guys, and get that sorted as well. So it's a little bit of just extra admin on my side throughout this, but nothing too crazy. Nothing too crazy. We are loading in. And we'll get this going very soon, guys. So again, appreciate you guys being here with us. Scarlet is going to be on the left cam because that's just the one I got given first.
All right. I don't have Rogue's cameras. Working. It looks like Rogue's camera is portrait, but sure. We'll see how that works when we go in game. Oh, he's giving us the view from behind. Oh, I see. We're getting Rogue's. We're getting Rogue's making sure he's not cheating point of view. Yeah, he's just giving us. He's using the wrong camera. That's all good. Wait, you guys can see it in a second because we're going in game for the second match of the day in the GSTL. I mean, this is the view that Rogue has to send to the admin. Oh, we can actually use the correct one. I see. All right, guys. There we go. There's Rogue from the front. All right, let's get into this next match. So again, this is made up of 2 best of 5s, a Pro League format best of 5, which is predetermined players playing best of 1s to make up the best of 5, and then an all-kill best of 5 as well. As we kick off into this one. In the top right-hand side, it is going to be the Red Zerg player. This is going to be Rogue, who comes in as the opening play. He's going to play a couple ZVZs today if he's needed later on. He'll also play against Lambo in map 5. As in the bottom left, Blue Zerg is Scarlet, and I kind of like this and hate this for Scarlet at the same time. I think Scarlet's always had ZVZ as one of her stronger matchups. She's always been a very smart player at understanding the intricacies of the mirror. At the same time, so I kind of like it. I think it's actually a matchup she can do well in, even when she's not as practiced. But then I also look at it and I'm like, well, Rogue's actually been just killer in ZVZ lately too. Like, he's also just been really freaking good. So, yeah, I'm not completely sure how this is going to go. I'm very interested to see if Scarlet can battle against Rogue, because, you know, Scarlet is one of those players who is always a bit of a question mark when she comes into a tournament or an event, because she is always good, she always holds a high level, but how much she's actually played recently is a very good question too. I know she's played a lot of Brood War recently, because I believe she was just playing in a Brood War tournament even this past weekend, I believe. Please don't quote me on that. I may be a little bit wrong. But, yeah. Yeah, I excited to see what she how she's looking here in the world of SCT. Obviously, she won that event, the DOU Cup, a little while ago, but obviously that was also the players that are also not playing as much recently and so on and so forth. So, yeah. So, like I say, always a fun one to see where Scarlet is at, what sort of level she's providing and stuff like that as well. As we get this ready to go in a few moments' time. I always love like watching, not necessarily just Scarlet, but like some of these players who are just so good at almost being like jack of all trades at just games. It really shows like how much kind of gaming intelligence, let's just call it gaming intelligence, but how many of those skills are cross-referenced in other things. Scarlet's also very successful, you know, playing just like other games. She obviously like a lot of RTS and stuff. She actually had some success playing TCG to some extent as well. Like she's just very talented, you know. And that's naturally very talented, very smart, and I think that's what it comes down to. You gotta be kind of smart to be a StarCraft player, you know. It's a very complex game. It's a very intricate game. You can't. I mean, as much as people want to just say A move Protoss, blah, but you still have to have a pretty high level of intelligence to pull it all off. You know, there's a couple queens gonna get there. We're gonna get underneath this Overlord. It's gonna push that away down that right-hand side. Overlord is gonna go down. Scarlet will be supply blocked from this, so it's gonna be a nice catch for Rogue early, picking off that Overlord right away. And drop a couple injects down. Link speed coming up. The carapace is about halfway done from Rogue currently. Evo Chamber, Roach and Hatchery and Overlords continue to produce on through, bringing a lot of the rest of this up and online for the next few moments. Yeah, Rotron's about halfway done. Ling Speed and the Lings all coming up as well. Carapace upgrade from Rogue. Skull is going to go into the more traditional missiles. That means she's going to be a bit more Roach focused. When you see the Carapace, it's a bit more of a crossover of Lings and Roaches at the same time. The Carapace benefiting both of those is generally going to be seen as a pretty big positive, of course. So now we're going to see the few Lings are going to join up with that Queen. They're just going to be pulling out the front a little bit as well. And the few Lings going to wrap around onto this hatch for just a couple moments too. So just wrapping around onto that, the few Zerglings showing up. And are we going to get the kill on it? We are going to get the cancel. So Scarlet cancels the third base of Rogue, so gets a benefit from this. Her own third hatchery already finished, so gets a nice cancel on the third. And now Rogue going to go melee, so going to stick to really being very Ling heavy. Makes it look as though maybe Ling Roach overall. Oh, two Queens out the front are going to get caught. Well, I don't think Scarlet's third hatch is going to exactly last much longer than Rogue's did. Rogue's actually on less workers here, so he actually does want to get some damage out of this. And as Scarlet... she doesn't really have the Roaches available just yet. Her Lings are blocked by a Queen. That's not really going to help you either. And as we are going to see the Lings kind of allowed forward a little bit. I mean, you've got a Queen behind this wall, so this DPS does go in your favor. As Scarlet, she could really do with any extra range units to help hold this wall off. Now Rogue obviously getting his own third hatchery back online. He's going to put him into a little bit of a better position here as well. As these Lings are still trying to poke up at the front, trying to break in over the next few moments. The Ling is still trying to fight. I'm just going to get a couple more catches. The Lings and the Roach is still coming over. Again, missiles and the Carapace upgrade all building up. Spire building through that Roach speed coming over as well at the moment. There's the Spire from Scarlet. It's funny because I felt like Rogue said it was more kind of Spire focused, but Scarlet's going to be the first to drop it. I mean, she's maybe a bit behind, so maybe she just needs the Spire to step back into this game as well, potentially. It's not an impossible scenario, as a couple Queens will keep poking at that Overlord. Plus 2 missiles is already beginning to produce. The Carapace coming online, that Roach speed coming up and through as well. So again, getting a lot of that up and into place here for a few moments right now. Gonna run through Lings and the Roach is gonna pull back a little bit. Just gonna see again plus 2 missiles, plus 1 Carapace coming over. The Roach is gonna keep fighting for a little while. I'm just gonna be seeing this fight continuing. I mean, Scarlet has her Roaches surrounded, so it's not looking great. And again, she needs to keep this third hatch alive. She's on her way to the mutas. I mean, I say needs to. It's gonna help her a lot too. The mutas should help you keep it alive more easily once they're ready, but getting it up before then would be even better. Might as well jump onto that Overseer. It goes down. Nice pick off straight away. And plus 1 missiles, Roach speed all producing. Just going to see the 2-2 upgrades coming in on the other side as well. Sport bullets continue to produce again. Drones and the missile upgrade keep on building. Lings will continue to that left-hand side. I'm just going to go running into this base. How many times can we cancel a third hatchery in this game? It should be +1 to that count. In fact, that's going to add to the kill count. Second kill of the game for Rogue on the third hatch. And that's obviously minerals down the drain. As Scarlet is spamming the Roaches up behind this to try and give herself a chance and an opportunity. We will see if it will be enough as we get this ready to go. Very soon. Just going to see if again the +2/+2 upgrades coming online. That Guru Spine upgrade coming up as well. And again, the Ling Roach continue to come across the map. Continue to move through over the next few moments. Meters. And get turned away. Spore Crawler going to be shooting. And again, the creep teamers continue to get picked away at right now. We have ourselves the Muscular Augments, and again, the 2-2 upgrades all coming about. The Spore is in a good place, so Rogue is going to defend well against those mutas initially. Maintaining a good defense against those mutas is going to be one of the very important things to do here, I think. I think that's going to be very important overall, as you just have Lings again chasing through, the Roaches coming back across as well. And end up pulling back down the bottom left side with those. Again, +2 missiles, +2 Carapace, the Infestor's coming up as well. Add a few Roaches into play. As long as just get back over to the left again. The Infester is producing 2, giving Rogue some extra ways to deal with these meters. But it's not super high on the meter count, right? We're only on 6 meters. I'd say Rogue's army looks good beyond that, though. The thing is that Infestors are, like... The reason you don't love going Hydra Infestor and stuff in Roach Wars usually is it's very expensive to get there. But because these meters didn't do a lot, I actually think this is going to be fine for Rogue. Like, the additional units he's made are still going to be useful. He is absolutely going to get something out of them. And I don't think he's, like, super far behind in terms of units on the ground at this moment to survive this attack either. Like, this feels okay for him. Like, okay, he's going to be down the upgrades for a few moments. I mean, he may not want to be the one pushing into this, but obviously he feels good about it. Philip Scarlet's Ravagers going to get stuck in the front as well. They're expensive units to lose. The thing for Rogue also is just the fact that these Hydras are dealing good damage as well. So as they run forward with the Roaches up in front, the damage output is just really nice. We're going to eat the Biles on a Ravager, so we lose a Ravager there that maybe could have saved. Yeah, this Roach Hydra force just keeps on shoving forward. And seeing a very good amount of success as these Ravagers will continue to pull back. The Roach Ravager keeps pushing through. And he's going to be having a couple more of those Ravagers continue to drop over the next few moments. GG says Scarlet. And Rogue is going to take the opening game of this best of 5 for HWASEUNG. I really need to look up how to say HWASEUNG, because I really feel like I'm not saying it properly. But for now, we'll go with it. And Rogue takes that opening map here to start the day off. So Rogue off to 1-0 starting point. Heading to game 2 in a few moments. All right. Game number 2 will be... I do have the list of players here, so to let you guys know everything that's going to happen. Kua versus Lambo, then SOS versus Björn, Kua versus Björn, and then Rogue versus Lambo if we do get all the way to map 5. As Kua is logging in for us here, Lambo will be with us soon. Also, Rogue Lambo will be the starting match on the best of 5 all-kill match as well later on. So Rogue Lambo will be the opening match on the second best of 5 that these two teams will play. So something else to think on. Again, thanks for joining us again. Just a reminder, if you joined on this series, if you're watching on Soup, then hello, we are live. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, this is a rebroadcast, but great to see you guys either way. I'll be hanging around on the rebroadcast a little bit here and now. I've got live stuff to do in the evening as well, but I'll be here at some points, trying to keep up with chat and having some good time watching back, being like, man, how did I cast so badly? Simply, it's one thing to listen back to your cast from 4 years ago and be like, wow, that Wardy guy is such a fool. Bit harder to do it when it's the same day, but probably be doing a bit of that myself. As we get Lambo and Kua ready to rumble in a few short moments. Ask for the camera links. And we'll get this ZVT ready to go as Lambo looks to dig the Shopify Rebellion out of the 1-0 hole that they have started this series in. Even Lambo going to give me the camera link. How nice of him. Just need a moment, it seems. Game is not loading the lobby easily for us, so give it a few moments, guys. Try and get this sorted out. Try and get this back on track. All right, everyone's saying go go. We just need the I need the Kua cam link though. I mean, they're saying go go, we're not in the lobby. I guess go go rehost, maybe. Maybe our admin hosted and then went AFK. Maybe, probably. Maybe, probably, maybe. Alrighty, again, thanks for listening. Again, I appreciate that during the day. It's during the downtime. Sorry, during the day, the whole stream. During the downtime, it's like usually this is why I'm like looking at Twitch chat, looking at YouTube chat. What's going on? And right now it's just we're not live on Twitch and YouTube. My soup chat is very inactive, so we're just chilling, and I'm making up what to say at any point. You know, just making up what to say whenever we need to say it. I guess. Just trying to fill it. I feel like we've not been too bad though. I feel like we've been pretty good at talking through the downtime. Just there's moments like right now I'm just like I have nothing else to add right now apart from hopefully getting this up and running very soon. But like I say, we're not in a lobby. I'm not sure what's going on. So I think our admin went BRB when hosting the game, and then the game failed to load. So now we're just not even in the game. I guess that means we wouldn't have been starting anyway, so it doesn't make too much difference. Do. Just looking at all the little emotes that we have in in StarCraft. It's like some of these are just so like things you never use. It's crazy. I wonder when the last time someone used the in-game StarCraft 2 pickaxe emoji was. Or the pliers. Or the vice. Like, what the hell? So random. It's so random. Alright, looks like I said, admin is just BRB are having a moment, guys, so we are not able to start this game just yet. We are waiting for Q Lambo as the next map for this. Not quite ready to go just yet, though, like I say. Give it a few moments. Hopefully we can get something sorted. This is where I really like. I always say this, but like the worst part of downtime is when it's downtime that you're not expecting to be downtime. You know, like when you think the game's about to begin, because we had a lobby screen, right? Like we had a lobby screen, and then the lobby screen just, you know, didn't happen. So it's like I was mentally prepped to go toward the game, and then we didn't actually get to go in the game. So yeah. I think this is always the worst part of downtime, because like you're mentally ready for the game and it's like it's not downtime time anymore, and then it is downtime time. It's like no, especially when you're solo casting, because you're kind of like, I'm also thinking like any moment the game should be starting, right? Because like we were about to go and now we're just not going, so it's like very ready to go. Don't know how to explain it, but it's definitely a thing. Right, everyone's set. We're in game now, or we're loading into the game now, and we're going to be going into this map in just a few moments of Lambo versus Cure, kicking this off momentarily. And again, let's get this ready to go and resumed in just a few moments. Let's kick this off. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Zerg player. This is going to be Lambo, his team trailing by a map, and he looks to rectify that for the Shopify Rebellion here as we get this underway. With the red Terran in the top right, representing HWASEUNG. It is going to be Cure, the red Terran player. Rogue putting his team up 1, in this GSTL match. Here we'll play Bjorn a bit further down the line today as well. There'll be SOS Bjorn after this, then I believe Bjorn Cures map 4, Lambo Rogue map 5 if needed for this Pro League section. Then there is the all-kill best of 5 to follow that as well after. In case you're still not quite familiar with the format, I will say it many, many times that you guys can help figure it out and all of that goodness as we settle in to game number 2 of this best of 5 series. I always love Team Leagues. I always think the best part of Team League is A, when you don't have to admin it. but real talk, I think the best part of Team League is just being able to see like a bunch of different players in one day, and like sometimes it's sad like you don't see the best of like a full best of 3 of like Serral Clem like we had earlier, right? You just see a best of 1. But at the same time, like it's so cool seeing like everyone have like an impact and different matches having that different level of meaning, and just there's a whole dynamic to it, right? Where it's like in a normal best of 5, it's like, well, it's these 2 players, and maybe like map to map, one guy's a bit favored and stuff. But in a team match best of 5, like every map is important in a different way, you know, because one team may really rely on this map being taken so that they're still in the game, or to help them kind of maybe start mounting an upset. And without that map, it maybe doesn't feel possible. You know what I mean? Like the team leagues always have that element to it. So there's this real kind of dynamic in the team league, I feel like, that exists. That's very, very cool. I like it a lot personally. I mean, as a big advocate for team leagues, I was not the first person to do team leagues, but I was one of the people to keep team leagues running in StarCraft 2 when a lot of the other team leagues died out for a lot of years, and we obviously brought the WardiTV team league back this year for its 10th ever edition. It wasn't great. It was a bit of a disaster, but the concept of it was there. It was still kind of fun. It's much more fun looking back on it than being in the process of doing it, because in the time, it sucked. It was terrible at the time. It was not a fun event to run at all. So many scheduling issues, so many issues with teams and stuff. It just wasn't a good time. But we live and we learn. Next time we just do something, I think, on a smaller scale if we wanted to bring it back. But that's maybe not needed if we actually have a GSTL season. That's actually kind of cool. Again, you can check out GSL on Patreon, patreon.com/GSL. That is part of the reason why this is happening. There was not enough funds to make a GSL Season 3 this year, but there was enough funds to put something on, and hence this season of the GSTL happens instead. The GSL has been doing consistent events now for the majority of the year, but the GSL CK events and stuff happening as well, so all of that's been very fun to follow and watch. Hopefully you guys have been enjoying it a bit as well if you've been able to watch. This might be the start of us covering it a little bit more. If the soup live into the rebroadcasting thing kind of works out. Again, I've said it a few times, but us doing this kind of live on soup, then rebroadcast after, really relies on people being interested in watching it and so on. So if you're enjoying it, even just writing in the chat or saying something helps. Like I say, hit the buttons, like, subscribe, help people find it on the YouTube, help people find it on the Twitch by following and just watching. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much. As link speed coming up, obviously, again, if you are supporting Twitch and YouTube, I'm very thankful, but obviously can't do any shoutouts because there'll be a rebroadcast. Just say that just in case it wasn't obvious, I guess. As we are starting to get to the action point of this TVZ, 4 minutes, and we are having the Reaper dancing about. Not super exciting. Nothing dies. Just double checking I didn't miss something while yapping on, even I'm not even looking at chat. But yeah, Reaper doesn't do much. Steps away. A couple of Hellions will be out, give a bit more map control to Cure, help maintain map control at the point where link speed is now available, so the Reaper is not really able to stay on the map on its own. So you get those couple of Hellions coming through. And yeah, that creep spread is going to be pressing forward just a little bit out the front as well for now. I guess a production tab would help, wouldn't it? Where the hell did that go? Alright, put the production tab back on and we can actually see what's going on a bit. Banshee Hellion is all on the way. Yeah, obviously triple CC from Cure, so again a bunch of workers out. Lambo setting up here on Sanctuary, already on 3 bases. Blood Marine's just going to go poking onto that Overlord initially, so starting to get rid of that. That's one that Lambo should be expecting to lose. He has got plenty of Overlords, not going to be even close to getting supply blocked, so he's absolutely fine there. And again, the Banshee, the Hellion, and the Marine all continuing through that cloaking, going to finish very shortly as well. And still just seeing Evo Chamber, Lair, and company continuing up. The extra drones and the Lings continue back along also here. Well, Hellions just going to settle and continue to get this going. As you see a Ling on the a Ling on the third base location getting knocked down. And the missile upgrades, carapace, all continuing through. Bringing a lot of that up. The extra drones coming up as well. Those couple of Banshees will do some cloaking. And they will make their way out across the map, trying to sneak over for some action. Hellions are going to continue to move across. The Lings are going to be there. The Queen's nearby. Banshees into the main base. And Hellions actually going to overwhelm these Lings. We're going to get a chance at this mineral line. And that's scary for Lambo. What a great Evo chamber. That probably saves him another deadly shot from the Hellions onto the drones. 3 workers to that Hellion run by does not feel bad considering what that looked like. Now the Banshees are an issue because the Queens are trying to defend the low ground, so they're not up in the main base. And so the Banshees can sit on the corner here and already put that Queen super low, already get a couple of more drones as well. The Banshee's the bigger problem in the end. I mean, get, like I say, impressive defense from what was looking to be a bit disastrous on the side of the Hellions for Lambeau. Again, really think that Evo chamber was important because that Evo chamber doesn't just stop an extra deadly shot on the drones, it also stops the Hellions getting away more easily, right? Delaying that extra little bit for them being able to work around that right-hand side. Multiple factors that really helps you to play cleanup there while maintaining your work count in a little bit more of a comfortable position. Like I say, a great last-second move by Lambeau to try and save the day. And I think it did save the day a little. Queens will be there. Banshees get pushed back to the sides. Pushed away for the moment. Double depots already starting to go down. Again, missiles, carapace, all building up. Bringing a lot of that online at the moment. Marines to the medevacs will gather in as well. It's 17 Hydras currently producing as the Bale Nest will continue to build. Get that on the way. Good amount of Marines. That Overlord is already stepping back. He's going to be taken down here already, so Overlord falls. That sound continues. We push in. A couple of creep tumors already getting chipped away at here. Being picked off. Lambeau has a very good creep spread out toward the middle of the map, actually. As I said, the Banshees show up to ruin that statement, but it is kind of true. Like, we actually do need to do something about that creep because it's kind of all over the place. And Kira is then obviously noticing that himself. He's recognizing the need to also just be a little bit proactive and making sure we don't let this creep spread just completely dominate the game. So, unfortunately, loses one of the Banshees flying about there. That'll lose the cloaking energy on the other, so it may just be worth leaving that above an expected base just in case you can maybe grab the drone or put some damage onto it or just scout with it. Or you bring it home, repair it, and reset it. You can also use it at home as a bit of defense as well. This is a nice part about keeping your Banshees alive. They have so much utility they can be used for. Like, there's no, like, one set way that this has to be, that it has to be done. You can kind of do what you want to do. You can put a bit more pressure on aggressively. You can put a bit more kind of scouting information in. You can keep yourself a bit safer at home. That is such a great multifunctional unit. And it's in that regard, for something that really simply just shoots from the sky down, it can be used in a lot of ways because of simply that factor. Not a lot of things are made to kind of really deny it easily. So with Hydras, that'll be a bit easier, but Hydras aren't typically part of run-bys, for example, right? So anyway, enough about a single Banshee, as we do have a 4th command center up from Cure. That means he is already going to be building heavily in toward the macro-focused game here. Marines get rid of a couple changelings. Hydra Bane still gathering up as well. 2-2 upgrades continuing through. Just going to have those Marines coming back over. Marines are going to stay. Ling is going to be going down already. You can see those extra Lings coming back across also, and a couple of these Banes are going to get grabbed. Big stem. Bane's on the other side. Can actually catch Q's on, put him in a bit of an awkward spot. Nice catch from Lambeau. What a great position to just wrap around and deny this completely. Even the units that were getting chased to the top side were still in danger at the very end there. Continue to get pushed and hunted backward. Great jump by Lambeau. Beautiful engagement for him. Like I said, just coming in from that other side, able to make a big deal of this. The Marines get underneath. The Overlord goes down. The creep spread still being cleaned out a little bit as we go. Marines will just lift and try and play getaway, but this is a really good few moments for Lambeau. He's here in a little bit of trouble. I mean, Lambeau goes across the map, doesn't find too much else. There's a couple of tanks placed defensively are going to work wonders. A lot of tanks on the way right now, and Curious is probably going to need them.
A loss like that kind of sets you back on the, on the idea of being offensive in this game. Now you're probably going to have to be on defense and just sit there and kind of take whatever comes your way. You make a big play, you try and get across the map, you just lose so much. If it didn't work then, what's going to make it work now? I mean, the two routes, I guess the other route is you go a bit more drop heavy, so it's less about one big attack and more so about kind of, smaller attacks in different places. Lambo may not let it get to that point. He wants to capitalize on that previously won fight already, and to be fair, his composition's kind of made for it, right? Hydroling Bane, very good in these aggressive scenarios. Fourth base planetary denied already. That's already a big win for Lambo, denying the fourth base. He's going to go further. I simultaneously hate it and don't hate it. I don't hate it because, it actually looked pretty good and we got a couple of tanks, but I also hate it because, we just lost a lot of Banes that we didn't need to lose. If you would wait for even more units to those Banelings ever go down, if they just come swarming in a little bit better number. I don't think there's a right or wrong choice there. I think it was fine. Lambo also backed away before it got too serious. If he lost all the Hydras in that moment, then we could maybe look at this and be like, okay, that was not it. But I don't think it was maybe that serious overall, so not too bad at the end of it all. And as the Hydras continue to back it up, Medivacs and Marines are going to keep moving as well. Catcher on that other left-hand side. We'll get jumped on. The few Marines going to get to it already. He's got to wrap around again. The Marines back off. The Hydras will continue to come over as well. And these couple Hydras already getting knocked straight down. So Hydras falling. The Overseer being chased a little bit also. Push back out of there for a couple moments. I mean, Lambo's maxed. The thing is that this game gets better for him from here as well because he's got upgrades coming in and stuff. So I don't know if he's as eager to kind of maybe go for, a push or a shove like he did before right now because, yeah, I mean, you don't want to throw this away on nothing, right? So at the same time, he's maxed, and as long as the 3-3 isn't done for the Terran, I don't hate the idea of a fight. Especially if we could get a base out of it, that forward base. It's not even a planetary yet, so I guess it's not locked in position, so maybe it makes it a bit harder for Lambo to justify, because what are you killing here if you move into this place? It's even going to be an orbital, because Hero recognizes the potential need to lift it up and try and float it away in desperate moments. But Lambo will send it. Yes, I don't hate it. He's also not necessarily on the verge of anything amazing. He's got a Hive. He does have a couple Vipers. It's a couple Blind Clouds initially. Does he have any more? Not really, but we are going to get rid of the command center. I think we just back away. Right now, you're sending Banes into... don't get me wrong, if those Banes hit the Marines, it's going to be beautiful! Oh, they kind of half hit. Just not quite enough in the end. I think Lambo could have backed away already, having killed the base, but again, he's got the money to rebuild, and he was so close to killing every single Marine there. I didn't really believe. I was like, oh my god, those Banes are going to go for it, and they're not going to see success, but it was actually kind of okay in the end. It actually kind of worked out. And drawn to that right side, gonna throw down the hatch. Medivac gonna boost back. Medivac's Marines all gathering. 16 Marines up on the top. Gathering as well. And Katniss playing. And the Ultras in general are going to be a great addition here. I wouldn't even hate maybe one more wave of Lambo into the Ultras. At the same time, that base is already mining. It's unlikely you kill it again, realistically. You'd have to get the Hydras onto it for a significant period, and we're a bit better set up on the tank count now as well, so maybe it is just best we wait for Ultras here. And the problem is, I guess, is that Q is already a little bit of a step ahead on the Ultras. He's making libs, and they're going to be a really good transitionary kind of unit to get this army ready to deal with Ultras long term. If your libs sieged up defensively, covering 4 bases, it's going to be very hard to break into, so then you kind of have to let the Terran go towards base 5. By then, the Terran absolutely has ghosts on the field, and a good number of ghosts at that as well, so you have a good amount of units to really, actually deal with the Ultra switch from the Zerg, and that's why Terrans are able to kind of survive through these stages of the game so often.
Certainly right now you could abduct a tank in if you feel like the opportunity's there as well. Have to be careful, because if you expose the Vipers and there is already Ghosts and Snipes available, then that could be very expensive. Just drops the Blinding Cloud, so he's going to go with it full out. Just sends it in. To be fair, he covers a lot of the tanks in Blinding Cloud. And he's going to close a lot of the gap on those tanks pretty quickly with a lot of Lings still going. He has a lot of Banes left as well. Question almost is like, where do you send those Banelings? They almost have nothing good to connect onto. I guess there's a few Marines now off on the left-hand side. Here loses 12 workers, a couple of Hydras trying to get that orbital down. It's not quite going to be enough. Lambo this time will rebuild with the Ultras. And he is going to be pretty close to maxing pretty much right off the bat of that. So, again, I'd say a success story for Lambo, especially now he's going to show it with Ultras next time around. Also, though, he didn't really get ready many Liberators, right? I don't actually know if he killed a single one. No, he didn't kill a single Liber. I thought maybe a couple Hydras might have found one or two. But that does mean that going into the Ultras now, the Liberator count is significant. However, because you have to rebuild a lot of stuff as Cure, it's also very difficult for him to get Ghosts, because you can't really build Ghosts if you're having to rebuild everything else. So this move from Lambo has at least forced Cure to stay away from Ghosts for a little bit longer again. Lambo still has one Viper alive, so he still has some amount of anti-tank play with Blinding Clouds that he can go for as well. Gonna go with the Ultras, Lambo's next attempt. Like I said, it's a good spread. It's honestly not even the ground army, which I guess the lack of ground army is an issue, because if the ground army's bigger, you can keep the Ultras in range of the Liberators for longer as well. This is not enough against these Ultras. Like I said, if they can just run through the Libs that quickly, they don't have to stop for anything. It's not going to matter. Lambo's going to get this tied up for himself and the Shopify Rebellion. 1-1 against HWASEUNG. As we are going to see Lambo going 1-1 and picking up that map against Cure. Big moment for them, because I actually really could see them having some success in the next couple of games as well, because it's going to be Lambo against Rogue last. That's maybe what I feel the best about even from this point on. Because next up is SOS Bjorn, and I think I favor Bjorn there. SOS is not the most active player. He plays a fair bit, but he's not always active. So you got like SOS, and then you've got SOS Bjorn, and then Q Bjorn I think could go either way. I mean, Bjorn has a pretty good chance of closing it out for Shopify, which would be amazing. Not letting it go down to the ZVZ at the end of it would be pretty sweet, so we will see what happens in a few moments. We get ready for this next map. She'll be on Korea, which probably means I have to take a second to relog, because the Korea server doesn't like me just logging in straight away. It would never be that easy, would it? It would never be so easy. Alrighty, we have made it to Korea. And thank you for joining us as we have a couple moments. Appreciate you all hanging out, whether you're here on the live or if you're here on the rebroadcast. Hope you're enjoying the games of StarCraft 2. It's been some fun games today, actually. It's been a fun tournament. We're not close to being done. Obviously, we've got to finish this best of 5, then the all-kill best of 5, and maybe, just maybe, we will see our first ace match of the tournament. We've not gotten there yet, as SOS drops the hello into sadness. He's saying you made a good choice. I wonder if, in terms of, I wonder if SOS didn't want to play Bjorn? I mean, does SOS want to play one of the Shopify Zergs? I don't know. Or maybe they're not talking about that. Oh, Bjorn's saying my recent record against you is 0-2. Is that against SOS, or is that just in Team League? I don't know what they're talking about specifically. Let me have a look. I actually need to update the cameras, of course. think it's actually easier to just type it out than freaking copy paste it. Oh. Talking to Team Leagues, I was watching the 24/7 stream the other day, and the Cast of Civil War was on over a couple of days. Lots of good memories there. I think when we do the 24/7 WardiTV anniversary this year, Cast of Civil War is like an event I want to do a little watch party for, like watch back at least the finals or maybe the playoffs on stream or something. I think it'd be fun. That's such a fun tournament. Just waiting for everyone to say go, basically, guys. We're all set. Otherwise, to head into Beyond versus SOS. Winner of this map will take the lead. I was looking up Beyond SOS. No, Beyond beat SOS most recently. I wonder if he was just talking about in GSTL specifically. He's 0-2. What happened for him last week? Oh, he beat Percival last week. He did go 0-2 in the Pro League format stage, but he beat Percival in the All-Kill to start off the series. But yeah, obviously, Shopify are 0-1. Both these teams are 0-1 after their first play day, so this is obviously an important one to try and push them up the standings a bit. No one gets eliminated before playoffs. The playoffs works in a gauntlet format, so basically 4th and 5th place of the group standings play each other in round 1. The winner plays 3rd, the winner plays 2nd, the winner plays 1st. So basically, no one gets eliminated, but every position further up the table you stand is already essentially a win already in the playoffs. There's one less round you have to play, which is obviously very nice. So yeah, I like this format. I mean, maybe it would have been cool to eliminate one team, so there's a little bit of elimination from the group stage might have been nice, but there's also only 5 teams. It's 4 playoff matches as it stands. I think it's fine. Like, these group stages still have meaning because they are essentially playoff matches. Even if you get 3rd place and you just skip one match of the group stage of the playoffs, that's what essentially your group stage performance is equated to a playoff win. So I think there's good meaning in that. In the top right hand side, the blue Terran player has to play on BlackRock for this TVP. This is going to be Bjorn. Yeah, his most recent result against SOS was a 2-1 victory over SOS back in May. They played twice in May in 2 different qualifiers actually, and 2 different not 2 different qualifiers. In 2 different GSLs. In fact, they played 3 matches for GSL in April and May. The first one was for Season 1 qualifiers, Bjorn 2-0. In the Season 2 qualifier, SOS 2-0'd Bjorn. And then in the Code S, Bjorn actually got the 2-1 over SOS. So that's the recent history of these two, but it is a few months back, which is not too surprising either. Getting that upper right side. Let's get the camera on someone. As we are going to see an SCV across early. Looks like Bjorn would like to engineer and bay block to take a little bit of control away from the Protoss from the very early stages. And just put the control in his hands straight away. So yeah, so is he actually going to build this next on the 3rd? That's so risky against Bjorn, I feel like. Thanks to Cybercore coming through, the Reaper and the Engineering Bay coming about. I'm going to cancel the Engineering Bay now that you've already forced things, so that looks reasonable as well. Comes about, just going to see again next as Cybercore continue to come through. Command Center, a Marine in the SCV will come around as well. Trying to see what else we can get up to at the moment. Ripper comes across, just going to be seeing the Command Center over halfway done. Again, the Nex is already building on this side. of SOS on that third location, so that is going to be one of the main points to keep an eye on, I think. Kind of where that goes to, how that looks. Whether that third is going to come into trouble from some of Beyond's pressure as the Reaper tries to poke around for some information. And the starport coming up, the Widowmine on the way, SCV and the couple of Marines continue to build through at the moment. And that probe slowly transferring over to the third as well. Just on a little move across for a few moments as well. And we're going to head down the left-hand side, heading toward the main. Again, would like to just keep up to date with info. If you can get any extra info, that's always good for you. He's just going into Widowmine drop though overall, which is obviously pretty standard as well. So nothing too crazy there from Beyond. Get those Widowmines out. And we'll get the medevac soon so we can drop across. He's going to have the third mine before the medevac shows up. Great hallucination though, sees everything. Nothing hidden from view at all there, so SOS will know. He'll even know it's the third mine, I think. Based on the fact that those two are waiting, and the starport was still not done, and the other factory was, factory was still building too. So I think you get pretty much maximum information out of this right away. 2 Marines, 2 more SCVs, all coming up. Again, that blink is coming over. A little chrono boost going down already. He's going to see 2 more Marines popping out of that barracks, and the sentry and the stalker is going to get after the Reaper as well. Going to knock that down. It's always good. And the Widowmine drop coming across the map for these medevac, or for this medevac as well, as Widowmine unloads already. It's just annoying just having to pull the probes, and because you're really spread out, your unit's not quite in the right place straight away. You're just going to unburrow and force these stalkers to go over. Now the medevac will have a boost into the main, which is going to be annoying as well. So now you're going to have even more lost mining time because you don't have the stalk count in the main base to deal with this. To be honest, it's going to deny a ton of mining time. He's also going to hide the third Widowmine for a little bit longer. He chases the bigger group of probes. Ooh. I wonder if he targeted the back probe initially, if that would have gone better for him. Although then I guess there's an easier split to make on the side of SOS, so maybe it wouldn't have mattered too much. Medevac pulls back to the top a little. Again, blink on the way over. The Banshee and the Marines coming through. The cloaking on the way. Continue to get this online at the moment. The main gonna burrow in the probes, moving about. Gonna get caught there. That's gonna be 3 workers. This mine does deliver. We're trying to deal with a push in the middle of the map. We're gonna lose 2 stalkers before we blink away from that siege tank. Now the siege tank does go down. That's good, but this Banshee is showing up before the battery, and that's deadly as well. We have no units nearby to turn it around. Not that it would matter because we've got cloak finished soon, so that's gonna be another bunch of probes killed in the favor of Beyond. These probes need to turn around and get back to the battery, no? Oh, no battery in the natural. No battery in the main, actually, so we could actually get to the main, although we don't need to. We can just hit this natural. And Beyond continues to just pick apart the work account of SOS. SOS not having a good early game here against Beyond. It has gone kind of disastrously, plain and simply. Expansion in the main. A little bit too late before a little bit too late to get there before the battery is done. Now another Banshee going to show up. They should just team up together because SOS is struggling for the detection, really. He could also just hit with this Banshee in the mineral line so that base is more difficult to defend, right? You know, if you get rid of this battery, then you're essentially going to be able to say, oh, he's out of Banshee. Could have killed the Stalker, perhaps. I was going to say, it's obviously nice if you can, kill that battery. It's going to be easy to get damage done there. The Stalkers will be able to blink away from this mine, so that's at least somewhat well handled, but no unit over here. The Banshee continues to go huge and just having a great time. Beyond has just done ridiculous amounts of damage so far. Absolutely phenomenal start from him. Fantastic beginnings to begin this with. He has an army which I feel like if he showed up with already would have been somewhat game-ending, but he's going to be a little bit more patient about it still. For now, at least. Again, a couple of gates and the Forge all coming up. Plus one attack because of shells. Stimpack coming through. The Medevacs and the Marauder coming about also. Again, those extra couple of barracks is building, so he's going to have Stim in a second. And he is building a third CC as well. Stalkers actually have a blink into the main base. Could hit, well, he hits a medevac. Stim is up for grabs, but we're going to hit the wrong tech lab initially. Stimpack
is 5 seconds away, and it's gonna go down. Disaster for Bjorn, who's just in the middle and nowhere on the defense. Sitting out the front of his natural and to the right-hand side, but not far enough to stop the Stalkers blinking in. Oh, what an absolute denial from SOS here, as the bio units will get in after at least some of these Stalkers. We killed multiple on the recall. But obviously it's way less scary because there's no tech lab ups. There's not even like an instant restart on the stim pack. Oh wow, that's absolutely brutal. The push from Bjorn is so much less powerful than it could have been now. Surely we can't push without stim though. He restarts stim, starts combat shield. He was building concussive shell initially, right? Which was also interesting, I guess, because of the Stalkers maybe? I mean, maybe if you can still get a good tank position, you can do something here and just take advantage of what still was a very good early game for you. The stim denial feels like it potentially gives you a path to victory now as SOS, though. Like, this is now a possible way that you can see success. It doesn't matter if there's just too much still on the side of Bjorn, I guess. Sal's counterattack, and I actually hate, because you literally just need to survive right here. Survival is everything. Bjorn going to supply block SOS by killing the pylon initially. At least we get unsupply block by losing units, but... Bjorn says, deny my stim all you like. It does not matter to me. This army is just way too powerful, way too much lost for SOS throughout the start of this game. When Bjorn can walk in stimless and combat shieldless to the other side of the map and just kill you, you know the early game has gone horrifically. And that is just so very true here. Bjorn able to take the one map off of SOS to put him up, and the Rebellion back up 2-1 now in this series. So Rebellion a map away from taking the first best of 5 here. We'll see if they can keep that going. I need to go back up to find the cure. Oh, I don't have the cure cam link. Oh, because we swapped servers recently. Of course, the cure game was on NA. For some reason, I thought we'd be on Korea for a bit. All right, Bjorn versus Cure up next. Bjorn wins this, and they win the first best of 5. Cure wins this, and we get tied up, and we go to the Rogue Lambo Game 5 matchup. So... the good news is we will see Rogue Lambo no matter what, because Rogue Lambo will be the starting match for the all-kill section, all-kill best of 5 that comes after this. So Rogue Lambo is on the table no matter what for us. It's just we might be guaranteed 2 maps of it, depending on this Beyond Cure game, which could be a long one. TVT has had a tendency to trail into the later stages as of late. It's definitely Cure Beyond the Fires for the Cure cam, yes. Just ask for that. Get this set up. And get this ready to go. Beyond on the left, that means Q is on this one. Beautiful. Q just hopping from NA to Korea and invite him in, and we'll get this hosting process sorted, guys. Get this ready to start. Rainfall the map for our TVT. Do, do, boom, 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 bada boom, boom, boom. Just getting everyone to accept this invite in, and we're going to go into this next map, guys. Kept this continuing. Do, 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 bada boom, bada boom. Oh, Q has a new cam link. See, this is why I don't trust writing them down. Oh, SOS was still in the party. That's why we haven't been able to host, because SOS wasn't accepting the invite, because he's not expecting to have to click anything. Alright, Q Bjorn in a few moments. Q Cam is there as well. Perfect. Alrighty, we'll be into this TVT in a second then, guys. Terran on Terran action coming up in just a few moments' time. Get this ready to rumble. Get this resumed and continue our GSTL action for the day. Again, appreciate you all hanging out with us and joining us for some games. Pleasure to be with you all. As the countdown is on, get this started in a second. 3, 2, 1, StarCraft. Or something to that effect. I was about to say, don't lobby bug either. I'm ready for this game. I don't want to be delayed. I want us to get into it and get into all the action. Top left-hand side, the blue Terran player is going to be Gun. Prepping the Shopify Rebellion and being up a game in this series now. Bjorn winning this map will secure this matchup for the Rebellion and send them to a 1-0 lead in the overall series. Kua trying to force a game 5 where Rogue would get to come out and show some of his ZVZ again. If he can win this map to give Rogue that chance, we'll see if he can do so. GSL. Well, GSTL. I guess because it stands for Global StarCraft Team League, right? But it's always funny because I feel like some people used to call it GSL Team League, right? Well, I guess maybe it never did. It's just been so long. I always wonder if like newer viewers see GSTL and they're like, I've got no idea what that means, because GSTL didn't exist for like many years, you know. It's been a long ass time since GSTL existed, so wouldn't super surprise me. That's so funny. They're both going to do the exact same thing, go Command Center first and TVT. In the same position as well, which is obviously as close to the natural as possible, but still high ground so that you're a bit safer. That's so funny. Such a Beyond thing to to go CC first and TVT as well. Max coming up. Command Center on the way. A couple of refineries coming through as well. Obviously, we'll be a bit slow going if they're both going Command Center first. There's going to be a bit less pressure on the map than what might be typically expected in this scenario. So, yeah, it's definitely a bit of a slower startup from us for these early moments. Yeah, CC coming up, the Reaper on the way. CC on both sides, Orbital coming through. A lot of this straight into position. Double orbital building right now. I see the factory coming up on both sides. I mean, they're obviously mirroring each other, so when you talk about a mirror matchup, this is as mirrored as it gets. And this really is the mirrored scenario at the moment. The CVs and the Reaper continue to come through. Just going to be seeing the Reaper just sitting on the high ground for a couple moments. The factory will finish in a few moments as well. Just getting that completed. Again, the Reaper and the Hellion continue to produce through. Just going to be having ourselves the mirrored builds continuing. Because, yeah. I mean, Bjorn's just slightly ahead on his build. Has been kind of throughout. He's just a little bit faster to a couple things. He is going to build one more Reaper, though, instead of the reactors. So there is going to be our first real divergence in this game as the two players actually start to separate from each other in their build orders. Finally, some differentiation from what the two are doing. It's still going to be pretty passive, though. I mean, again, it's CC first TVT. Like, neither player is going to have enough units to really get going anytime soon. Reaper's not Hellion coming back across. And again, the starport coming up. The SCVs are going to be there. A bit more pressure out. That reactor still coming through on the barracks as well. Once that starts again, Cyclone and the Raven continue to come through. Raven on both sides, I mean, it's not unsurprising. Again, it's TVT. Terran versus Terran. I mean, you write a script for TVT, Outside of the fact it was Command Center first, this is pretty much the script you expect. What's hilarious is that neither player is scouting as well. I think at this point, because neither player is moving out with units and scouting at all, you probably both assume that you're both playing a bit on the greedy side. And so you can't justify putting your units onto the map, because if you put your units on the map and you lose them, that's very troubling for you. So both playing blind, it's like one of the longest times you'll see people playing blind in a game of Pro StarCraft 2. 5 minutes with no scouting on the map from either player. Like, this really is probably one of the most uninteresting starts to SC2 all time. like 5 minutes of nothing is like Wings of Liberty levels of PvC opening, but even then they used a probe scout and there was some lings and stuff, you know? Damn. Crazy business. Interference Matrix starting. Both players, it's so funny as well, they've both done the same thing, which is like they've stepped out slightly further with a couple of units to kind of watch the ramps, and that's it. It's funny that they've both done it in the same way, though. Bjorn's finally going to send a Marine out and actually look for some actual information here, more so than what we've been getting so far. Next moves off the front, and we'll give space for another structure to take the reactor. Will build its own tech lab. And it's going to be stim from both players, so no one's going to try and mech it up here in this TVT as well. Just another nice confirmation to have. And stim building through. Take a few moments. Gonna have the +1 so coming up as well. Starbuck gonna move across and obviously get those reactors set up so we can get the medevac production going for the next phase of the game. We just have the 1 upgrades from both as well. Stim is again online with each other. It's a very similar state of the game from both at the moment. You see the Ravens trying to get in there from Q, well, not even trying to get in, trying to get out on the map. But that's going to be denied pretty quickly as well, so not going to see much fortune there. Again, the 1-1 and the Stim continue to come through for a few moments. So we'll see a couple of shots coming about. I mean, Q just in general trying to push forward. He has slightly more army supply. Bjorn has a couple more workers. But still both on very similar scenarios, so it shouldn't really be too crazy. I mean, unless Q gets into like a really good position that Bjorn can't quite break back out of, but we have Ravens, so like, I mean, Bjorn is +1 Raven as well, which actually stands for quite a lot in Terran versus Terran. Like, Ravens are just such a huge utility unit in this matchup. Let's see, I guess, in the next couple moments. See what's about to happen as the tanks will siege. As Serral will go down. Tank sustained siege is still not really a lot exciting happening, just a slow siege on the base. Bjorn's going to threaten forward with his own Ravens, right? So they both look to try and see what else they can maybe do. Passive for a few moments as we wait to see what comes next. We're all going to see a Matrix coming out. Bjorn finds a couple Matrixes, finds multiple Matrixes. Is that enough? Trying to get his own tanks in position. He's still got 2 tanks sieged and hitting him on the left-hand side of this. And now his own tanks get Matrix later, so it's actually going to go very well for Kua, in fact. It's going to go very, very well for Kua. I think that's actually going to be more than enough right now, so looking very good there as the units continue to gather. Ooh, gonna try and chase the Ravens, but yeah, Bjorn's already lost a lot in this. Kind of crazy that we have such a similar matchup, and then it really just is coming down to just the fact that we have slightly different engagements via the Ravens, basically, to kind of see it through to the end. Raven trying to step forward. Raven will go back and forth a little longer as well, trying to see what else we're doing. As I see Q going to try and dive in now. Bjorn has a bit more supply backing. He obviously has a couple tanks on the high ground. Gets some good counter matrixes himself, but there's so many tanks of Q that I'm not sure this attack is going to be able to break it through for him. And he's running on the right side as well because Q just has that much stuff overall. Going to kill off the orbital. I'm going to see the other Marines coming through. I mean, just minus 20 SCVs does not exactly bode well for you long term. GG, he gets called. Q, I'm going to take the 2-2, and we are going to go to a game 5 in this best of 5 between the Rebellion and HWASEUNG, which means that we are going to get that Lambo Rogue matchup for a couple of games in a row. The first one being to decide this Pro League match, and the second one to start off the all-kill section as well. So that's coming up in just a few moments. That's a very exciting game. I love the part where they did the same thing, and then the guy that took position first won the game. That was really top-tier TVT. Top-tier TVT. Alright, onto the NA server, and we go into this deciding map. Rogue versus Lambo. CVZ coming up in a few moments. Who was on which side? Oh, I'm just like settings instead of studio. This side is Rogue. This side is Lambo. Check out both working. Good. Perfect. All right. Rogue Lambo deciding map coming up. Like I say, this is to determine the first best of 5 of this series. After this, we will have the second best of 5 being the all-kill mode coming up as well. Just waiting for him to host the game, and like I say, we wrap up this first best of 5, go into the next, and we go from there. Alright, well, I'll be coming up, guys. Washout going to be the map. This is big because this really obviously sets the tone for the full series. Like, getting a full point in the big best of 3 of the match is obviously a pretty big deal. So, big game of ZVZ right now.
as we head into Game 5 of the Pro League section of BASILISK versus HWASEUNG. I can't wait for everyone to be flaming me for how I pronounce this team name as well. I just know it's going to happen. I can already tell it's going to happen. Alright, let's dive into the upper right-hand side. We are going to have ourselves the blue Zerg player. This is going to be Lambo. And he is fighting for the Shopify Rebellion to get to their first official point of the season, I guess. Because they got 2-0'd last week, as did Rogue's team, as he sets up in the bottom left. Both fighting for the same thing. Again, it's not an official point, but it's a point in the series at least. I think these two teams are pretty well matched. I actually think it could go either way in the all-kill section as well. Maybe this is the match that we get the big ol' best-of-one ace match in at the end of the day too, you know? Alright, Temple coming about from Rogue, so we are going to see the aggression from our Korean Zerg. See what Lambo's response is going to be. Obviously, I say response. What his build order choice is going to be. You don't really get to respond to this. You just get to preemptively have a better or worse build order against it. He's going hatchery first, so it's going to be one of the worst setups against it. It's no gas from Rogue. It's not like a completely all-in 10 pool. This is already very good for him, as he could probably aim to kill the hatchery. Here's what we've been seeing lately. A lot of people giving up the hatch. We'll see if Lambo tries to fight it with drones. There's going to be hatch gas pool as well, so pretty much the latest pool Lambo's going to end up building here. Yes, I mean, I guess you could have always built one more drone before the pool, but generally speaking, hatch gas pool is on the end of it being, or on the side of it being problematic for Lambo for sure. Those lings already coming across. The pool just barely began. And Lambo's going to see it right now with his Overlord, so he sees the lings coming. It's now going to be time for him to get the defense on the go here. And the Koreans love the 10 pools, I swear. They've been doing it so much lately. 4 more lings behind the production as well, so we still have a lot more lings coming up. There's been about 12 lings in total, I think 14 lings in total from Rogue. As puts these lings on the left-hand side of the hatchery, that means they're ready to greet the drones as they come down the ramp already. If they even come down the ramp, Lambo might just leave them in the main base and not try to defend this. I mean, his pool's only just finishing now. I think he's just going to let the hatchery die. Buy himself time for lings to come out, a queen to come out. And just try and play defense on the high ground, just let this drop. He's up 7 workers, so he's mining significantly more right now. If he can defend well in the main base at this point, this is where it can actually go very well for you as Lambo, perhaps. Broodlings expire, that bought you a bit of time as well. You're now losing mining time as well as Lambo, so that economy is not quite as good. Rogue starts to mine more than Lambo because of the pull. You can see the drones pulling into this. This is where we have to try and minimize drone losses. Lambo needs to keep a good amount of these workers alive here to justify the loss of the hatchery. I was going to say, so far pretty good, but in an instant, suddenly you jump to 3 workers killed. It still seems reasonable. The problem is that Rogue already has a hatchery up. I mean, I think that's how it's meant to be, though. Right? Like, if you lose the hatchery here as Lambo, you're meant to be at least a bit behind, and he definitely is. He is going to have ling speed. And he is building lings, so he's going to essentially look to ling flood behind this. The biggest problem with this is that, I mean, I guess I say ling flood, it might just be that he needs the lings to even take as natural right now, but every ling he makes right now is another drone that Rogue gets ahead on, and it feels more and more necessary for him to maybe get across the other side of the map and actually do damage. And Rogue is about to see the ling speed. We'll see if he respects it with more ling production of his own. And again, Rogue is drawn to 23, Lambo on 14. Lambo has done nothing but build Zerglings here, looking to be aggressive. Those lings are streaming across the map. We're going to be arriving very soon. We're going to get into this natural. Couple queens on the wall. Will Rogue just lose his own hatchery? 2 queens obviously put the damage out, but you can't risk them being too far forward because then they get surrounded. Loses a couple lings. Now the lings are going to get surrounded. Lambo's going to catch the queens. The queens start to drop. The drones are going to pull down to the low ground. I mean, you just don't have the ling speed is so good in this scenario as well because the ling speed allows you to reposition and get better surrounds more easily as well. So you can kind of back away and then re-engage onto the fight much more quickly than Rogue can. You wrap around those lings very effectively. Lambo Doesn't have any more Lings available, though. He has not been reinforcing, I don't believe. So he doesn't have that much left, and I think that's going to just about do it on this attack. And Lambo is still down by 7 workers, and his hatchery is still not finished. So fair to say that this probably just did not do enough at the end of the day. And there's a few Lings trying to pull back over. Baneling Nest, Lings still continuing to build up at the moment. Ling speed continue to come online also. And the few Lings move about, and we are going to be seeing that Queen going to turn around for a little grab as well. Nice little catch on that one. And the Lings move out to their right side. Another few Lings going to come through the center. Obviously, Lambo at least has map control, but that's pretty much all he has. And especially as Rogue gets a couple Banes up, he's going to be feeling very safe. Lambo's Bane Nest is coming up and online, but I mean, if Rogue's going to build Banes defensively and Lambo's going to go for the commitment here, I think Rogue just already has enough. The fact he already has 2 Banelings finishing is huge for him. He's going to start a Roach Roaring, but honestly, more than anything, that might just be a wall off that aids him as well. He is going to drone a bit. The defensive Banes are going to do a lot of time buying for you, right? Because you can use them to kind of zone a little bit. He's going to see, I think, now what's coming. So even though he doesn't have more Lings in production, he can start a couple more Banelings preemptively. He can maybe start the wall off. We'll see if he has enough money to try and get close to finishing that wall off. I mean, right now, anything to buy you time is generally going to be your friend, right? I don't even know if I love, like, the full wall off, although, oh, that was a mistake. That Baneling should not have gone into the 2 Lings. Not bad start. And you do trade 2 for 3, and then the Queens are going to get rid of the other Banelings, so no Banelings in play here for Lambo, essentially. As we commit through, the other Lings and the Banes come back over. Rogue up. A good amount of supply. A lot of it's in workers, but the army count is pretty similar now as well. I think these Banes are going to be fine. There is one morphing Bane there, and Rogue sees it, and I think he knew how long it was going to be, and it was already low, so it wasn't going to be difficult to finish off either. Again, Bane's coming about. The drone's still coming through. As the Banes keep gathering. Again, Extractor Overlord's building up also. I just don't think we have especially as Roaches are popping out. Lambo is down so many workers. He is droning a little bit right now, but he's going to be behind going to Roaches as well. He has no advantage. It's not like he has a 3rd hatch or something else he can kind of begin to rely on, essentially. 3 Roaches out in the open is nice. It's Rogue being a little greedy maybe with the Roach position, although he was trying to go across the map with other units too. Bane show up. That's honestly still a pretty okay trade as well. Now these Lings get here. This Queen is exposed. Both the Queens are exposed. Actually, so Lambo's going to lose inject potential, which is not really going to be good for him. The Lings do get that Queen, and the drones begin to drop. And, well, Lambo was just trying to play catch-up on drones. Never mind losing even more of them. He just about defends in the main base, but it's minus 10 workers. And Rogue is building so many Roaches now that I don't think Lings ever really have a chance against it. It looks as though the Korean team, well, the all-Korean team, is going to take the first point in the best of 3 of this GSTL matchup. 3 Roaches stepping through, the Lings coming over as well. Extra Bane is just going to finish morphing. The Ling Bane will step up. Queen Roach is just going to spread for a little. And we are going to try and fight this as Lambo. I mean, he has to. But the Banes don't do enough. GG gets called, and Rogue is able to take it down. That early build put him in a good spot. And he was just never really caught off guard to the counterattack of Lambo that followed either. Rogue puts the first point on the board as the Pro League match goes to HWASEUNG. Now we go into the all-kill match. Funnily enough, we actually don't have to change server or anything, because we actually just get to go directly into Rogue Lambo. Sorry, I thought I heard Helen, and I do hear Helen, but she's she's just playing with Ellie, so that's good. Rogue Lambo is the first match of the all-kill section as well, guys, so we're going to go right on into this and see if Shopify Rebellion can be the first team to force the Super Ace Match Best of 1. We are going to find out very soon. Very, very soon. All right. Like I say, Rogue Lambo. Nice part for me. I don't have to change the cameras. You know, that's nice and easy, isn't it? That is nice and easy. Alrighty, guys. Again, thank you for joining us. Last best of 5 of the day. And again, it's all kill. And again, that means that 3 maps wins it for you. Winner stays on. Getting through Rogue would be pretty huge. Because if you get through Rogue, I think Rogue is a big threat to the rest of your team. Like, I think Rogue is a big threat to anyone else you field here. Scarlet, I think he's a big threat to Kua. To Bjorn. Getting rid of Rogue as Lambo here would be pretty huge. Countdown is on. This is going to get going in a second. Get this ready to go. Let's kick it off. All right, so again, this is a fresh BO5. This is now all kill mode. Now, this is just coincidence that Rogue and Lambo are the first players of all kill. This was just pre-selected by the teams, that Rogue and Lambo, before they knew the Pro League lineup as well. So this is just by chance that they end up playing another game. And again, the reason it resets is before it was the Pro League best of 5. It's now the all kill best of 5. So it's a second best of 5. Again, HWASEUNG took the first point in the best of 3 that the best of 5 is built into. If Shopify Rebellion win this best of 5, there's a best of 1 Super Ace match. If the HWASEUNG win this best of 5, the series is done at 2-0. So let's see how it goes. In the bottom left corner, Lambo. In the top right corner, Rogue. Again, funny that we kind of just go straight back into the same matchup. Again, just coincidence that happens. It isn't. It doesn't have to be like this, obviously. And I know it can be a bit confusing though when people, you maybe just tuned in or you're paying half attention, like, wait, didn't they just finish? Why are they starting again? Etc., etc. So, yeah. Well, this is once again Rogue on the build order advantage. As he's going to go pool first. Lambo's going to go early pool. So when you go early pool, it's obviously going to be... yeah, when you go early pool, it's going to be very good for you. Because, when you go pool first, it's going to be very good for you because against the early pool, you're basically doing the same thing. You just have, you're basically doing the same thing. You just have the fact that you have a few more drones and you're the defender, so you have time to get your stuff out as well. It's not like when Lambo went hatch first last game. It's going to take forever to get the stuff out. The pool first just puts you having the stuff out at a good time. So Lambo sees it's not the bottom right. And he sees it's not the top left, so he is going to go cross spawns with the Lings. Rogue's pool hatchery on the way. We'll see what his defense looks like. Might still have to pull some drones to aid in this defense. But obviously does have the worker advantage. We saw this a little bit earlier as well. And a ZVZ that played out, so... Let's see. Or it might have been yesterday in the ZVZ that played out. We had ZVZ earlier in the no GG match? Yes, solo Serral. We had a scenario like this. Long day, guys. Long day. A few Lings coming about, a few drones coming up. Just going to be seeing the defense continuing. The hatchery still getting nibbled upon. 4 drones is very good, I think, for Lambo initially. A couple more Lings continue to drop here. 4 drones is pretty good. Obviously, hatchery should survive through this. You shouldn't lose the hatchery when you go pool first. I think 4 drones equalizes you in the game, because obviously your hatch still has to finish. You force some lost mining time, but you mine a bit less early, so it's a pretty respectable position overall. Couple Lings going to head down to the bottom left-hand side. Again, extra drones coming about. The Queen is going to be in there as well. Lings stepping over. Drone's going to take some shots. They're being done. couple extractors coming out as we continue through. A couple moments. Extractor coming up, bring this around. Just gonna see the link speed, the drones, the Evo chamber coming up as well. Where do we go from here? Rogue actually ekes out a couple of workers in his favor at this point. No play with the third hatchery. I think that makes sense. Like, I think Lambo did enough for the game to be competitive, but it's not enough for... It's enough for the game to be competitive, but not enough for the lead, I think, right? So, he's in the game. I think Rogue has a couple edges here and there. Faster link speed, faster carapace. Have a couple more drones just before. Now that drone count does go into Lambo's favor. That is also because Rogue is starting to build some units that Lambo does not necessarily have as well, right? So, a little bit of back and forth there. Like, Rogue has a few extra lings, and obviously that potentially has meaning in the near future as well, so we shall see. Okay, nice little build. Again, the extra lings coming up. What's crossing pathways, just going to be having, again, Lambo just trying to go into the carapace of his own, but he is going to be so much later on that. There's definitely going to be openings for Rogue. Don't know if this is an opening for Rogue, though. There's not enough lings to really do much just yet. The wall is there. I mean, I guess you can pressure the third base, and Lambo's not comfortable moving out because he doesn't have link speed yet, so yeah, I guess that is a little bit brittle, in fact. That's the cancel, so yeah, Lambo's going to be later on the third hatchery as well, and Rogue is going to be... Well, now he's going to get outnumbered, so now he has to back away, especially as link speed's finishing. But that Baneling is super close to finishing. Lambo's going to take the dive on it. Wow. That was brave, and it does go his way. A couple more seconds, and that would have been a massive Bane hit, because the back of the army was fighting right there, you know? It was fighting right there. Ling's going to continue to run over. Yeah, I mean, this is where Lambo has a few more units for a few moments, but the Banes are showing up from Rogue. He's not going to have carapace just yet. Oh, these Bane's going to get the Lings tucked in the corner. No, the Ling's just about find their exit strategy down that right-hand side. So we do make our way out of that troubling spot. Roach is now coming up from Lambo. He already has the lair and the Roach speed on the way. So again, a little bit of a ping-ponging advantage to advantage here. One player has this advantage. One player takes that advantage. I mean, having faster carapace is great and all, but we've got to do something with it for that to mean anything. Killing the third hatch again is pretty huge. If we get it, and we should, the Roaches don't do damage fast enough. But is Rogue's third hatch in trouble as well? Not quite as much, simply for the fact he actually has himself a... the Lings that can pull back a bit more quickly to get there to play the defense. So that definitely aids you. And Roach speed coming up, that burrow coming through, the feeling's gonna get a catch on the Roach there. We're gonna see Lambo trying to send it across the map. Roach has a lesser supply count at the moment. He's about to have no Roach speed against the Roach speed as well, which could help some of the Roaches of Lambo stay in the fight and direct the fight a little bit. Let's see how it goes. The Lings are gonna run forward, the Roaches are gonna get caught. Again, Roach speed coming up over the next few moments as well. And I'm just gonna see that burrow continuing through. Roaches and Queens keep on gathering. We're just going to turn back around. The Zerglings going to get turned away as well. Again, Spire just going to start from Rogue as we have that already beginning here. So bringing that Spire up, getting that started. A couple of Banes is going to get through after those Roaches. Again, missiles and the Roach speed coming up as well. Bringing a lot of that into place. And those Roaches still gathering into the center. Missiles and Roach speed all coming up. Just going to see a couple Lings going to get turned around. Spy him in the back of that main base at the moment as well. Just chilling. The floors coming through, again, Hydrogen coming up, the Overlords are all building. Obviously, you can take a few more shots as it continues along as well. Queen just going to get there. Overlord goes down. And those roaches continue to just move over. We are going to see the missile upgrade coming into place. Again, the mutas are coming through as well. Just getting those on the way out. So Rogue having that spire, I'm going to try and make use of it here. Lambo's already building the Hydras. I mean, I feel like he's actually pretty well set up to play against what Rogue is currently doing. So getting himself into that position. Getting himself set up for this. Got the Lings coming through. The Roaches are going to be right there burrowed up. Lambo with the chance to maybe moving them around in a moment or two. And the Roaches are going to go across the map. The Mutalisks will bring themselves across. I don't... I mean, this would be nice if we had an overseer. We could see those Roaches. That would have been a great catch, but... yeah, Rogue's not expecting the burrow, so... these Roaches pop up now. They're actually going to jump onto a Ravager. Already a pretty good catch there. Going to kill that off. And what's really nice about showing these Roaches right now is it's going to pull the mutas back. So it gives Lambo even more preparation time against the mutas. Because the mutas pretty much... I mean, they did pull back to try and deal with this, although they didn't do it for too long, so actually maybe wasn't a worthwhile pullback either. This last few Roaches, Lambo will go down. Now we have a few more Hydras out, and like I say, just solidifies that defense from Lambo, making sure you're not going to run just shy on anti-air in the early stages initially. Hydra all gathering through. 2 upgrades coming about. The Spines is coming over. A few more Roaches going to jump onto the other Roaches here. Again, -6 drones for the moment as the Queens come about also. Again, Guru Spines, Roaches, 2 upgrades, all building for now. Getting that up and into place. A lot more meters. Bane Speed and Lings are still coming across, so again, bring that about. Roach is going to find Roaches in the corner. Now that Rogue knows about that Burrow Tunnel and Claw play, you can obviously be a lot more prepared for it preemptively a lot of the time here as well. As we are going to have the Roach Hydra forces beginning to step up. He's going to get overhead. Those Hydras already beginning to go down. Roaches. I mean, we just don't have any Hydras anymore. We're going to rebuild a bunch of those Hydras, but if you lose every single Roach, then the Hydras aren't exactly well protected on the other side of the map either, right? Once you go across the other side, so let's see how much we do here as Lambo. Let's see how much damage he finds. He's obviously going to just try and commit these Roaches for as much as possible. The more damage you do now, the more you can kind of justify taking yourself when the mutas counterattack you in the next little bit. You have the Overseer, so the Burrow out is not going to gain you anything, really. I guess it doesn't hurt yet. G's going to get a couple of Roaches away, so lost in the chaos. 2 of them do get out elsewhere, and 1 pops back up in the main base, so hey, it's worth burrowing those couple of Roaches just to be a little annoying here and there. We built a lot of Hydras on the rebuild from this. Lambo knows immediately that he needs those Hydras to deal with these mutas. Supply lead in Lambo's favor, and if he can really keep these mutas from doing much, then that's great. He's going across the map. Realistically, the problem for Rogue is that it's only mutas for him, right? And if it's only mutas, he's going to really struggle to deal with this. The muta's going to get in after the Roach. It's going to come straight through over there. Hydra's already starting to fight. You're going to run up into this natural light. I just don't know if Rogue can defend this. He's building some Banelings, but I just don't think they're going to do it. We do have Baneling speed, but we need some really good Baneling connections, and the Roaches are stopping the Banes connecting initially, and then he turned them back the other way. Where are they going? I actually felt like they were going to at least get a bit of a connection. Now we lost a bunch more of them. The Bane Nest goes down. Lambo pre-splits the Hydras. Is still going to eat the Banelings pretty hard, though, and the mutas will clean up. -24 drones. Well, now we got to go back into Hydra production, but Lambo has no gas spare. He's going to build a couple of Infestors. It feels like the mutas are starting to bring this back into their favor. This CVZ has been one of twists and turns and consequences, as I actually think Rogue is starting to pull back ahead again, because these mutas now against what is a very limited amount of anti-air is a problem. This next round of Hydras had to trade a little bit better, because now you've got 30 mutas against 2 Hydras, 3 Queens. Not really a Spore Crawler setup either, because Lambo's kind of been the aggressor. He's not needed the Spores with the Hydras at home, so he's been limited on Spore Crawler count. Obviously, the Infestors coming out are going to be nice.
are they going to be enough to turn things? I mean, the mutas already going to be here. There's some roaches counterattacking. Again, Lambo looking to buy time. And the more he can set up for these mutas, the less likely they are to deal too much damage. He's going to start by cancelling the 4th base. Roaches pop up. Rogue actually with a couple of roaches of his own defensively. If we don't have to pull those mutas back, that is amazing. Like I say, we have some... My problem with the infestors, I don't know if we have a follow-up to the infestors. Like, blocking these units in position with the fungal is great, but what do you do to get rid of the mutas, apart from just chain fungaling them? Well, I guess that's what the hydras that you're building into are going to try and help with, but now the Hydra Den goes down, so the last few Hydras are building at the moment for Lambo. It's going to be a while until you can afford more of those. He is getting to a Hive, a couple Vipers, Parasitic Bomb, Fungal combo could be huge. Rogue losing a ton of drones as Lambo puts the pressure on the other side. Rogue sees the threat, and he does begin to back away from those Infestors and Hydras combined. He's going to go back home and just deal with this at the moment, just going to clean it up. We're just still fighting, a bit more being done. I'm going to try and kill the Spire, which would be nice to slow down some of the Mutalisk count. It's not going to go down, so the last few roaches fall. Rogue down. About 20 supply here at the moment. He's down to 8 workers, though, so Rogue has no economy. This feels good for Lambo, surely. But at the same time, like, if we can't deal with the mutas, you can't deal with the mutas. But I think he can deal with the mutas, especially if there's not going to be any new mutas arriving. Over time, you get a fungal, you kill a couple. I just don't think Rogue has that one explosive play to kind of just play cleanup here and just to, you know, remove Lambo from this game, which is probably what he needs if he doesn't have any eco of his own. It was just going to hit this hatchery. No damage being found. The Spire does go down now. I mean, honestly a big deal because it's not like Rogue is rich enough to rebuild a Spire. Like, rebuilding the Spire is like a genuinely huge cost right now. Lambo is now at 20 Hydras, 3 infested. The Vipers are huge as well. Parasitic Bombs are absolutely massive in this scenario. The problem is that Lambo has to camp on this base for as long as possible, and then I guess we just slow push across the map with everything at once. I wonder if it's even worth him, like, slowly group spreading out a little bit as well, maybe. It's going to start. I was just thinking about crew spreading just so we can bring the spores, but maybe we just slowly take this base and we just say, cool, I can reestablish more economy much faster than you can because I've killed so many of your workers throughout this. You would not be incorrect on that assumption. Let's gather, hatch coming up. Just going to be seeing a couple drones and creep tumors all coming over as well. Obviously, slows down to a very weird state of the game where Lambo is pretty much best off just camping for a little bit. Like I say, he knows how much he did to Rogue. He knows how little economy Rogue has behind it. And Rogue's rebuilt at 17 workers, but he's still only on 40 meters. I mean, I like the Bane Nest, but the Bane Nest is not the be-all and end-all now. Because Banelings don't really help you too much if the infestors just fungal whatever Banes you have. Now, those are fungals that don't go on the mutas, but they're still fungals well spent. So, Spore hit. I was going to say, any Parasitic Bomb onto those mutas is very annoying. Any splash you start building up is huge. Vipers gather. Hydra's going to be right there. I'm just going to have this set up for the moment. Lambo supply obviously just keeps growing. I wonder if Lambo ever feels comfortable moving out. The problem is if you move out, you potentially open yourself to the base trade. There's probably no reason to move out before you're completely maxed at least. I just wonder if even when he gets max, does he feel like it's worth moving out? I mean, it must be at that point, no? But if your army can't beat the guy moving out at that stage, you're probably doing something wrong, no? I don't know, it's so easy to get overwhelmed by mutas, though. I can completely understand a little bit of his fear right now. I get it, like, I understand why we're not rushing into things. I think he's doing the right thing. Like I said, I'm just curious about what the action is when the max out happens, I guess. I suppose we will see. It's coming back down this side. Viper's just gonna gather, take a few moments, again, a couple spores building up, and the overlords and the hydras all building in. But it's moving. All you've got to do is force a fight on the mutas, and the mutas should melt. There's not enough banelings either, so I do think it's right to be moving, because you're giving Rogue more chance to get set up against it. He needs to split the Banes, but by splitting the Banes, it's more easy for them to just be targeted down by the Roaches as well. But you can't keep the Banes clumped because of the fact that you have the Fungals, right? Fungals going to come down, Parasite Bomb start to drop. A little bit of a panic motion on the side of Lambo, but it is just a melting of an army for Rogue. Lambo takes the map and is going to put the Rebellion up a game. I think that's huge. Knocking Rogue down, I think Rogue is the strongest player on this team right now, so knocking him out of the all-kill section is a pretty big deal. I presume they send out Kua next. Do we send out Kua? It's Kua or SOS. I feel like you gotta send out Kua before you send out SOS, no? Kua lost to Lambo earlier, but I'd find it surprising if we didn't go to Kua before SOS. I just think you've got to save SOS for like a versus beyond. Unless SOS has something kind of planned for BVZ, in which case maybe you just send him against Lambo anyway. Hmm. Alrighty, guys. The StarCraft will resume with the next match. We just have to figure out who it's going to be. Lambo stays on. And this is now all kill, so Lambo stays on, and it will be a new challenger from the opposing team to decide who they best think is going to take Lambo down here. Working through this all kill best of 5. Man, I didn't think these days were going to be as long as they are. We had a really long game earlier, but like even still, I guess we're having fairly long games overall. We have some big maps coming up in this series too. We are potentially locked in for a little bit. Yay. Let's see who this next player is going to be. We are waiting to find out who will be coming through next. Again, that's Rogue done for the day unless they get to the best of 1 ace match. In that case, Rogue might be back. Waiting to see who joins us here for this, guys. Again, appreciate you all tuning in. Thank you for being with us. It's been a big day of the GSTL. All games coming. Can't believe how active the chat is. It's crazy, isn't it, Austin? I can't believe you have a super count. Well, I guess you have to have a super count. Huh. Crazy. 90% of my chat today has been you and Lambo. I got excited because I turned over and I was like, whoa, new chat is just Austin. Yay. Crazy business.
Chat is popping off. Popping off, I tell you. Big decision. Kura and SOS fighting about who goes up against Lambo maybe right now. Rorschach going to be the map. I guess we know what the map is, and we know it's going to be Lambo versus Korea, so I guess they know the server as well already. Even if we don't know who the player is just yet. Oh, it's going to be SOS. It's been updated on the sheet. It is going to be SOS, so Lambo SOS coming up. All right. Countdown is on. Lambo versus SOS coming up. As we get ready to go for this next game. Let's count down into this one. Oh, wait, I didn't get SOS's camera. Give me a sec, guys. I can probably ask what I can do. Alright. Let's get this ready to go. Oh, I gotta copy paste this quick. Well, I can't copy paste it. I gotta type this quick. Ah, before it disappears. Oh, WUHTNY. Just like that, SOS should appear. Nice. Whew. In the bottom right side is going to be our blue side player, Lambo. And in the bottom left, our red Protoss is SOS as we get into game 2 of this best of 5. All-kill matchup. Lambo looking to make it 2-0 for the Rebellion, put them in a great spot in the all-kill section. Again, if they win the all-kill best of 5, it would go down to a best of 1 super ace match. That is where we are. I feel like personally we're currently heading there. I think this Rebellion team looks very good from here on out. Like, getting rid of Rogue I think is very scary. Rogue has the potential to go through this entire Rebellion team. And so does Q. I mean, Q is also very good. But I don't know. I feel like Q is susceptible to Beyond. I feel like Q feels more susceptible to Beyond / Lambo than Rogue did, in a way. I mean, I think that's why this match is fun. I actually think everyone has a good chance in this match, which is definitely what makes it very fun. I think this one could go any which way. Could be an important one in terms of sneaking up the group standings overall as well by the end of it. As the hatch, gas, spawning pool all coming into place, getting started for the moment. On the side of Lambo, very interested in what the heck SOS does. Like, is he just going to play some Void Rays? Is he going to have something else kind of planned here? I have no idea what to expect out of SOS. Very curious as to what he brings to the table over the course of this. So, hatch, gas pool all coming up. Couple of gates coming around. Cybercore will be finished up in a couple of moments, and SOS already has a pylon over here, so we're just going to go one base Stargate proxy.
Robo, maybe? Stargate. I mean, Robo could maybe make sense. You just build a prism and then you do things with the prism into the main. But I think Stargate was more obvious. It was also stacking up the gas where I was going to be Stargate as well. Just didn't really need to shout out Robo, did I? But I did to make myself sound like a bit of a fool for a moment. It's all good. Alright, so the Stargate, super proxy. He does open double gate as well, so he's going to have a lot of adept pressure. Oh, Lambo's going to go see it with this Overlord, though. So Lambo's going to know what's up. Yeah, I mean, he's already got the Lings coming over too, so he just knows what's happening. So SOS is... His build is already falling apart a little bit. We're trying to build a battery here, but the Lings are going to be on the battery. The Lings are already on the first pylon. More Lings coming over. I mean, at least you're going to force the Adepts over here to play defense. So at least we can bring the Adepts for defense, I guess. I mean, you've delayed a battery. The Ling's actually going to turn onto the Adepts. More Lings building from Lambo. Is he going to hard commit? I mean, I guess he's already on an okay-ish work account. I was going to say, is he just going to hard commit at this point to Lings? It seems like he is. I mean, these Adepts are low, but they're not dead. He's killed one pile. He's going to kill the second, but the Oracle got out. And that's obviously big because the Oracle can help clean up the Lings. But at the same time, the Oracle cleaning up Lings means there's no energy to be used in the main base or the natural. So, like, you're still not going to really deal any damage there. Now a Fleet Beacon starts. I guess Lambo's idea is now you're still going to look to flood this and still deny this. Because if the Stargate goes down, the position in this game is still pretty bad for you. A Queen even stepping over here to put some damage out on the Oracle. It's going to help to drain the battery energy, which is not a bad thing at all right now. Kill one battery. The other battery will be drained of energy pretty quickly. The Queens obviously will help against the Adepts too. And as Adepts go down, 1 and 2 both die. We just go after the pylons, and this Stargate will never produce a Fleet Beacon unit. Got another gateway at home. Surely we build a... I mean, I guess you cancel the Fleet Beacon then? No, why are we letting the Fleet Beacon finish SOS? If you're gonna build a gateway, why are we letting the Fleet Beacon complete? Surely you can build a Stargate back at home if you still want to use the Fleet Beacon. What are we doing? Heavy disagree on this. Heavy disagree. Okay, I guess I didn't even think we could still build the mothership. Okay, sure. Sure, I completely didn't even consider that. I'm like, what are you doing? Well, yeah, the mothership, I guess, is the one thing you can still build. Okay, I mean, I guess my presumption was like, that's an absolutely ridiculous thing to try and build, but I guess it's the best thing you can do right now, I suppose. I mean, it's not like Lambo's going to have a good anti-air against the mothership. Right? I mean, he's going to have a bunch of queens. And spores. I mean, he's only playing off 2 bases. He starts at the lab because it's only a 1-base Protoss. Lambo has taken the worker lead in this. So it's just, he sees the lair, he sees the setup, he's just like, okay. GG. Lambo takes game number 2. Yeah, I don't know. I believe for like... I kind of believe for like half a minute for SOS, I guess, that maybe the mothership was a cool call that could maybe catch Lambo off, and then I was like, I was talking myself out of it, and SOS scouted himself out of believing as well, so there you go. Alright guys, well Lambo puts us up to a 2-0 lead in the all-kill section. We know it's going to be Lambo versus Cure up next, so we'll get that ready to go. In just a few moments, my friends, we will get this rolling. Thank you for your patience between the games. Appreciate you all. Cure's logging in. We know it's going to be Lambo Cure. It's at Eternity's Edge as well. It's a pretty big map for this one as well. Let's see if Lambo can beat Cure a second time today. He had a great surround earlier to set himself off into a great position against Cure. Eternity's Edge, big map. Be a big game. Let's see Cure joining the party.
And we are going to go at Eternity's Edge right now. Go and GLHF. It's called from Lambo. Just need to get the Cure camera myself, and we can set this off. All right, Lambo Cure coming up. Just waiting for the game to be allowed to begin. Get this ready to kick off in just a few moments, guys. And if you're watching on Soup, hello, welcome to the live stream. If you're watching this on Twitch or YouTube, this will be a rebroadcast or an upload, but we still appreciate you watching. And don't forget to do the usual: hit the like, hit the subscribe, hit the follows. It all helps out. It's all greatly appreciated. As we'll be just waiting for this to be ready. We're ready. The players are both ready. Just waiting for our admin to give us the go-ahead that we're allowed to start up this game 3. Lambo wins this. We go to a best-of-1 Super Race match because the best-of-5 all-kill round would be over. If Cure wins this, obviously the all-kill continues, and he looks to go for the reverse sweep through probably at least Bjorn, and then one of Scarlet / Harstem on the tail end of it all. Countdown is good, and get ready to start this. Kicking this off in a few moments. At Eternity's Edge will be the map. Let's load in. Let's get this started. Let's see what happens. As we have in the bottom right-hand corner, the blue Zerg player with a 2-0 lead in the all-kill best-of-5. It is Lambo playing against someone he played and beat in the Pro League best-of-5 earlier, Cure. If Lambo can do it again, we force the Super Ace match best-of-1. I love that it's just called the Super Ace match. And if Cure wins, obviously he has to go through 2 more Rebellion players to potentially win this series 2-0 and avoid, or 3-2, sorry. Oh, well, yes, I guess win 3-2 to make it 2-0. It's confusing, isn't it? And avoid the Super Ace match. So let's see what we get as we get ourselves into At Eternity's Edge for some TVZ. Oh, it's been quite a day, as there will be more GSTL, I believe, on Saturday as well, by the way, guys. So just letting you guys know. I believe it's on Tuesdays and Saturdays, and then once we get into September, it's a bit more awkward when it is, just because it's also on some weekends for the playoffs and stuff, so... but it all wraps up at the end of September. I believe it's September 27th is the grand final. It's going to overlap with our end of the week of the WardiTV 10-year anniversary stuff, so... I have to figure that out and see how that's going to impact people being able to play in a tournament and stuff. We might wrap up the WardiTV tournament a day early. I don't know if it's... I think it's offline, so if people actually have to travel to Korea, that might actually affect who I can get to play as well. So that's also maybe something for me to consider, but we'll have a little bit of time to figure that out as well, so it shouldn't be too bad. Hatch, Gas, and Pool. Orbital coming up with the Reaper Expand on the way from Cure. Nothing too surprising from him just yet. Things looking kind of as they should for... the moment, it seems. It seems and it feels. Let's see if he comes about. It's going to be seeing the second depot come down. Peaceful few moments to start off this game 3. Again, Lambo with the 2-0 advantage at the moment for the Rebellion. That was a really good setup against Cure's attack earlier. Lambo hasn't looked untouchable in TVT or anything on this patch, I would say. He's had some good games, but he's also, you know, in the most recent WardiTV Weekly, he lost to Bjorn, I believe, 2-0. So he's definitely been vulnerable in TVZ on this patch. But he looked good against Q in that earlier game as well. And Q, I think Q has struggled a bit in TVZ, so it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out completely as, let's say, big game. Well, the Rebellion just immediately get into that best of one ace would be amazing. I wonder who they send out in the best of one ace. Do you send Bjorn? Do you like Lambo's chances in case it's Rogue? Because I would presume it's Rogue from HWASEUNG. But if you presume it's Rogue, who do you think has the better chance against Rogue? I'm going to narrow it down to Bjorn or Lambo. I think they're the two real candidates from the Rebellion, if it does go to that ace. I think it's tough because I think they can both really beat Rogue, and I think they can both really lose to Rogue. We already saw Lambo go 1-1 against Rogue already once today. Even that was a very weird game. Maybe you prefer the TVZ. It would be on, I believe it's on Sanctuary if we get to the best of one Super Race match, if Kyo doesn't go 3-0 from here on out. So I believe that's on Sanctuary, so that might impact the pick a little bit as well. Sanctuary is a map that seems fairly loved by all, so I don't know if it makes you not want to play TVZ on it. It might affect if you want to play ZVZ on it, though. Maybe that's a factor. There's a few things kind of in play there to kind of think on. Two Hellions, the Reaper pull back over to the sides. Actually still setting up, just going to be seeing the Queens are going to gather as well. Take a few moments. Again, SCV's coming around, the faction advancing to all building at the moment. Barracks floats off that tech lab and peels back over to the left. And it is with the double factory, obviously going to be some kind of mechy kind of opening. Doesn't mean it's going to be mech in the game. It could obviously also just be like Blue Flame Hellions into bio. That's something you do see in TVZ. We saw it a lot in the past. It's always been kind of a somewhat viable option for Terrans, especially when mech is a possibility, right? Because it's one of those things where if you do it and then you go into bio as well, it kind of changes the Zerg's response. Because sometimes if you take a bunch of damage off the Blue Flame Hellions but you're playing mech, the Zerg can be quite greedy in response, but the bio really punishes that. So it's a bit more viable when mech is a choice at all, because then the Zerg doesn't just presume that post Hellions it's going to be it's going to be bio or something, right? And like I say, it doesn't have to be. We'll see what it is. We're going to go double tech lab, actually, so we're not even going to... well, sorry, I didn't even realize. Sorry, that was second and third factory. I'm so silly. Sorry, there's already one factory up. So it is just going to be mech. We are just going to go into Hellion Cyclone here. My bad. Apologies, guys. Sorry, I thought it was two factories. I'm talking about a build that is not actually on the board here. Yeah, so it's going to be... Never mind all this bio talk. Just I'm talking nonsense. It's going to be straight up just mech. My brain just cut out. Like, he already has a freaking factory on a reactor, and I'm seeing two factories. I'm like, whoa! My brain thinks it's like minute 2, not minute 5. Apologies. So yes, it is just going to be mech. Never mind that. So mech has been pretty viable, but Lambo's setup is good. Roadtron early. Alaire already coming online as well, so he's going to have real options against this mech play. Fast road speed is going to be great for him. Be able to meet those Cyclones out on the map very early on and just be able to start contesting them from the start. You know, you're not going to build or waste time on Ling Bane. That's going to be very exposed to this Hellion Cyclone play as well. So, just generally speaking, you're putting yourself in a great setup here. Q's trying to hide this as well, keeping all these Hellions back as long as possible. I mean, Lambo confirms it now. And like I say, he's already building roaches. So he's already pretty well set. Let's just try and make sure we don't lose too many drones by the Hellions just diving by anyway. And Lambo really should be golden for the start of this game. The Queens step up. The roaches come through. Gather for a couple of moments, and we do have a first little hit back on those Hellions, so not letting anything happen just yet. I mean, we get a creep tumor or so, but that's obviously very manageable. That's very allowable from Lambo. Obviously, these Hellions would like to keep some map control, if nothing else. And again, obviously, this is not like a super huge commitment. You want to play mech anyway, so it's kind of fine to be building a couple of... to just be kind of poking around the Hellions. It's not like you have to get damage. It's just nice if you do get damage, just slow the Zerg a little bit so that you can, take more time to get set up yourself. You go -5 drones there. Lambo with a big round of drones on the way. Already an infestation pick coming through to go straight to Hive. Already the Hydroden to come through to go straight into something additional on the tech side of things. For Mo, we were building a couple of Widow Mines. I'm kind of intrigued what they are going to be used for and where we put them as cure. Maybe just a little bit of, I was going to say like run-by defense? Where are they actually at? Because I don't think you look at this army so far and think, oh yeah, I need a bit of extra anti-air or so. Yeah, I'm not sure. I like the Changeling just going to poke in, just going to try and keep the scouting going for Lambo at some stage. Just trying to set up for that as we otherwise just continue to move about here. Looks like Ranchi is going to get the Overseer and scans to make sure we kill it as well. So that's going to be a nice little grab. Supply block for Lambo even, so not a great time to be losing the Overseer. Actually walking into a supply block is not pretty. Scan one more time. Again, tanks and Hellions will continue to produce the double armory. Still being added on as well. +1 missiles, burrow, tunneling claws, all the good stuff. And muscle augments as well. It's all building at the moment. It's all being brought on through. Like I say, that Hive will give us some big spellcasters in the form of the Vipers. They are very useful in these scenarios as well. I wonder what else he necessarily goes for here. I think Vipers is just the main thing you're looking for off the Hive. Yeah, we're just playing... I mean, Roach Hydra Viper is just the composition we aim for then, with what else Lambo is doing at the moment. So, get those Vipers out. You already see Q is somewhat prepping for it. Building a couple of Vikings is going to be very good for zoning out Vipers. So if you can zone those Vipers, you can stop them from getting the spellcast they want to get off. You know, they can stop them hitting the biggest blinding clouds and so on, or abducts. Q is also playing very passively, because he's just going straight into, like, tank mech. Like, he did build some Cyclones, but very few. So he's going pretty quickly towards tank mech rather than just, like, battle mech. So he just says, I'm just going to sit back. And I wonder if part of that is due to just the Hellions initially not doing a lot. Maybe if they did a bit more, he would have built a few more Cyclones and just rolled with the momentum of it all. But, yeah, not really going to have that opportunity just yet as a few Roaches split across over to the side. That Viper will pop out. Again, +1 vehicle weapons and plating coming through as well. Tank repositions again. Groove spines, +2 missiles, all being added. Siege tank comes up as well here. Again, just a moment of calm. I should mention one more time. Check out the GSL Patreon, patreon.com/GSL to help support the GSTL and future seasons of GSL. GSL taking that crowdfunding community approach more recently, and they would love you to check out their Patreon page, so make sure you check that out. Just while we're chilling for a bit and not much is going on, may as well throw that in there before I forget. They asked me to, so better do it one more time. It's part of the rules of what we get to do. Lurker on the way up. I mean, we have a lot of Vipers here. It's just, do you actually want to end up fighting into this? I do, like I say, like the Vikings, you're going to see why. Because we get an Abduct off, and we actually go -1 Viper straight away, -2 or 3 Vikings, though. I mean, these Abducts are good. There's just value. Because you're not fighting into the siege tanks, you're just letting everything kind of sit here and just deal damage. That was very well done from Lambo already. Good efficiency early on. Resource loss is in his favor, right? Obviously, long term, you expect this to be a very efficient game for Kua. The fights like that are really good, and I do not know where these tanks are coming from, but that's the second and third tank that have now come from that direction, just giving themselves up. So there's some sort of misrallying that Kua needs to figure out. He's blocked himself off, and the repositioning is punishing him. And I love the fact that we're just going mass Vipers, because, I mean, don't get me wrong, the Vikings obviously are counter to him a little bit, but you saw Lambo, he was just like, well, I'll just abduct the Vikings then. Anything you abduct with these Vipers is going to be efficient, and these new tanks are not siege, so they're just going to get abducted as well. And it's all fun and games right now for Lambo, just getting a huge amount of pickoffs. Resource loss staying up in his favor, 2.5k up right now. Like I say, anytime you're up in resources lost, it's good for you. 6 Vipers still in the game. 3 dice just died, and he's going to add another 3, because again, he just says there's nothing to stop me doing this. Until Ghosts come out and EMPs are a bit more prevalent, maybe then you don't want to rebuild as many Vipers. But until that point, he's consuming off of forwardly placed Evo Chambers, and he is getting value from this setup. Again, just abducting the Vikings. We're going to get a couple more grabs. We actually had a Queen there to transfuse one of the Vipers that did take some damage initially as well, which is a cute little addition. Again, did he just lose another 3 Vipers? He lost 2, and he's going to build 3 more. He just truly believes, and he's going to add lurkers as well, so he can trade even more efficiently as these units continue to press on the front. This makes a lot of sense, because I have vivid memories of Lambo. I don't know what event it was at, but screeching about... It might have been EWC like last year or something, screeching about, I think maybe Renault making, like, please make more Vipers. I told you, please just make like 10 plus Vipers or something against mech. Or against this style of mech. So I have vivid memories of Lambo screeching this about something at some event one time. And he's showing us that he believes it should be
Big Viper time right now. Ducks a Widowmine there. I think he'd rather have the siege tanks. He's going to get 3 or 4 tanks in here. Doesn't have the energy to continue through on the Vikings this time, and we'll just step back. Obviously, losing tanks at a rapid rate is Kua. It's not sustainable, but he is about to get to Ghosts. I mean, Ghosts are kind of a two-way street, though, because in some regards, brilliant. They can help against the Vipers. In other regards, are they going to help that much against the Roach Hydra Force? Like, there's no super big unit for the Ghost to really be sniping. I guess the Lurkers, but the Lurkers are going to be very far back. If the Ghosts reach the Lurkers, then something's gone wrong. Depends how many Ghosts we have, right? I guess, I mean, going up to 7. We're going to have a lot of EMPs. It's going to be tough for Lambo to be as effective with these Vipers as he has been up until this stage. With the Ghost now available, there's the first EMP surely coming down. We do have ducked the Ghost in, though. -2 out of 3. We do take a few tank shots this time as Lambo. I mean, the resources lost is still telling the tale, though. It's now 3,500. As long as, I mean, at any point that the Zerg is trading better than the Terran, it's good for you. Like, if the Zerg was down 5,000 resources right now, I'd still feel good for the Zerg. Look at the map. We control the map. I love that Lambo also takes the 12 o'clock base already. Because, oh, the 1 o'clock, maybe the half 12 base, whatever. Because mining a bit from that base, that's a base that Q will get eventually if this game goes super long. But that's okay for Q to take if you've already mined some resources from it as Lambo. So that is a base you're expecting the Terran to have at some point, and you're already just essentially stealing resources away from the Terran by mining this right now when the Terran can't really justify putting defense toward it, especially because you're playing this super slow mech army that has to be committed more so in one place than anything else. It works wonders. So I like that a lot because it forces Q, it forces an issue on Q that wouldn't be there usually. Can actually punish these Ghosts as they do not have the EMP available. Multiple Ghosts going down. The expense continues for Kua. And again, snipers are expensive, so he does not have EMPs left after those snipes. And hence, the Vipers just step forward and they punish. I mean, the Vipers' issue right now is they don't have enough Evo Chambers to steal energy off of. Yeah, he's going to kill this one. He's going to have to go to the other. Like, this is his actual problem, is that he needs more Evo Chambers to steal more energy because the Vipers are just having so much success spellcast and they can't stop doing it. Yeah, we just take 1-2 Vikings, a siege tank again. We're now at 4k resources loss difference in favor of the Zerg. That's not the first time today we've seen Zerg trading extremely efficiently into a Terran. Obviously, you kind of expected sometimes Serral just plays like that, you know, but then Lambo doing it here against Kura is truly impressive. Lambo just showing up. Playing well so far, but it's not done until it's done. We've got a long way to go. But there's the issue with playing against mech. One slip up, you lose your army, and maybe it is enough to just completely flip things into the opposition's favor, so we gotta keep that in mind. Sport Roll starting to go down. We have a bunch of CCs on the left side. I mean, obviously, if you're expecting eventually for more base to be taken. Again, I like Lambo taking this base as well. Even if you just mine a little bit from it, it puts something in the mind of this Terran of like, oh, I got to deal with that. And right now, you don't want to go deal with things over there. You want to deal with things over here. We've dug a couple more Ghosts. The Ghosts stand in for snipes, but it actually costs you a Ghost or two. This is one of the times where I think Lambo actually trades a little bit less effectively than the Terran. Toward the tail end, the start of it might have still been good enough to just be efficient. Yeah, a little bit more favorable. As okay, this base up here is going down as well. But that's kind of expected. Like I say, that base was expected to go down. We're still going to catch the Hellions off of it, so yeah. Still love where Lambo sits at this current point in Game 3 of the All-Kill match. Win this as Lambo, you tie this series up 1-1. We go to the super best of 1 ace match. Tony's Edge is a big map though, and for all the success Lambo saw, he set himself up beautifully. Can he play it through to the finish line? Kua is very much so still alive here. As long as he's got an army, he's going to be in with a chance. Don't get me wrong, I think it's very good for Lambo having, you know, 6k, 5k already banked up, mining a significant amount of the Terran's resource in that top right base. The left side base didn't go as well. That got shut down pretty quickly, but as it should, you know, you can't let all of your bases be mined here as Kura, especially when you're not trading efficiently. The efficiency should flip at some point, because no matter what, there's no way you can all game long trade efficiently as the Zerg. Eventually the Terran, you know, especially in the bigger fights, the Terran has to start taking some better fights somewhere. Still on the 7 Vipers as we actually come in from a different direction. Just going to Blinding Cloud and just go for the command center and some of the defensive tanks. That works. I mean, anytime you're not losing Vipers, I think is great. Unfortunately, we did lose a couple to the turrets, but Yeah, Blinding Cloud and the rest to try and keep this going and just taking some position away from the Terran, stopping mining from this bottom base. And the mech player hates this as well, right? It's a nice EMP, but we're still losing a bunch of ghosts as they stand there and snipe. Oh, Lambo almost decided to move in for that there for a second. Does he have the swirl? Yeah, he does. Yeah, for a second I was like, oh my god, he's going for it, but he pulled it away. He decided not to last second. I think it's good. I wonder if he was even thinking of it, or it was just like his units were moving in before he, before he had the chance to pull them back. Now we actually get to ask the fun question of what is Lambo rebuilding with? What is he adding back into the army at this stage? A few more lurkers, actually. 16 more drones. He's just going to power up on the mining. Like I say, him mining that upper right base is such a huge deal for him. It's so beneficial long term. I would like to see him mine that gas as well, just because, again, if the later game, maybe that's a base that comes under duress. Don't forget as well, because this is a map that's asymmetrical, the bottom left gold, that's a base Q will never see, because that's not a base Q that replicates on his side of the map. So Lambo is not just mining, so Lambo is mining essentially 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bases of his own, a 9th base that is his that Q will never have, and a base of Q. So he's mining 10 bases against Q's 7. So you can imagine the efficiency you have to find here as Q to actually make that work. And Q is still trading worse, which is, again, not complex stuff. It's not good for him long term. I mean, this felt a bit better for Q, and still he's 4,000 resources lost worth for wear. I mean, the Hellions are getting some drones, but even that's costing you the Hellions, which is expected. The Hellions are kind of throwaway-ish, but in a game like this, it doesn't feel good to say that still, as there's a couple of workers actually got some shots off. Again, Q needs to deny this base at some point. You've got to stop this from mining. You cannot let the Zerg just have that base the entire game. At least if you stop it mining now, it turns this from like a 10 versus 7 base scenario to like 7.5 versus 9.5, which is a little bit better, right? Like, I mean, you do deny the gold before it's fully mined out on the gas as well, which is a big deal. There's a few minerals left there too, so Q taking some control back. Lambo starts to build the Corruptors. There's a good amount of libs in the sky, so that could be part of this. It's all that stage of the game where we might think about, do we think about the Broodlord switch? Lambo has a lot of money. He was talking yesterday about the longer you wait to get into the Broodlords, the better it typically is, and that's true, because if he starts making Broodlords now, there is going to open up, parts of this map that he can't move over to defend anywhere near as easily. Yeah, you see Q is already prepping a little bit for the Broodlord play with the Thors coming up as well, so getting that ready to go. Siege tank there just going to hit the Nidus for a few moments. 8 Broodlords will begin to build. +3 melee, +3 flyer carapace and flyer attacks. Lambo's got all the air upgrades. He's been working on those for a long time already. Gonna come in from this angle again. There's not a lot here. The missile turrets are a big deal, because the missile turrets just being able to kind of zone the Vipers and slow this progress down. Like, if there's no zoning of the Vipers, they just fly in and have a great time. We have seen missile turrets killing Vipers already this game. Oh, we get some snipes off. That's mostly Queens, I believe. The Broodlord's trying to play around in the upper right side as Lambo obviously pressures the bottom left with the non-Broodlord force. Trying to force a bad split on the side of the Terran, but I'd say right now there's a pretty good split. Lambo might be better off not being split at the moment rather than being collected together. Tough to get the Vipers in with the Ghost nearby. It's so threatening with the ability to snipe, ability to EMP. There's just so many options to remove those Vipers from this fight. And Q is making some progress. However, the Broodlords are progressing themselves. There are a bunch of Ghosts over here. Will they be enough on their own? As these Brutes still step forward, continue to knock down siege tanks in this upper side of the map. I mean, this is a straight up a base that you kind of still need to hold on to as Q. There's still gas in this location you need to mine. And it also, if you kill this base, it pushes the Terran back and potentially reopens the base to the right side being taken by the Zerg again, which we've always, already discussed in depth in this game, is very much so something which, if Lambo continues to do, is absolutely a kind of game-winning kind of move. That's another base, by the way. Lambo is a base killer right now. Hydro's going to step in here with the hell of some Vipers. May actually be able to make his way through each and every one of these siege tanks. He will. And this base may go down as well. Kua does not have a lot of money banked up, so losing base is actually very expensive for him. The Ghosts show up cloaked, and they are going to get the snipes to save the day for a few moments. Good stuff from them. Ghosts, Liberators, and Hellions continue to produce. Just going to see the Broodlings coming down. The few SCVs are going to get chased off. Lambo's just breaking through, man. What's the efficiency at still? 8k in his favor. Crazy. You can't win games like that as a Terran. You can't win games where the Zerg has mined multiple more bases than you and has out-traded you by 8k. Just full stop. This game has been an absolute statement from Lambo. You can't play this style of mech against him. Not how Kua played this game, because Lambo just picked him apart at every stage. The only thing that's scary for Lambo is Kua just F2A moving right now. It's the first time I've actually been scared for Lambo, because Kua has a lot of army. Oh, but the Banelings are just going to roll into the ghosts. Oh, never mind, I'm not scared. Lambo says, nope. That wasn't even with fungals or anything. It was just straight up just Banelings rolling in and Kua not having enough to actually be able to do anything about it. He's obviously stepping onto creep. He's obviously playing desperately, so it opens the door for something like that to happen. And now he's just losing his production in the main as the brutes just show up. Yeah, more Banes, because if you knock the Ghost down, everything else is really just very easily solved long term. Do you have Neural? No Neural Parasite, which maybe could have been nice on a couple of Thors perhaps, but this is just, I mean, the Broodlords are just not being answered at all. Couple Vikings, okay. We are answering the Broodlords with 2 Vikings. If that's going to change things, then so be it, but kind of get the feeling it is in this last game. It feels as though it's all Lambos. And again, that would set us up into the Super Ace match. CC is a burning. 28 Lings, 5 Hydras, Neural Parasite now, but I wonder if he just realized he didn't have Neural. He's super rich, and Neural's good, so I can't imagine he was skipping it purposely. Kua gets the gold, by the way, to take the remnants of the gas there and the minerals, but Lambo is going to take both bases on the top side, so it's a very uneven trade. He basically gains a gold and loses... He basically gains a mined out base and loses a not-so-mined out base as Kua, and Lambo retakes the base that, obviously, he's already mined from, but that should be Kua's long-term anyway, that's just never turned out to be. Again, 9k resource loss difference. It's been dominant from Lambo. I can't say it enough. And now he's just dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and signing himself into the best of 1 super race. Now, we don't know if Lambo's going to play in that best of 1 super race. Like I say, I'm expecting it to be Rogue. I don't know if just... I think I do prefer Rogue against Lambo against Rogue than I prefer Bjorn against Rogue, but I kind of see it anyway. Like I say, I think it's too close to come down. It might just come down to how the feet players are feeling on the day and so on as well. So, yeah, I think it's one of those ones very hard to predict. Fungal's coming down. A little messy. Obviously, Lambo's playing a little more recklessly there, I guess. And now we have Broodlord showing back up in the center, going to find some siege tanks. How many Broods have we lost this game, by the way? 1. Oh, that's crazy. Sometimes you see Broodlords take fights and they just melt, but Kua's never had that opportunity. He's never had that chance to actually fight these Broodlords. Not a single time. Not a single time. Crazy. Oh, I'm just not going to let this gold base mine anything significant. We neural a Viking. As we actually kill the second Broodlord of the game. What else can we do? EMP's coming down on nice. The Banes are going to roll forward to threaten the Ghost. We have got a Fungal down on these Thors, which means that the Broodlords are able to connect with the Broodlings, and they're putting some serious work in. Cure is about to dip below 100 supply, and the resources lost will be at 14k difference. I'm obsessed with that number because it's impressive. Lambo, domination. 3-0 in the all-kill section. And Lambo surely has got to be feeling good as the possible ace player here for the best of 1 super ace match. Crazy stuff. Guys, I'm going to BRB 1 moment. I'll come right back at you for the best of 1 super race. Alrighty, guys. Rogue just joined our lobby. Our party, I should say. It looks like it's going to be the ZVZ. I think it makes sense, honestly. I think this is the best chance on both teams. I think it had to be Rogue. And I kind of agree on Lambo as well. He's on a roll. He's feeling good. I believe in him in the ZVZ. Just need to get Rogue's camera link, and we are good. Just need someone to give me Rogue's camera link. Anyone. These other guys are crazy. They're like writing them down on a notepad, like. Yeah. Crazy business. Again, how are you doing? So again, this is now 1-1 in the overall series. And instead of another best of 5, it just comes down to the best of 1 super race map. So it's Sanctuary to decide whether Shopify Rebellion or... Excuse me, my throat's drying up. Sorry. Or HWASEUNG is going to be the team taking the setup to... taking their team to 1-1 instead of 0-2. So, big one right here. It's been a fun day, as we kind of expected. We thought this was going to be a pretty competitive match. I think from the get-go, it seemed like a pretty competitive match, and it's absolutely been that. So, we'll see how it goes, see how it continues. Get ready to send this. So we are setting up to rumble. Everyone should be ready. Go-Go is called. It comes down to this best of 1As. Rogue and Lambo are 1-1 with each other on the day as well. And it's kind of been a day that's been all about Rogue and Lambo, to be fair. I mean, Kira beat Bjorn, but outside of that... yeah, outside of that, it's only been Rogue and Lambo. No, am I crazy? Rogue, Lambo, Bjorn... Yeah, Bjorn beat SOS and Kira beat Bjorn. Outside of the 2 games... In the 2 games that Lambo and Rogue went a part of, obviously they can't win those ones. But otherwise, it's been Lambo and Rogue all day, baby. Crazy stuff. All right, let's send it into the 2 guys that have clearly been the ace for each team today. A best of 1 to figure out who gets to go 1-1 in the GSTL and who will fall to 0-2. It comes down to this map. Single best of 1 super race match time in the top right corner. The blue Zerg player. It is going to be Lambo from the Shopify Rebellion. In the bottom left, our red Zerg is going to be Rogue from HWASEUNG. And he has definitely been the hard carry for them today. Again, Q again, that map went off a TVT earlier. This was a series that obviously had differentiating players playing the 10 pool earlier. Now, no 10 pool here in the super race. No one's going to put it on the line with the early pool. Will they put it on the line by going pool first? Or will they both go hatch first and give us that macro restart to the ZVZ? That doesn't mean you got to play macro long term, but it is a bit more of a macro focused starting point to kind of move on through with. So we will see what happens as we get this set up to go very, very soon. Let's pool first. There you go. So they're both playing it safe. They're both going to be a little cautious in the super race. Fair enough. All right, pool first from both, but not early pooling, which is, like I say, very notable because it changes a little bit of how this works. If one went early pool and the other goes normal pool, that obviously, again, typically leads to an advantage, although not necessarily a game-ending advantage. I mean, the second game that these two played against each other earlier was actually pretty crazy. They played a really, really wild game that comes down to basically Rogue having mass mutas and Lambo just camping out one base, hoping to be able to deal with mass mutas, which he was able to do in the end, so very cool. So we get ourselves settled in. Hopefully it's gonna go moving about for a little bit, put some work in for a few moments. Entry from both players. Again, just the drones producing, queens on the way.
More drones coming out for a few little moments. And again, the Overlord's moving around. Take a few seconds to get this all set up. Hatchery finishing here in a couple moments, so get the hatch completed. Queen is going to be building through, and yeah, second queen just coming up at the front, so a couple queens on the way, building by at the moment. Yeah, there's a couple queens just building, so we're just waiting. It's tense, man. It's the best of one to decide it all. The last few hours comes down to this. Shout out to Lambo and Serral, by the way. Can you imagine how long today would have been if Lambo and Serral didn't just clean up house in the all-kill sections? My goodness. We've had some longer games, don't get me wrong, as well. It's just, there's obviously been a lot of maps, and obviously, again, it adds a bit of time. Even if it's just a couple minutes, it really adds up if every single game there's new players, right? Or at least a new player. Because then it's not always like you're just jumping straight into game 2, you start up like 10 seconds out after coming out of game. There's a little bit more of a gap between, so I guess it naturally runs a bit longer, but yeah, it's been a long one. I didn't think this format was actually going to take as long as it has, but yeah, we have had some longer games today. We went to all 5 games of the Pro League section earlier. We started the game with a 40-minute banger as well. Speed coming up, Spire coming into place. The Rotron is going to be done soon. A couple of drones and the Overlord coming about as well. Continuing to bring that forward at the moment. Spire already on the way from Rogue. Well, the mutas were his not answer in the end in that game 2 that they played earlier. What a scout from Lambo, though. Going to see the Spire straight away. Overseer is like a homing missile to the information it needs. Bang! And it connects on the Spire scout. Huge moment right there. And there's the missiles and the roach speed all coming up. A few more drones, the Eva chamber and the Hydrogen coming about as well. A little bit there as well. Just going to see the Hydrogen still coming about. Melee upgrade coming through. Spire is producing. But yeah, Lambo knows. He's already got the Hydrogen, and that's going to be big. And Rogue is going to double down. He's going melee upgrade. So he's going to double down on what he's doing here as well. Like, he's going to keep making mutas. He's going to go mutaling, maybe even Bane against the Hydras. So he's not going to change it, even though Lambo has a very good scout early. He's going to try and see if he can still make this work for himself long-term in this map. Queen going to push the Ling back there. The few roaches coming over as well. Yeah, missiles, carapace all coming through. That muscle augments coming up for the Hydras, giving them a bit of speed, give them a little bit of action. Queen's going to go rocking up. Queen is going to be there. Hatch is going to be there. And deal with this pretty decently for a couple of moments. As the mutas fly in, that Queen going to take a few shots of damage. This other Queen taking some shots as well, finding some angles, but we do get back to the Spore. It's not enough mutas yet that you really want to just go diving through Spore Crawlers and eating Spore Crawler damage up or anything, right? So yeah, you got to be a little cautious about that, and that's what we see from Rogue so far. As we get turned around, the roaches and the Hydras still gathering up. Well, the upgrade is about to finish up as well, by the way, so it's going to be a pretty big deal. Having that melee upgrade in your favor is going to help out a bunch as the mutas come back over toward the main base. Gonna try and find the Spore there. The Hydra stepping through as well. The mutas still end up turned away. No success just yet on that one. No continuation for now, as you just see the Roach Hydra still gathering. The mutas joining up. Again, +1 flyer attack upgrade with that Bane speed and so coming through also at the moment. And great stuff for Lambo, right? You get to basically set up your defense beautifully. You deal with this extremely well so far, super comfortable. Rogue's next step, he's going to double down on melee upgrades. Not too surprised and keep going for this. You're pretty committed to the style.
Bane speed is the natural next step. You see the Hydras, and so Banelings will answer those. The Infestors obviously then come into now having a double usage. You can drop Fungals onto the Mutas, which is very good, but you can also drop Fungals onto the Banelings, and that's also going to be probably essential to keep the Hydras alive. Remember that when Lambo played this earlier against Rogue, he did have multiple moments where he just ran out of Hydras when he went on offense, and so those Mutas were able to get a lot done, and because those Mutas were able to get a lot done, that's what made such a weird state of the game. They cleaned up the Hydras, and Rogue and Lambo couldn't kill the Mutalisks in the end, but Lambo was able to do so much damage that it kind of reverted back to this very weird state of the game, and that's why that game earlier was such a weird scenario between Lambo and Rogue. Lambo needs to get out of this supply block for Overlord's building. That was partly due to an Overlord dying, but even still, just very far off even a new Overlord coming up that would have saved him from the next supply block along as well, I believe, so. Find a couple of Burrowed Roaches. Lambo's just trying to be annoying. Actually, he's absorbed a Baneling there, which is not bad. That was one thing as well, like in the previous game, Lambo was able to really buy a lot of time with those Burrowed Roaches, so getting on top of a couple of them super early and being a bit more prepped for them is going to help. These Roaches right now feel more like scouting Roaches, though, and keeping track of where the Mutas are at and so on. Actually see some Banes over here, and these Roaches are going to see this. The Infestors drop a Fungal to try and help us out. Now, we are able to pull the drones away, but the Hydra's in some trouble. It was not bad for Lambo in the end, although I would still say he lost. He still used a couple of Fungals and still had to then have these units hitting him, as this is going to be another wave of it. Wow, the Roaches actually tanked it. Oh, no, sorry, there's still Banes in the back. They are going to come through, and we actually get a bunch of drones, and we get the hatchery, so the third hatch goes down. I was going to say the hatch was super low, and then I thought we were going to be okay. I didn't see the extra couple of Banes around the backside that do connect. Lambo losing his third base. I mean, it's expected that Rogue will have a base advantage. The way this is essentially working is that Rogue has the economy advantage, Lambo has the army advantage, because in a straight-up fight, Lambo's army should win, but taking a straight-up fight is extremely difficult. I don't know if I love the idea of Lambo moving out. His army is much larger, but this is what's going to happen if you try and move out. Your third hatch is going to get re-cancelled by the link counterattacks, and you just have to be so sure about the ability to win a fight across the map, because if those Banes crash into you, your Hydras go down. If you don't win the fight against the Mutas, then you're in so much trouble. Lambo has this killed now. I mean, this is where he should have just committed before. Like, if you're going to go, then go. Pulling back to defend the base to still decide you want to go is not great. Now, he is going to have +2 missile attacks soon, so that might be something he's waiting on. Finds a couple of Banes with the Roaches. He has a good amount of Roaches that's going to help. The Banes on two sides. Oh no, the Hydras have to walk back into the Banes. He somehow Fungals them to try and help. It's not enough. The flanking Banelings are massive from Rogue, and they are going to put the work in. And Lambo is going to be in a ton of trouble. It's GG's. And Lambo loses because of the Baneling flank being absolutely beautiful by Rogue. Wow. What a move. What a move. Oh, what a sad day for Lambo at the end, because he did amazing today. But it's going to feel sour being one map away from bringing it all home for his team and just not quite being able to. That was very, very unfortunate. But Rogue deserves it. He played a great, special. I love the finale. Beautiful stuff as Rogue takes it down and brings it home. GG's. GG's. Alrighty, guys. Appreciate you all watching. If you're watching live on Soup, thank you. Hello. Oh, no, you guys can't hear me. Hello, guys. This is live Wardy. I don't know how to prove it to you, but it is. I mean, there was just going to be like a minute of me outroing there, but I just figured I may as well just talk like now, because I'm here to turn the stream off. Thanks for watching. Crazy viewership. We had like a 400+ viewer peak on YouTube. Like, we peaked at like 1.1k, maybe 1.2 on Twitch. I know we had Serral playing and stuff. Like, that's pretty crazy for like a rebroadcast thing. I know it wasn't shown anywhere on Twitch and stuff. That's really cool, because it means it's kind of worth for us to be able to, you know, viewership like that allows us to justify, obviously, casting it on Soup and then bringing it to you guys on Twitch and YouTube. So thank you so much for watching it. The next GSTL Playday is on Saturday, I believe. So if you like GSTL and you want to see more of it, on Saturday, it's Shopify Rebellion versus T1 Onside. T1 Onside is the team we didn't see today. That's Hero, Maru, Shin. Kind of an OP team, by the way, just to preface this. Hero, Maru, Shin, all part of, well, T1 is obviously Hero, and then Maru and Shin are part of Onside as well, and Zaun as well, also part of Onside. So pretty nutty team, and also the HWASEUNG boys, who we just saw, Rogue, Hewitt, and SOS. They play against BASILISK, which I think is going to be really tough for them. I expect Rogue going to have to try and hard carry in some ZVZ. I think that's going to be a really, really rough matchup, but that's going to be on Saturday. So that's going to be the same deal as today, where we're going to cast it live on Soup. Then I'll bring it to you guys on Twitch and YouTube later in the day, as soon as it finishes. The only thing I will say is that the next play day after that, just a little heads up, like this time next week, there would be another GSTL. However, this time next week, we'll be wrapping up the WardiTV Zero Space Weekly #1. So what we're probably going to have to do is I'm probably going to cast it. I don't even know if I can do a double stream that day, but I will see. But we probably end up casting it, and then I won't be able to rebroadcast it straight away, but maybe like the day after, like maybe Wednesday we'll do Kung Fu Cup, and then I'll rebroadcast it. I don't know yet. I'm still looking after Helen and stuff. I need to see how she is, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to do like a long stream as well. So I will have to figure that stuff out. So yeah, but thanks so much for watching, guys. I'm going to run one more set of ads. Thank you for all the support. Kind of, like I say, crazy to see so much viewership for something like this. I don't know, I thought it was a bit of a crazy idea to just say I'd cast it and then just rebroadcast it on Twitch after, but like, it actually kind of worked. So I appreciate you guys supporting it. Don't forget to like, subscribe, follow, and all the rest. Appreciate you all. Yeah, some ads will play, or they're already playing. I think they need to play. And I will send you guys over to the WardiTV 24/7 stream if you guys are looking for more StarCraft 2, just for the background and stuff. The WardiTV 24/7 stream is going to be there, twitch.tv/WardiTV2. Have a great night, guys. I will see you guys in 12.5 hours for the Kung Fu Cup.